Section 0. A Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pinchcliffe. A Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Preface. So far as I am aware, there is no recent general work of a comprehensive kind dealing with the cetacea in the English language. There are, of course, sections devoted to this group in many natural histories, such as the Royal Natural History of Mr. Lydekker, Cassell's Natural History, the Standard Natural History, etc., as well as the long section contained in Sir William Flower and Mr. Lydekker's Mammals Recent and Extinct. I think, therefore, that there is at present a distinct gap to fill on behalf of those who would have, in a comparatively small compass, a general account of this group of mammals, and a selection of the voluminous literature which relates to that group. I have attempted to perform this task, and to steer a course between too much exposition of technical facts and a too popular account of whales. I have aimed at producing a solid book tempered by anecdote. It need hardly be pointed out that this book is not a monograph of the cetacea, but on the other hand, I hope that at least the main facts of structure and mode of life of these creatures will be found in the following pages. Whales are, from many points of view, so interesting and remarkable a group of animals that no apology is, in my opinion, needed for devoting a whole volume to them. It may be suggested, however, that, desirable though a book devoted to whales may be, it has not a place in a series like the Progressive Science series, which is devoted to the exposition of larger subjects than the present appears at first sight to be. It has, however, been my attempt in the present volume to endeavour to illustrate, by means of the group of whales, a very important biological generalization, the intimate relation between structure and environment. No group shows this in a more striking degree than that with which I have occupied myself. The section on the Delphinidae will, I fear, be found less interesting than those relating to other subdivisions of the whale tribe. They are not, as a rule, sufficiently well known to have accumulated much anecdote, and the structural differences present nothing of importance save to the systematist. However, it is clearly necessary to include them, as they form the bulk of the known cetaceans. Their synonymy, too, is perplexing and far from settled. I have, as will be seen, followed True in the main, adopting some subsequent alterations of his views. As the present volume is not in any sense a catalogue of whales, I have forborne from giving a synonymy in the orthodox way. But I have mentioned most of the names which have been at one time or another applied to dolphins. Those who desire to pursue this portion of the subject further can refer to Mr. True's account of the family Delphinidae, which is frequently referred to in the text. I may remark, finally, that a large number of the actual facts have been verified, and that here and there some small details appear which have not been hitherto recorded. This is the end of the preface. Section 1. A Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pinchcliffe. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Introductory. The subject of which the present volume treats is undoubtedly one of interest to the general public, as well as to the naturalist. The huge size of many of these creatures, the rarity of the occurrence of some of them, and the mystery which envelops the habits of the great bulk of the species is attractive. Besides, to many people, the whale is an ingenious paradox, by reason of the fact that it lives in the water and yet is not a fish. At no more remote a date than 1895, thought Professor Huxley, this question of the fish-like nature of whales was not settled for many persons. Such persons, however, had on their side the naturalists of the 16th and even the 17th centuries who classified whales with fish. Even so recently as 1818, I quote from Sir William Flower, the current edition of Johnson's Dictionary defined a fish as an animal inhabiting the water. Hence a whale, undoubtedly coming under the definition, would be classified by the author of that dictionary as a fish. To the naturalist, the remarkable adaptation to its mode of life with the resultant fish-like form is no less interesting. But no competent zoologist has any longer any doubt of the mammalian character of the cetacea. It is even possible to assert that whales are remote from some of the existing and vanished groups of mammals, but the exact affinities of these creatures is a matter which is still disputed. There is thus a field for speculation which at present has hardly any limits. In cases of this kind, new and important evidence may be forthcoming at any minute, which lends a particular fascination to the study of this group, much more than to the study of these groups whose affinities are more thoroughly known. The existing knowledge of this group is very far from being complete. From the nature of the case, whales are exceedingly difficult to investigate. The opportunities for dissection are particularly confined to stranded specimens, and the stranding of whales is not an everyday occurrence. Obvious difficulties, moreover, hamper the naturalist who is so fortunate as to receive timely information of the stranding of a desired specimen. On the other hand, there is much more accumulated knowledge concerning the skeleton of cetacea. But even here there are many regrettable lacunae, not only by reason of the frequent imperfections of the skeletons, but also because of the sheer lack of material in the case of many forms, particularly among the dolphins. The often fragmentary character of the available cetacean remains, and the consequent and necessary inability to distinguish between what might be fairly regarded as real specific or generic differences and what were mere variations led the late Dr. Gray to create a vast number of species and genera of whales. Comparatively few of those new forms which he instituted are now allowed by the students of this group, though doubtless a good many forms remain for identification and establishment. The total number of real species and genera of whales is a comparatively small one. This is itself an inducement to the study of the order, since it is possible to acquire a general knowledge of the whole group. The naturalist, who hopes to have a thorough acquaintance with such an order as that of the Rodentia, has much work before him. The student of the Cetacea, on the other hand, has to deal with not more than 35 genera and, at most, 80 species. It will be attempted to give the bulk of what is known concerning all of these in the present volume. End of introductory.
Section 2 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally Sharp at www.soundssharp.com. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Section 2. A Book of Whales. Chapter 1. The External Form of Whales. Size of whales. Since the most obvious characteristic of the whale tribe is their large, occasionally colossal bulk, we cannot do better than commence with this salient peculiarity. Whales vary in length from barely 4 feet (Pontoporia) to as much as 80 or 85 (Balaenoptera sibbaldii). But their dimensions have been grossly exaggerated by modern writers as well as by the ancients, for whom there was more excuse. It is an unquestionable fact that no creature known to science ever existed which was larger than the largest whale. Even the colossal dinosaurs of the secondary epoch fell some feet short of Balænoptera sibbaldii. As a consequence, size is the one thing that is expected of a whale. Actual length measurements have been swollen by taking into account the bulging sides of the cetaceans, and with this help some astounding dimensions have received the sanction of not specially credulous persons. One Okther, a Norwegian, reported to King Alfred that the best whales caught in his own country were as much as 50 yards long. This is some diminution from Pliny, who held that in the Indian Sea the fish called balena, or whirlpool, is so long and broad as to take up more length and breadth than 2 acres of ground. 900 feet is another measurement given by the same natural historian, but the size of whales by no means decreased with the advance of the centuries. Olaus Magnus allowed 960 feet in length to certain hirsute whales, but when the latter authority comes down to definite and recorded fact, he is more careful with such measurements. In a section of his well-known work, Olaus Magnus figures a monstrous Piscis stranded on the northern shores of England in the year 1532, which was naturally regarded as a portent. This animal, or another, seen by the Archbishop on the Norwegian shore, was 90 feet in length, a measurement which may conceivably have been accurate, since it seems to have been a Balænoptera, which is known to reach 85 feet in length. Apart, however, from all exaggeration, it is evident that whales are not only the largest of living mammals, but the largest of all animals, mammalian or otherwise, which have ever existed. It is interesting to inquire into the reasons for their excess of bulk over the animal world in general. There are various causes which seem to contribute to the acquisition of a mighty frame. In the first place, the medium in which the animal lives must have something to do with it. Aquatic creatures have naturally less difficulty in sustaining a colossal bulk than have animals which live in a less dense medium. We find, in fact, a distinct relation between size and habitat. The blue shark, Carcharias, remarked the late Professor Milnes Marshall, attains a length of 25 feet. Specimens of Carcharodon have been measured over 40 feet in length, while of the genus Rhinodon, examples of 50, 60, or even 70 feet in length have been described. Purely volant animals, bats, birds, and pterodactyls, have far greater difficulties in sustaining themselves in the air. Hence these classes of animals are relatively small. We may believe in Aepyornis, but we cannot accept a flying rock. The middle position is occupied by mammals, which require more muscular effort to stand or crawl than aquatic creatures, but not nearly so much as aerial. We find that their size is in correspondence. The mastodon and the great ground sloths were larger than any pterodactyl or bird, but not so large as whales. The dinosaurs are thought by some to have been at least partially aquatic, to have frequented at least marshes and estuaries. But even if they were purely terrestrial, they do not acquire absolutely the same colossal dimensions as do some whales. Not so intelligible as the last reason for enormous growth in size, but apparently to be proved by statistics, is the inference that large size is in proportion to the degree of organization of the creature. The simplest of all living creatures, the protozoa, are at the same time the smallest. Vertebrates grow to a larger size than invertebrates, and finally mammals, as represented by whales, grow to be the giants of the animal creation. Another favouring circumstance to large increase in size is abundance and easiness of capture of food, as well as freedom from foes. The tiger or lion, at the expense of great expenditure of force, hunts down an antelope or a deer, while the whale gulps in huge mouthfuls of whale food with ease and comfort. Protected by its thick covering of fat, it does not readily fall a victim to any foes. Indeed, the only powerful enemy that it has at all is the killer whale, orca, and it is not always that a Greenland whale succumbs to a shoal of those marine tigers. An ingenious suggestion has been made which covers some of the apparent exaggerations in the dimensions of whales attributed to the ancients. M. Pouchet thinks that, since in old times whales were not hunted, at any rate to the extent that they are now and have been lately, they may possibly have had the opportunity of growing to larger dimensions. The sailor Nearchus is quoted by M. Pouchet upon the size of a Megaptera of the Persian Gulf. Perhaps the Megaptera indica of M. Gervais referred to below. The Greek described it as 48 metres, but another rendering of the text says 23 metres, which, though large, is nearer to what we now regard as the truth. Shape of the body. In their shape, whales present a remarkable uniformity. Indeed, next to bulk, this is perhaps their most salient characteristic in the popular mind. They are all fish-like, with tapering body, big flukes, one pair of paddles, no apparent vestiges of hind limbs, no external ear, tiny eyes, and black or black and white coloration. Contrast this state of affairs with what obtains in many other groups of mammals. Compare the sloth and the ant-eater, near allies in structure to each other. One is tailless, long-limbed, short-snouted, inactive, inconspicuously coloured, and with long hooked claws. The other is bushy-tailed, comparatively short-limbed, enormously long-snouted, vigorous in its motions, conspicuous in colour, owing to the broad white band upon its black body, and with strong tearing claws. Or, to take an example from another group of animals, what a large difference seems to separate the active, four-legged, brightly coloured green lizard from the snake-like, inactive, dully coloured blind worm. And yet they are very closely allied. But one very important reason for diversity in the two examples selected, and for uniformity in the case of the whales, will at once strike the reader. The whales live under like conditions. The other animals lead totally different lives. The sloth never leaves the trees to whose branches it clings by the help of its long curved claws, and upon whose leaves it browses. The ant-eater digs up with its sharp claws the firmly welded ant hills of tropical America, and licks up with its long tongue the ants which it thus disturbs. Whales, on the other hand, not only all live in the sea or in rivers, but spend a great deal of their time below the surface, and are nearly all animal feeders. Moreover, it seems to be a well-established fact that the majority of whales range freely over wide stretches of ocean, the same species occurring in such widely separated localities as Tasmania and the coast of Britain, e.g. the sperm whale, while some perform regular migrations. Hence diverse temperatures can have but little effect in producing differences. It is an interesting fact to note that those whales which are restricted in their range are at least often more different from their allies. The members of the family Platanistidae are restricted in range and show differences among themselves. No one could confound the Platanista of the Ganges with Inia of the Amazons. Beluga and Monodon are peculiar types, and they are both Arctic in habitat. We cannot, however, push this matter further, since, as is the case with most general statements, there are exceptions. Among those exceptions we may note the Greenland right whale, which differs but slightly from the widely distributed Balena australis, or Biscayensis, as it is sometimes called. The flukes of the whale, which form its tail, are set, as everyone knows, at right angles to the plane of the body, and not vertically, as in fishes. It has been noticed by several that the two halves of the tail fin have surfaces which are not precisely parallel to each other. They have, in fact, a screw-like form, one half being convex upwards, the other concave, and the use of the flukes seems to imply such a conformation. Captain Scoresby observes of the Greenland whale that it is "by means of the tail principally that the whale advances through the water. The greatest velocity is produced by powerful strokes against the water, impressed alternately upward and downward, but a slower motion, it is believed, is elegantly produced by cutting the water laterally and obliquely downward, in a similar manner as a boat is forced along with a single oar in the operation of sculling." It is the latter motion, of course, that would be brought about by the slightly screw-like form of the tail fin. The tail, however, is also used in balancing, as a whale when dead falls over on its side. They are also of service in turning, and, indeed, as a weapon of offence for striking boats. This seems to be deliberate in the case of the Californian whale. A dissection of the tail shows a beautiful and elaborate complex of tendons which are attached to the muscles of the trunk. These run in all directions, and so account for the varied movements of the organ. There are diverse opinions as to the nature of the whale's tail. The late Dr. Gray was strongly of opinion, as are or were some others, that this organ is to be looked upon as the degenerate equivalent of the posterior pair of limbs. It must be admitted that there is a prima facie possibility in favour of this view, which is not unattractive. We should have, on this hypothesis, the whales exhibiting the last term of a series commenced by the sea lions. It has also been pointed out that the backwardly directed rudiments of the bony hind limbs conform to such a way of regarding the matter. It seems as if they had shrunk while the folds of the integument originally connected with them had remained, forming the flukes. There are not wanting analogies to support this theory. It is known, for instance, that there are, as a rule, fewer rectrices (tail feathers) in modern birds than in Archaeopteryx, where each of the free caudal vertebrae supported a pair of these strong feathers. In modern birds the rectrices are all attached to the terminal ploughshare bone of the tail, which is produced by a fusion of not more than 6 or 7 vertebrae. Now, as there are occasionally more than 6 or 7 pairs of rectrices, it looks much as if the epidermal structures had remained, while the corresponding skeletal structures had vanished. Again, to take an example from a widely different class, there is a lamprey with a pair of skin folds in the neighbourhood of the vent, which are believed by some to represent a pair of otherwise missing hind limbs. Apart from these folds, there is no trace of limbs, no skeletal elements, that is to say. Plausible though such a derivation of the flukes of the whale may be, there are arguments which seem to be absolutely fatal to their entertainment. The tail of Phonsina communis, when it first appears, is a prolongation of the body, sharply marked off from the body, and precisely, so far, like the tail of a typically tailed and terrestrial mammal. This tail has at first practically no lateral flanges. When these put in an appearance, they are obviously lateral expansions of the integument, and the tail has a diamond-shaped outline. It is indeed not unlike that of a manatee in general shape. It is interesting to note this fact, for the manatee is clearly an animal whose ancestors were less remotely terrestrial in habit. Finally, the characteristic flukes of the adult are acquired, but the argument which seems to conclude the matter is that in this same porpoise, coincidentally with the appearance of the lateral flanges of the tail, the supposed hind limbs, be it remembered, distinct traces of those same hind limbs are visible in their proper place, that is to say, considerably in front of the tail. If a further argument in the same direction be wanted, it is afforded by the analogy of the Ichthyosaurus. These aquatic reptiles have been lately discovered to have possessed a dorsal fin not unlike that of the whales, and a caudal fork, which, unlike that of the whales, was vertical in direction. Now the Ichthyosaurus had undoubted hind limbs, so that there can be no question of any correspondence here. The fact, therefore, that the whale's tail, unlike that of the fish, is at right angles to the axis of the body, and so far resembles the complex tail of the seal, is no argument, even from analogy, in favour of its having a limb-like character. The Ichthyosaurus has no more right to a tail than the whale, save by virtue of its being an aquatic creature. The tail is in both a secondary adaptation to the needs of their existence. We must look, as Dr. Kukenthal remarks, to the broad tail of the beaver for an analogy to the flukes of the whale. It is, however, somewhat astonishing to find that the whale, unlike the Ichthyosaurus, which is with equal certainty derived from a terrestrial ancestor, has transverse tail fins. Astonishing, since the universality of a vertical fin in fish seems to argue its greater use as a swimming organ. The only conclusion to which this question seems to lead is that reptiles that are not so thoroughly modified for an aquatic life as the Ichthyosaurus, and are yet largely or entirely aquatic, such as crocodiles and sea snakes, have a vertically compressed tail, while among mammals it is generally flattened from above downwards in such forms, instances of this being the beaver and the platypus. But this is not universal, only prevalent, for in the West African insectivore otter, Potamogale, we have a vertically compressed tail. It is possible that we may be justified in putting the question out of the category of a whale question by adopting the belief that whales have been derived from Sirenian-like ancestors. Perhaps the ingenious Ray was nearer the truth when he wrote that, quote, "In Cetaceous fishes the tail hath a different position from what it hath in all other fishes. For whereas in these it is erected perpendicular to the horizon, in them it lies parallel thereto, partly to supply the use of the hinder pair of fins which these creatures lack, and partly to raise and depress the body at pleasure. For it being necessary that these fishes should frequently ascend to the top of the water to breathe or take in and let out the air, it was fitting and convenient that they should be provided with an organ to facilitate their ascent and descent as they had occasion." There can indeed be no reasonable doubt but that this is an important function of the whale's tail. It remains under water for a long time, until the air taken in by respiration is exhausted. It must then rapidly ascend to the surface, perhaps from a great depth, to take in a fresh supply. An air-breathing creature must be in touch with the air. A powerful series of strokes with the flukes would cause it to ascend with great rapidity. But the Ichthyosaurus was also an air-breathing creature, at least so we must assume from its place in the class of reptiles. It is, of course, conceivable, even probable, that it may have possessed accessory respiratory organs in the shape of vascular fringes, such as certain aquatic tortoises have at the present day. But no doubt can exist as to the possession of lungs. Therefore the extinct fish lizard must also have come to the surface of the Cretaceous seas to spout. But its tail is fish-like in its verticalness, and if we are to suppose that it resembled the whale in its diving and ascending to the surface, it is difficult to understand how it is that the tail is not made after the best pattern for effecting such movements. As a matter of fact, it seems, according to Professor Ahlborn, that the Ichthyosaurus tail was suitable to a life of constant interchange between air and water, but in a different way from that of the whale. Dr. Ahlborn has remarked in a recent and highly interesting paper that the Ichthyosaurus and the shark stand in regard to their tail at the two opposite poles of aquatic creatures. They both possess what is termed in the fish a heterocercal tail. This kind of tail is marked by the fact that the backbone is continued into the edge of the actual tail fin, the upper edge in the case of the shark, the lower edge in the reptile, so that in both cases the bulk of the actual fin itself lies either above or below the strengthening bar of bones and cartilages. It is suggested that the epibaty or hypobaty of the tail corresponds to a different function in the two cases. In the shark, the movements of the body generally, and of the tail, would tend to move the fish downwards. In the hypobatous tail, the movements of the tail would raise it, and thus depress the head, and in consequence the direction of progression would be away from the air, a state of affairs which is precisely what the shark would want. On the other hand, the same movements of the epibatous tail would tend to direct the course of the reptile towards the surface of the water, so that, after all, the Ichthyosaurus has a tail which is as useful, or nearly so, for enabling its possessor to get quickly to the top of the water, as are the horizontal flukes of the whale. Dorsal fin. Most whales have a fin on the dorsal side of the body, nearer to the posterior than to the anterior end of the body. The resemblance of this fin to the similarly placed dorsal fin of fishes is obvious. It has even been asserted that there are two dorsal fins in some whales, but the existence of a second and of a fish-like anal fin seems to be purely mythical. This fin is especially analogous to the fatty fin of the salmonoid fishes. It is not, however, present in all whales. and when present is of very varying size. According to Kukenthal, the fin is not present in the young embryo of those whales which will eventually have a fin, but it is represented by a long dorsal fold reaching back to the flukes. This structure appears to persist in Monodon. The series of low irregular humps which take the place of the dorsal fin in the sperm whale may also be ascribable to the retention of an embryonic condition. In Delphinapterus and Neomeris, which are finless in the adult condition, there is simply a low ridge in the embryo. There is an ascending series in length of the dorsal fin when it is fully present, as in most Delphinidae, which culminates in Orca, where the fin is so large as to sometimes lie over at the top to one side. So high and pointed is the dorsal fin of this fierce cetacean that it has been figured as a sharp horn capable of sticking into the body of the whalebone whale, which this creature persecutes. The function of the dorsal fin seems to be that of a balancing organ, and it is important to notice that it is at its largest in the swift and carnivorous Orca. Dr. Murray is inclined to see in the dorsal fin a representative of the hump or humps of the camels and zebu. Such evidence as there is of the existence of two dorsal fins consists in the first place of some observations made by Messrs. Quoy and Gramour during the voyage of the French ship Irénée. The testimony of such observers must not be lightly rejected. It will be better to leave them to tell their own tale. Quote, "In the month of October, 1819, going from the Sandwich Islands to New South Wales, we saw in latitude 5.28 N a number of dolphins performing their rapid evolutions round the ship. Everybody on board was surprised to see, as we did, on the forehead a horn or fin curved backwards, similar to that upon the back. The size of the animals was about double that of the common porpoise, and the upper surface, as far as the dorsal fin, was spotted black and white. We carefully examined these dolphins for the whole time that they accompanied us, but although they passed close enough to touch the prow of our corvette, having the highest part of the body out of the water, their head was so deeply plunged below the surface that Monsieur Arago, the draughtsman of the expedition, and we ourselves were unable to distinguish whether the snout was long or short." End quote. They called this animal le dauphin rhinocéros. The relation of these gentlemen gains support from some observations of Rafinesque, who recorded a dolphin from the Sicilian coast, also with two dorsal fins, and which he named Mungatore. Further than this, Mr. Couch was informed that a dolphin with two dorsal fins had been observed in April, 1857, on the coast of Cornwall. These dolphins, or whatever they were, must, however, remain problematical for the time being. But there is clearly a case which cannot be absolutely ignored, and there is no inherent improbability, especially when we remember the series of low humps upon the back of the cachalot. End of section 2. Recording by Sally Sharp of SoundsSharp.com.
Section 3 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 1, Part 2. The pectoral fin. The flippers of the whale correspond, of course, to the anterior pair of limbs in other vertebrates. Whales have only the rudiments of posterior appendages. The limbs vary much in length and shape, being sometimes rounder and sometimes longer and narrower. The tip may or may not be curved round the appendage, in the former case acquiring a falcate form. The limbs of whales do not seem to be much used for progression. They are rather used as balancers, and thus resemble the anterior fins of fishes. Scoresby studied the action of the fins through a telescope, and came to the conclusion that they were balancers, and besides, when a whale is dead it heels over on to the side, a fact which seems to be a further proof that this is the function of the flippers. The superficial likeness of the whale's flippers to the fish fin has been mentioned. It is excitingly interesting to find that there are deeper seated likenesses. These are of course coupled with essential similarities to the hand of the Mammalia, and by comparing the two series of facts with each other, and with a fact derived from the study of other aquatic creatures, such as the seals on the one hand, and aquatic reptiles, such as Ichthyosaurus, on the other, it seems possible to extricate characters that are due to the aquatic mode of life. It will be necessary, however, to preface the description of the actual facts in the structure of whales, with which we are concerned in the present chapter, with a brief account of the essential likenesses and the essential unlikenesses between the fins of fishes and the limbs of higher vertebrates. The fins of fishes consist of a number of cartilaginous pieces arranged in rows, of which the proximal 1 to 4 are larger than the rest, and articulate with the shoulder girdle or the pelvic girdle, as the case may be. The cartilaginous or bony pieces are continued on at their ends by the horny fin rays, which extend to the end of the fin. The number and arrangements of these various cartilages or bones is naturally subject to some differences in different fishes. It is not our object, however, here to do more than to call attention to the essential features in which the fins of fishes differ from the limbs of the vertebrates which lie higher on the scale. The fish fin is termed the Ichthyopoterigium, to distinguish it from the limbs of all vertebrates higher than the fishes, which possess what is called the Chiropterigium. The actual facts of difference are these. The Chiropterigium, or hand-like limb, always consists of a proximal bone, the humerus or femur, which alone articulates with the shoulder girdle or pelvic girdle. This is followed by two bones, the radius and ulna, in the hind limb, the tibia and fibula. After this follows the carpus or tarsus, composed of varying number of small bones or cartilages. Then follow the fingers or toes, composed of varying number of bones. There are never more than 5 fully developed fingers or toes, and often there are less, but rudiments of 1 or 2 additional digits are believed to be represented by certain supplementary bones at the side of the first and of the last digit. In the Ichthyopterygium or fish fin there is no such clear distinction into the several regions which characterize the Chiropterygium. The whole limb is shorter, and often 2 or more pieces articulate with a limb girdle. The distal cartilages are generally more numerous than 5, but they are not so much subdivided as they are in the Chiropterygium, into a series of pieces following one another. It is not possible in the Ichthyopterygium to recognize clearly the several regions of the Chiropterygium: arm, forearm, wrist, digits. Now there are 2 points in which the whale's hand and arm have come to be slightly modified in the direction of the Ichthyopterygium. In the first place, the distinction between hand and arm is commencing to vanish. The proportions between the bones is not so unequal as in typical mammals. The radius and ulna are short bones, and there is less distinction between the bones of the carpus and ensuing metacarpus than is seen in the terrestrial mammals. This modification, however, has not gone very far. As may be seen from the drawing on page 25, it is still perfectly easy to distinguish the several elements of which the arm is made up. It follows from this that the hand proper is larger in comparison with the arm than it is in terrestrial mammals. This is precisely what is found in the Ichthyopterygium. We may regard perhaps the larger cartilages which articulate with the shoulder girdle as corresponding with the humerus, radius, and ulna. The commencing disappearance of marks of distinction between the different elements of the arm is, of course, correlated with the absence of a differentiation of function between its several parts. A broad fin, like that of a fish and of a whale, would be as efficient if there were an absolute similarity between its several cartilages as if there were a differentiation. The second point of likeness is not shown in all whales. In Beluga, however, the last finger is divided into 2 fingers, incompletely it is true, but still the division is plain enough. This is a step in the direction of the polydactylous fin of the fish. In no whale, however, is this feature of resemblance shown to a greater extent. Together with these points of likeness, not numerous or strong, it must be admitted are obvious points of difference. The increased surface of the whale's paddle, desirable in an organ used as a fin, is effected in a different way from the fin of a fish. In the whale the area is increased not much by multiplication of the fingers, but by their spreading out in a divergent fashion, so as to require a larger skin area, and by the increase of their length caused by the reduplication of the finger bones. The phenomenon known as hyperphalangy is usually in whales. The typical mammalian foot or hand is composed of digits which have but 3 phalanges, the thumb indeed possessing but 2. In whales the number of phalanges may reach so great a number as 17. In the fish fin, on the contrary, the required area is obtained, firstly by the multiplication of rays, and secondly by the continuation of the fin as an expansion supported by the horny or calcified fin rays, which have nothing to do with the cartilages of the fin, but are exoskeletal structures. Rarely, as in the batoid fishes (Skates), the cartilages of the fins increase and the horny fin rays disappear. The closest analogy with the whales is offered by those extinct aquatic reptiles, the Ichthyosauria. Like the whales, they are clearly to be derived from terrestrial reptiles. There is no suggestion that is at all tenable that they have sprung separately on their own account from fishes. Their hand is still further advanced than is that of the whale, but along the same lines. There are, it is true, only 5 fingers, of which the last is split into 2, so far resembling the whales, but the number of phalanges is great in all these fingers. Not only is the hyperphalange of the ichthyosaurian manus more pronounced than is that of the Cetacea, but the individual elements are less separable by their distinctive characters. A recognizable humerus is followed by a series of bones which can hardly be classified into radius and ulna, carpus and metacarpus, by their position and relations, so much alike are they in general appearance. But it must be noted that the number of phalanges in any given digit is not greater than what is to be met with among the whales. This, observes Professor Kukenthal, is a case of convergence, of which no better example could be imagined. In two groups of animals so remote in the vertebrate series as are the whales and Ichthyosaurus, we have a modification into a paddle which has proceeded along precisely the same lines, only carried further in the reptile than the mammal. It will now be interesting to inquire to what degree the limbs of other aquatic animals that have been derived from terrestrial ancestors resemble the fins of the whales. We naturally turn first of all to the Sirenia and to the seals and sea lions. In comparing the pectoral limb of the whales with the Ichthyopterygium and with the paddle of the Ichthyosaurus, it was unnecessary to point out the absence of nails upon the former, for the presence or absence of these structures does not bear upon the question of comparison in the two cases. But the absence of nails must be mentioned in comparing the whale's flippers with the limbs of the manatees and sea lions, for the more perfect adaptation of the whales to an aquatic existence has led to the total disappearance in the adult of all traces of nails upon the digits. But Dr. Kukenthal has found rudiments of these structures in the foetus, as has also Liebach. These structures consist of thickening of the epidermis, which is situated above the last phalanx. Now, in the sea lions and seals, nails are very well developed, but they do not lie at the extremities of the digits to which they belong. They are situated some way in the front of the point, and the limb is continued beyond them as a cartilaginous rod, not divided up into separate phalanges. It seems, therefore, that this cartilaginous continuation, superadded to the bony phalanges which lie on the proximal side of it, can have nothing to do with the hyperphalangy of the whales. But the explanation or attempted explanation of hyperphalangy is a matter which will be treated of presently. As to the Manatee, nails are present or absent, evidently therefore on the wane, as might be expected in marine, or at least aquatic animals, which have been longer denizens of the rivers and sea than have the sea lions. Longer in all probability, that is to say, since their adaptation to the aquatic life is more complete. Manatus inunguis is so named on the account of total absence of nails upon the hands. This has happened noted by several writers, and there can be no doubt about the matter. Now it is precisely in the group of the Sirenia that hyperphalangy is also met with, but to a very small extent, nothing like what we find among the whales. Finally, among the Amphibia the same phenomenon is met with, so that the occurrence of hyperphalangy may, as it seems, be fairly set down to the need for an increased surface of hand to form a competent paddle. A very singular fact about this hyperphalangy in the whales is the existence of more numerous phalanges in the young than in the adult. Thus in Phocana communis the phalangeal formula of an embryo 7 cm long is 1, 3, 2, 8, 3, 9, 4, 5, 5, 4 of an adult. 2, 8, 6, 4, 2 are the figures. This looks as if the adaptation to an aquatic life had, as it were, at first overshot the mark, the reduction taking place later, that the creatures started with too ample a provision for its needs to be later curtailed. Or, indeed, it seems more likely that the pectoral fin was originally a swimming organ and is now reduced to a mere balancer. The degenerating muscles argue the same way. The hand muscles of Balænoptera musculus are in all four. On the exterior side, i.e. the back of the hand, is a single extensor, the extensor communis digitorum. This has a short muscular head arising between the radius and ulna. It soon passes into tendon, and on the wrist divided into 4 tendons, one for each finger. On the opposite side of the hand are 3 muscles. 2 of these, the flexor profundis digitorum and the flexor longus pollicis, join together by their tendon and then split up into 4 tendons for the 4 digits. The fourth muscle is the flexor carpi ulnaris. It runs from the ulna to the pisiform bone in the wrist. We should therefore consider the pectoral fin as an organ which has undergone a change of function. Originally a paddle, large size, mainly brought about by hyperphalangy, was necessary to it. The assumption of this function by the tail led to a reduction in the hand, which has progressed very much further in some whales than in others. Hind limb. Traces of a hind limb have been found in many whales. It is possibly represented in all, but it has not been discovered in a good many. Of all whales whose structure is known best, the hind limb is less reduced in Balsena mysticetus. This is rather a curious fact in view of the usual opinion that the right whale, and indeed the whalebone whales, generally are the most modified of existing Cetacea. Nevertheless, in that whale there is a single bone representing the pelvis, and there are in addition small pieces of a bone or cartilage which correspond respectively to the femur and to the tibia. The femur is ossified in some 4 to 9 inches in length. The tibia is only cartilaginous. In the rorquals there is an instructive series of stages in the reduction of the hind limb. In Balænoptera musculus the femur is represented by a spherical bony nodule, first discovered by Sir William Flower in B. borealis and B. nostrata. No traces of a femur appear to exist. The actual limb itself does not appear to be represented in the toothed whales. It is the general view that the curved bone, which is all that is left of the actual pelvis, is the homologue of only one of 3 bones, out of which each half of the pelvis is formed in terrestrial mammals. It is considered to be equivalent of the ischium mainly on the account of certain muscles which are attached to it. Added to this, stress has been laid on the fact that it ossifies from one centre only, and not from three, as might have been the case were it the equivalent of three bones, ilium, ischium, and pubis, which constitute the normal mammalian pelvis. Professor Delage has ingeniously argued in favour of the theory that the single bone of the Cetacea represents the entire series in the ordinary mammals. The continuity of the partly bony, partly cartilaginous mass is not necessarily fatal to the view, for where there are three separate bones, not to mention the small cotyloid, the cartilage which they replace is at first perfectly continuous mass, and as to the appearance of but one centre of ossification in this mass, which gradually invades the whole, or nearly the whole, it may be that prolonged investigation will show that there are other ossifications, and in any case it might be that the whole mass being so reduced had only room, so to speak, for one centre of ossification. In any case there is a considerable superficial similarity between the small pelvis of Balænoptera and the fully developed pelvis of other mammals. There is a forward extension suggestive of an ilium, a downward process which might do duty for a pubis, and hollow in the middle of the bone, which is not at all unlike the glenoid cavity. In this, indeed, rudimentary femur is lodged. The question is interesting as a general example of what happens when reduction through degeneration takes place. We shall recur to it presently, and in the meantime deal with one or two other points in the structure of the hind limb. In Balænoptera musculus the rudimentary femur is attached to the pelvis by two ligaments, one anterior and the other posterior. In these ligaments rudiments of muscle appear in the shape of a few fibres. The actual correspondence of these muscles with those of terrestrial mammals depends, of course, on what view is taken of the homologies of ischium. If the pelvis is simply an ischium, then the arrangement of the bands of ligament would seem to show that of all femur left is the great trochanter, a process of that bone particularly well developed in many mammals. In Balcena mysticetus there are three recognizable slips of muscle. End of section 3. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 4 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 1, Part 3. Hair. One of the most universal definitions of the Mammalia is the possession of hairy covering. No other animals have any epidermal structures which are strictly comparable to hairs, and hairs are present in almost all mammals. The whales, indeed, are the only exception to the universality of this statement, and they are, after all, only a partial exception. The white whale (Beluga) and the narwhal (Monodon) appear never to possess any hairs, either as adults or foetuses. But in many other species Hairs have been found to persist in the adult condition, sometimes in diminished numbers. In others there are hairs in the foetus, but none in the adult animal. These hairs are, however, entirely limited, in every case, to the jaw region, and are so few that they can be, and have been, counted. Thus in the common porpoise there are but two on each side in the foetus. The adult Balaenoptera borealis has, according to Dr. Collett, 26. Some additional facts will be found below in the systematic part of the present volume. The most noteworthy point, however, about these hairs, next to the scarcity of them, is the fact that they seem to be in all cases rudimentary. A careful investigation of the structure of the skin has shown Dr. Kukenthal that the hairs of whales are entirely without those small glands associated with the hairs in other mammals, and secreting an oily matter for the lubrication of the hairs. These sebaceous glands, as they are termed, are not found in Cetacea at all. Their absence clearly denotes a degeneration in the hairs. Now the question arises, is this loss of hair a matter of aquatic life? Is it in any way connected with their aquatic existence, or has it some other explanation? The usual view, of course, is that the hair is absent as not necessary to an aquatic animal. The use of hair is largely that of retaining the heat of the body. The loss of the heat in whales is prevented by the thick covering of blubber as well as by the thickness of the skin itself. Thus a hairy covering would be unnecessary and perhaps even in the way, though this is not so clear. For whales, as a rule, do not swim very fast, and many hairy creatures, like the otter, do swim with considerable rapidity. The whales are the most purely aquatic of all mammals, and they are undoubtedly the least hairy. There seems, therefore, to be some connection between the two facts. But it must be borne in mind that in the seals and sea lions there is an outer coating of fat, and yet the hair is retained, particularly, of course, in the species which furnish the sealskin of commerce, and which possesses a soft, thick underfur as well as a coating of coarser hairs. Among aquatic mammals, however, there appears to be an undoubted tendency to lose the hairy coverings. Among the sea lions some do not possess the soft underfur which makes the pelages of their allies so valuable. The hair is with them apparently becoming reduced. Then we have the Sirenia, Manatee, Dugong, in which the hair has almost disappeared. The walrus is another case in point, and so is the hippopotamus. But the latter instance is suggestive of another possible reason for the loss of the hairy covering in the whales. There are several ungulate types which have gradually got less hairy in the course of their evolution. The elephants of to day contrast by their almost naked skin with the mammoth of the Pleistocene. The modern rhinoceros is hardly more hairy, except, indeed, the Sumatran species, while there was, contemporary with the mammoth, the hairy rhinoceros. Another division of the ungulates shows the same tendency. In the pig tribe we have the largely hairless Babirusa, as well as the hippopotamus already referred to. It is conceivable, therefore, that we have in the whales an exaggeration of an ungulate tendency, and there are some who would derive the whales from an ungulate ancestry, as we will be pointing out in more detail in a future chapter. There is yet another possible explanation of the hairless condition of the whale tribe. Whales are at present smooth-skinned animals. A few exceptions will be dealt with on another page. But there is evidence which will be gone into on the page quoted that the ancestors of whales had dermal scutes forming an armature comparable to that of such a creature as the armadillo. Now in that animal the hairs have become reduced. They have been replaced by the scales, and there is no room for them except between the scutes. If the view be correct that the ancestral whales were creatures clothed with scutes, it is easy to see how the nude condition of the modern whales has been arrived at, for the original hairy covering would have been destroyed by the appearance of the scutes, and when these latter disappeared the hair would not reappear. At any rate, that is a legitimate assumption. It must not, therefore, be assumed off-hand that the absence of hairy covering in whales is a simple question of their aquatic life. Dermal skeleton. In smooth-skinned creatures like whales, without anything more than at most a vestige of the original mammalian hairy covering, it may appear at first somewhat unnecessary to devote a section to a subject with such a title as that selected to head the present page. Nevertheless, the interesting fact is true that in two whales, at any rate among living forms, considerable traces of a dermal armature exist, which seems to be fairly interpretable as a remnant of what seems to have been a more extensive armature of a similar kind in certain of the extinct Zeuglodonts. Some years ago, in 1865, the late Dr. Gray described from the shores of Margate a porpoise which he regarded as new, and described under the name Phocana tuberculifera, on account of the fact that it possessed a series of spines on the upper edge of the dorsal fin. Dr. Gray was not then aware that the same character occurs in the common porpoise, that it had been noted so long ago as Pliny. The common porpoise, in fact, is marked by this character, as is also Phocana spinipinnis of Burmeister, and the allied, if not identical, genus Neomeris phocanoides. The latter animal has a more extensive series of these tubercles, which have been fully described by Dr. Kukenthal. There are several rows of them running along the back. This genus has no dorsal fin. From not far behind the head to a point not remote from the commencement of the tail. In Phocana spinipinnis there are more numerous tubercles than in P. communis, present on the back as well as on the front margin of the dorsal fin. Dr. Kukenthal has pointed out that these tubercles are especially large comparatively and obvious in the embryos of Neomeris, an important fact in view of the inheritance from a more completely armoured ancestor. These tubercles have a form which is indicated in the accompanying figure, that is figure 7. There is more especially roughened area in the centre of each. The general outline is squarish. As will be also seen in the figure, these structures are by no means unlike scales. But the term scale is one which is often used in more than one sense. It is necessary to inquire as to what kind of scales these integumental tubercles of the porpoises are to be likened to. The scales of a lizard or a snake are simply horny thickenings of the epidermis. They are, therefore, not at all comparable to the scales of such a fish as the perch or pike, where the scales are calcified plates produced in the dermis lying below the epidermis. In other fishes, such as the sharks and rays, the scales are calcified structures produced by the joint activity of both epidermis and dermis. Professor Kukenthal discovered that the rudimentary scales of the common porpoise are calcified, and that the calcification is only met with in the dermis. It follows, therefore, that the rudimentary dorsal armature of the porpoise is comparable to the skin plates of an armadillo, to compare it with an animal that is nearer to it in the series than any type of reptile or fish. Now, although these structures are much reduced in the common porpoise, they are not really absolutely limited to the anterior margin of the fin as had been thought, for Professor Kukenthal made the important observation that here and there scattered over the general body surface, on the ventral as well as on the dorsal side, were similar, but rather more rudimentary tubercles. It thus appears a fair conclusion that we have to deal here with a creature which has descended from an armoured ancestor, such as an armadillo. By this supposition it is of course not meant that the whales are the offspring of creatures exactly like the armadillo, or even referable to the same group of mammals, the Edentata, which includes that form. It is merely meant to suggest that their ancestors were as completely armoured as the armadillo. Nor is this a mere theory. It seems to be an undoubted fact that a fossil whale called by Johannes Müller Delphinopsis freyeri has its body covered in many regions with small, closely set tubercles. These tubercles are described as being harder than stone, and they must be comparable to the comparatively feeble tubercles which the descendants of this whale and its allies have retained to day. The blow hole. The blow hole or the blow holes, where there are two separate orifices, of the whale are of course its nostrils. They are situated on the top of the head, as a rule, some way behind the front of the head, except in the sperm whale. This is in accordance with the aquatic life. We see such diverse types as the crocodile and the hippopotamus, analogous arrangements of the nostrils, which allow of the animal coming to the surface to breathe, and at the same time exposing the minimum of its person to possible enemies. The blowing or spouting of a whale is, of course, the act of expiration. It takes place as the whale reaches the surface, or just before, after an immersion more or less prolonged. But the real nature of this process has received more than one false interpretation. Milton wrote, and probably many believe with him at the present day, of the whale who at his gills draws in, and at his trunk spouts out a sea. Olaus Magnus figures the spouting of a very large whale as a means of offence. His cut represents what may be a sperm whale, maybe by reason of the teeth in the lower jaw only. A quite unnecessary frill of spines surrounds the head. But there are two sprouts which overwhelm a ship whose bulwarks the whale has seized in his jaws. The Physeter, observes the writer, whose Latin we attempt to translate, raises itself above the masts of the ships and belches forth draughts of ocean from its blow holes in such a way that it overwhelms with this rainy cloud even the strongest ships, or exposes the sailors to the greatest danger. The older naturalists, including the Archbishop from whom we have just quoted, regarded the blow holes as apertures additional to the nostrils. According to Professor Kukenthal, It was the celebrated anatomist and embryologist Carl von Baer who in 1826 first showed clearly from anatomical considerations that the whale could not spout forth a volume of sea water. The water which does actually leave the blow hole is simply the breath of the creature condensed, mingled often with a little of the surface water of the sea which the whale disturbs by commencing the act of expiration when still a little way beneath the surface of the water. Rapp, however, deservedly considered an authority upon the Cetacea, went back to the earlier view, and held that the spouting was a means of getting rid of abundant water taken in with the food. After this date there were recurrences to the correct view and again lapses therefrom. There is now no doubt about the matter at all. As to the actual structure of the blow holes, there are some important facts which must be dealt with, though briefly. The internal part of the nose in a man and in other mammals serves an olfactory as well as a respiratory function. The sense of smell is there located. In the whales this sense, as is evinced by the structure of the brain, is rudimentary or absent, and the nostrils therefore have but one function to perform, i.e. that of taking in and expelling respiratory air. Mousley "Notes of a Naturalist on the Challenger" describes the blowing of a humpback which followed the Challenger for several days in the South Pacific. The appearance of a whale's spout as seen from the level of the sea is very different from that which it has when seen from the deck of a ship. It appears so much higher, and shoots up into the air like a fountain discharged from a very fine rose. The whale, of course, in reality does not discharge water, but only its breath. This, however, in rushing up into the air, hot from the animal's body, has its moisture condensed to form a sort of rain, and the colder the air, just as in the case of our own breath, the more marked the result. When the spout is made with the blow hole clear above the surface of the water, it appears like a sudden jet of steam from a boiler. When effected, as it sometimes is, before the blow hole reaches the surface, a low fountain, as from a street fire plug, is formed, and when the hole is close to the surface, at the moment a little water is sent up with a tall jet of steam. The cloud blown up does not disappear at once, but hangs a little while, and is often seen to drift a short distance with the wind. The expiratory sound is very loud when heard close by, and is a sort of deep bass snort, extremely loud and somewhat prolonged. It might even be compared to the sound produced by the rushing of steam at high pressure from a large pipe. End of section 4. Recording by Mike Botes.
Section 5 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Collie McMahon. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 2. Some Internal Structures. Part 1. Vertebral Column. The series of bones which constitute the vertebral column or backbone in the whales offer a number of peculiarities distinctive of the group. Like all other mammals, with inconsiderable exceptions manatee, sloth the neck vertebrae are but 7 in all, but in the whales these vertebrae are very generally partially or entirely fused together, the degree of fusion also varying from species to species. Hand in hand with this melting together of the vertebrae goes a thinning of the actual vertebrae themselves, so that the neck region of the Cetacea is excessively short. They are the shortest necked of all mammals. It is, however, important to emphasize the fact that the mysterious and perfect number 7, which characterizes all mammals, with the very few exceptions already noted, is preserved in these exceedingly short-necked creatures. It is by a reduction of the individual vertebrae, not by a dropping out of one or more in the series, that the neck is reduced in length. At first sight it is tempting to put down the remarkable consolidation of these neck vertebrae to the necessity for holding up the heavy head of the great whales. And it is undoubtedly a fact that in the right whales and in the huge-headed Physeter these peculiarities are seen in as exaggerated a form as anywhere. On the other hand, we must set against this the fact that in the great Rorquals there is usually a freedom between these vertebrae, which in some species is complete. A further consideration of the variations in the degree of fusion between the cervical vertebrae seems to point to the conclusion that the peculiarity is one which is, as it were, gaining ground. For the Platanistidae, which some other considerations lead us to regard as among the most primitive of existing cetaceans, have all these vertebrae quite free. Between this extremity and that offered by the right whales are almost every possible step in the fusion of the individual bones. Some, for instance, have 2, 3, etc. fused and the rest free. In fact, it seems difficult to explain this anomalous state of affairs by any adaptation to a particular need. Nor is it possible to seek for any explanation of the peculiarity by looking for its occurrence in any possible allies of the whales. If it were suggested that the Sirenia are creatures which are, so to speak, on the way to become whales, which connect the whales with the terrestrial ungulates, it might be urged that here, at any rate, is a trace of the same fusion of the neck vertebrae, for in the Manatee 2 of these vertebrae are thus fused. But we have, on the same hand, the Armadillos, where the same thing precisely occurs. And even in another group of vertebrates altogether, the Hornbill offers an example of a bird in which 2 of the cervical vertebrae are fused. We shall deal presently with some facts in which the Dugongs and Manatees resemble the whales, but this view of the relationships of the whales is not one which at the present day commends itself to naturalists. It is a curious fact, however, that one of the most remarkable peculiarities of one of these Sirenia, the Manatee, i.e. the dropping of one cervical vertebra already referred to, is hinted at in certain whales. The late Dr. Gray used as a specific, and even as a generic, character the fact that in some whales the first rib is a double structure, looking like 2 ribs melted together, and that one part of this double rib is attached to the last cervical vertebra. This looks like a commencing dropping out of the last cervical vertebra from its own proper series. It has been partly, at any rate, transferred to the ensuing dorsal row. Another Sirenian feature in the cervical vertebrae of the whales is the slenderness of the cervical series. This is seen, not in the Manatee, but in the recently extinct Rhytina of Bering Straits. In that animal, however, the vertebrae are not in the least degree fused. In all mammals, with the exception of the whales, the atlas is peculiar in that its centrum has broken loose and has attached itself to the following vertebrae, the axis or epistopheus, from whose centrum it projects as the odontoid process. In whales, as a rule, this process is entirely wanting, but it is a significant fact that the most considerable rudiments of it exist in Platanista and among the Platanistidae, upon whose probably basal position among the Cetacea we have already commented. The dorsal vertebrae among these animals are of course those which bear ribs, and their number varies much from species to species or from genus to genus. 9 to 16 are the limits of variation. The curious divergences in the mode of articulation of the ribs serve to divide the Cetacea, and under the description of the sperm whale, the Inia, and some other types, the differences are dealt with. It has been pointed out that the Cetacea differ from the Sirenia by the fact that the latter have but few lumbar vertebrae, while in the Cetacea these same vertebrae are very numerous. But in Inia there are only 3, a number which is repeated in the Manatee. In this connection it is interesting to recall the fact that in Rhytina, the most cetacean of the Sirenia, the lumbar region has increased to 6 vertebrae. As the pelvis is so rudimentary a structure, it is not surprising to find that there is no sacrum. No lumbar vertebrae are fused to make the complex and firm mass of bone which in terrestrial creatures supports the arch of the hind limbs. As there is no sacrum, it would seem at first a little difficult to define the commencement of the caudal series of vertebrae. Practically there is a difficulty, owing to the frequent incompleteness of skeletons in museums. But theoretically there is none, since the first caudal is provided below with a V-shaped appendage of bone, the intercentrum or chevron bone. Professor Delage has also pointed out that in Balænoptera musculus, at any rate, the lumbar series is defined by the termination opposite to the last one of the abdominal cavity. In terrestrial mammals there is not, as a rule, much give in the backbone. They cannot wriggle their bodies to any great extent. The reason for this is clearly the desirability of a firm support for the limbs by which locomotion is effected. This is brought about not only by the fusion of the vertebrae in the region of attachment of the hind limbs to form the sacrum already mentioned, but elsewhere in the series the successive vertebrae are locked together by special joints, which, allowing of a certain amount of movement, curtail that movement within very narrow bounds. In some edentate animals (ant-eaters, sloth), these usual joints are increased by the presence of supplementary articulations between successive vertebrae, which renders the backbone of the creatures in question a much more rigid rod than it is in the majority of mammals. Now to the whale an eminently flexible backbone is obviously a desideratum. It moves mainly by powerful strokes of the tail, and of the hind part of the body generally. Hence we find that the interlocking joints, the zygapophyses as they are technically termed, are much reduced, and indeed do not exist at all in the hinder part of the series, where their presence would interfere with the necessary undulations of body by means of which the whale forces its way through the water. Furthermore, a large development of the discs of fibrous tissue which lie between the centra of the vertebrae adds efficiency to this important part of the whale's skeleton. It is interesting to note that in Platanista, so frequently referred to as an archaic type of cetacean, the interlocking of the vertebrae is much more marked than in other forms. The sternum. All whales possess a sternum or breastbone, but the form of this bone, or series of bones as it actually is in many forms, varies, and the variations concern us in the present chapter, inasmuch as they bear upon the broad lines of modification which these aquatic mammals have undergone in their gradual change and adaptation to a life in the ocean. The typical mammalian breastbone consists of a number of separate pieces of bone, often spoken of as sternebrae, and forming a row along the middle line of the breast. Between each of these separate bones is inserted a rib. The number of pieces out of which the sternum is formed is sometimes very large. As many as 14 elements occur in the sloth, Colobus, for example. Among the toothed whales the sternum shows what we must regard from a comparison with land mammals as the most primitive conditions. In Berardius, for example, the sternum consists of 5 pieces placed end to end, and these bear facets for 6 ribs. A very interesting feature of this sternum is to be seen in the fact that it is not only distinctly bifid behind, but that it is also somewhat incomplete in the middle line, gaps being left in the dried skeleton, from which probably pieces of cartilage have dropped out. Now the interest of what seems to be a mere detail of anatomy is this: the sternum of mammals is developed from a fusion between the lower ends of the growing ribs. It is at first in 2 longitudinal pieces, and the ossification, the conversion into bone, of this cartilage is also double, paired centers of the deposition of bony matter appearing. Thus in Berardius and in other forms, distinct traces of the original paired state of affairs are left. In other toothed whales, the number of pieces composing the sternum is reduced. In Mesoplodon there may be only 4, and in the sperm whale there are but 3 pieces. Moreover, in this latter whale the double character of the sternum is especially obvious. 2 of the 3 pieces out of which it is composed are paired bones, while the last shows some indications of a longitudinal division into 2. A further shortening of the sternum is exhibited in the cachalot by the fact that there are only 4 ribs which reach it. These 3 types of cetaceans seem to show that there has been a progressive shortening of the sternum. But the facts are not, it is hardly necessary to point out, conclusive as a demonstration of this probability. More certain evidence is afforded by the actual stages of development of the breastbone of the common porpoise. In this whale the actual proportions of the sternum during growth to the adult condition have been found to lessen in a marked fashion, which leaves no doubt that here at least the sternum is a part of the skeleton which is shrinking. The extreme of the shrinkage of the sternum is realized in the whalebone whales, in which we have seen, and shall see, so many grounds for regarding as in many respects the most modified of whales. In these animals the sternum is reduced to a single piece which is heart-shaped in the Balena australis, and sometimes cross-shaped in the rorquals. More generally it has in these latter cetaceans the form of a T. With the sternum in these whales articulates but one pair of ribs, the first. It is a matter of interest to inquire into the exact nature of this simple bone, which is all that is left of the sternum in the Mystacoceti. In many mammals the sternum in the adult is no more than a single solid bone. But here the apparent simpleness of the sternum is due to the co-ossification of originally separate elements. The articulation of several pairs of ribs is a clue to the number of these elements. Now, as in the right whale and the rorquals but one pair of ribs articulates with the small sternum, we should infer that it is the front piece of the sternum, that piece which has been fancifully termed the manubrium, the handle of the sword-shaped sternum. It may be remarked here that the end piece of the sternum is generally called the processus ensiformis or ensiform piece, thus completing the analogy derived from the comparison with the sword. It is extremely important to notice that there is evidence here, too, that the shortening of the sternum has really taken place, and that comparatively recently. In the first place, Sir William Turner found that in that giant among giants, the huge rorqual Balænoptera sibbaldii, a second piece of sternum identified by him with the ensiform cartilage, or xiphisternum as it is sometimes called, and, in the second place, the well-known cetologist, the late Professor Eschricht of Copenhagen, found in a whalebone whale that a fibrous band arising from the end of the sternum was attached to the second and third ribs. This is clearly a rudiment of a posterior prolongation of the sternum. The question now becomes pressing. Is this shortening of the sternum a character of whales unconnected with anything in particular, or is it related to the aquatic life? The answer to this question is to be derived from 2 sources. We have first the argument from analogy. We can consider how far, if at all, the same kind of change has gone on in other aquatic creatures. The seals and sea lions do not help us in the very least, but then it must be borne in mind that they are comparatively recent inhabitants of the water. The Sirenia, on the other hand, offer us a precisely similar series of stages. The Morskaya korova, Steller's sea cow, or Rhytina gigas, had 5 pairs of ribs reaching the sternum, the dugong of eastern seas but 4, while in the manatee the ribs are reduced to 3 pairs. The sternum, too, in these animals is naturally reduced in correspondence with the failing attachment of the ribs. But it is somewhat contradictory to bear in mind that the first 2 genera, the least modified as regards ribs, have a crescentric tail more like that of whales, while in other particulars referred to on other pages, Rhytina is more whale-like than either of its congeners. To go to quite another group, to which we have often had occasion to refer in dwelling upon the peculiarities of whales, the ichthyosaurians were devoid of a sternum, at least of an ossified one, and the same statement holds good for the plesiosaurs. There would seem, therefore, to be some connection between the aquatic life and an absent or rudimentary sternum. Dr. Müller, however, would answer the question, which we asked some lines above, in another fashion. He is of the opinion that the whalebone whales breathe more with the thoracic musculature and less with the diaphragm than do the toothed whales. The diaphragm in them is not so purely muscular an organ as it is in those toothed whales in which it has been examined. Hence the greater part of the exertions requisite for inspiration are thrown upon the muscles of the trunk. The freedom of the ribs and a consequent shortening of the sternum is favorable to this supposed increased activity. It is also ingeniously suggested by the same authority that the whalebone whales, pursuing as they do minute prey instead of the comparatively large cuttlefish eaten by the bulk of the toothed whales, have to remain longer under water before they can obtain a sufficient supply of their food. The freedom of the ribs, etc., not only allows of a greater extensibility of the alimentary canal, but a greater expansion of the lungs, and in consequence a greater indraft of air. Whatever may be the explanation, however, the facts are as stated. The skull. The most obvious and the most remarkable feature of the whale's skull is its asymmetry in the toothed whales. So unintelligible does this aberration from what is normal in mammals appear to be, that it has even been suggested that the peculiarity was originally a pathological state of affairs caused by injury, and that a one-sided face has been the consequent inheritance. One associates symmetry with vertebrate animals, and so especially with aquatic ones swimming head foremost through the water, that symmetry would seem to be their most necessary attribute. It must be borne in mind, however, that the asymmetry is not nearly so apparent in the head when clothed with flesh. But the sperm whale is markedly asymmetrical in the single S-shaped blowhole. This absence of symmetry in the skull affects especially the premaxillae and the nasals. The latter, indeed, are often reduced to a single very small bone. There is one toothed whale in which the asymmetry of the skull is not so hard to understand. That is, of course, the narwhal, with its one, rarely two, tusk projecting in front. This one-sided development could be readily imagined as having affected to a considerable degree the neighboring parts of the skull. But we cannot assume that other toothed whales are the offspring of narwhal-like forms, though it is certainly true that the narwhal is in some respects a primitive whale. It is easier to say that the asymmetry, being as it is chiefly developed in the regions of the blowholes, has something to do with those structures, than to find any adequate reason for connecting the two. Footnote: Of course, the unsymmetrical head of the flatfish is not in any way comparable. In those fishes, it is related to the fact that the sides of the body are used as dorsal and ventral surface respectively. End of footnote. Seen from the ventral surface, the whale's skull is quite symmetrical. This is the case even with Kogia and Physeter, which are the most asymmetrical of whales above. It is important to note that in the fetus the asymmetry is less marked than in the adult. This leads us to the conclusion that the singular deformity of the head which characterizes the toothed whales is, at least comparatively speaking, a new development. The whale's skull also offers us an excellent instance of how great a departure from the typical appearance of an organ may be produced without any real change in its structure. There are no bones in the skull that are not found in other mammals, and none of the bones found in other mammals are wanting. And yet the skull as a whole departs widely in general appearance from that of other mammals. The brain case proper is relatively small, and the snout, the facial portion of the skull, is very elongated, the degree of elongation varying from genus to genus. It is most developed, perhaps, in the extinct Eurhinodelphis, apparently a platanistid, of which a figure is appended. The toothed whales, in fact, embody the extremes of shortening and elongation of the facial region of the skull. Thus it is very short in Orcella, in Kogia, and in a few others. Several of the individual bones show peculiarities, of which some will be mentioned in the present general account of the whale's skull. The parietals deserve their name, for they are really walls to the skull and not a covering also, as in other mammals. This at any rate applies to the majority. In the extinct Zeuglodonts, which in many other respects conform to a more generalized mammalian condition, these bones are, so to speak, normal. But among the toothed whales they do not meet above, and the part of the roof of the skull which should be occupied by the parietals is invaded by the huge supra-occipital. This does not, however, apply to the whalebone whales, though it appears to do so. In these whales the fetus has normal parietals meeting above. In the adult the upper portion of the bones is overlaid by the supraoccipitals. We have here the first stage in the disappearance of the median portion of the parietals. Being overlaid by the supraoccipitals, their function ceases, and in accordance with what is always found in nature, being useless, they disappear. The enormous size of the supraoccipital bone reduces the size of the frontals with which it articulates. The latter are very narrow above where they form the forehead, and expand below where they protect the small orbit from above. The premaxillary bones are remarkable for two peculiarities. In the first place, they do not, except in some of the extinct forms (zeuglodonts), bear any teeth, but in the second place, instead of having degenerated in bulk in consequence, they are greatly increased. They stretch backwards and touch, or indeed partly cover, the frontals. The small size of the nasals, which are almost rudimentary in all existing whales, and especially so in the Odontocetes, permits this junction to be effected. Laterally, these premaxillary bones are ensheathed by the maxillae, a feature very characteristic of the whales, that is to say, of existing forms. The maxillae also cover over the frontals, and in some Odontocetes are greatly crusted on their dorsal surface, a feature which is carried to a maximum in Hyperoodon and in the Gangetic Platanista. The bones related to the organ of hearing are extremely strong and stony in the whale tribe. They are imperfectly attached, as a rule, to the surrounding portions of the skull, and are thus readily detachable. They are often found in a fossil condition quite separate. The tympanic bone has a shell-like form, not unlike a cowrie. It is not always firmly attached to the parietic, which ensheaths the actual organ of hearing. Some other peculiarities of the skull bones of Cetacea are dealt with under the description of the different families. End of Section 5. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 6 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 2. Some Internal Structures. Part 2. The Shoulder Girdle. The shoulder girdle of the whales consists of an apparently single bone, which has a highly characteristic form, liable to some range of variation. The major part of this bone is formed of the scapula, while a process directed forward is the coracoid, more pronounced in the larger number of whales than in any other among the higher Mammalia. The scapula is broad and flattened, but both the breadth and the degree of flattening is not by any means uniform. In the sperm whale the bone is gently concave. It is very much broader, i.e. longer in an antero-posterior direction in the rorquals than in the right whales. Near to the anterior edge of the blade bone is a ridge, which ends in a particularly long process, the acromion. Only in the Megaptera is this process, and also the coracoid process underlying it, markedly reduced. In Platanista there is another abnormality of structure. The acromion coincides absolutely with the anterior margin of the blade bone, so that the ridge of the spine of the scapula is quite absent as a distinct structure. It is worthy of note that in Megaptera, which has the longest flippers of all whales, the acromion and the coracoid process should be reduced to a minimum or even practically absent. Organs of respiration. Not only is the influence of a purely aquatic life to be seen in the outward form of whales, the respiratory organs and parts annexed show the same modification. Bearing in mind the peculiar habits of whales, their capacity for remaining a long time under water, and the necessity therefore of supplying themselves with a good stock of air for use during those prolonged immersions, we should indeed expect to find that in the vascular, as well as in the respiratory organs, there were differences to be seen not found in mammals, which are purely terrestrial. And this is precisely what we do find, but here again it is not always easy to distinguish between adaptational likeness and the real affinity. It is, that is to say, not always clear that structures supposed to be modified owing to the habits of the creature are not marks of likeness to some other family of mammals. But we shall consider these points as they arise. Dr. Otto Müller, who has recently and elaborately dealt with this matter, has particularly dwelt upon the form of the chest cavity in these aquatic mammals. Among terrestrial creatures the shape of this cavity is, as a rule, boat-like in transverse section. The cavity narrows below and is wider above. Furthermore, its ventral boundary line is about as long as its dorsal, the result of this being that the diaphragm, the partly tendinous but chiefly fleshy septum which separates the chest cavity from that in which are lodged the liver, intestines, and stomach, has a vertical direction, and stands, as it were, upright in the body. In the whales, on the other hand, the chest cavity is more barrel-shaped, oval in section, sometimes, indeed, transversely oval. Its dorsal boundary is much longer than its ventral, and in consequence the diaphragm is distinctly and mostly very oblique in direction. It is, however, one thing to state these differences, and quite another to assert that they are modifications connected with the aquatic habit. It might be suggested, in the first place, that these marks of distinction are merely characteristic of whales, just as it is characteristic of one division of whales to have a free malar bone, a fact which is simply of classificatory significance and has no bearing, at least so far as we can see, upon any special difference in the mode of life of its possessor. Furthermore, the obliquity of the diaphragm might be associated with the shortening of the sternum, which is so marked a character of the whales, especially of the whalebone whales. A whole series of facts, however, upset these at first sight reasonable objections, and seem to prove the contrary, i.e., that the modifications in question are really connected with the aquatic life and with nothing else. In the otter, and still more in the seal, which are examples of two stages in the literally downward progress of a land animal toward an aquatic existence, these several characters are seen in a condition intermediate to that which obtains in the purely land animal on the one hand, and in the purely aquatic whales on the other. And furthermore, in the manatee, which, if it be an ally of the whale, can hardly be regarded as an ally of the carnivora, to which group of course the otter and the seal belong, there is the same obliquity of the diaphragm. Thus in three types, the whale, the manatee, and the seal, we have the same series of modifications existing. If the whale is a relative of the manatee, it is not of the seal, so that any renewed attempt to urge the argument from affinity fails. As to the obliquity of the diaphragm being due to the reduction of the sternum, this is disproved by several instances among the whales. In Beluga the diaphragm is attached to the sternum before its end. In Hyperoodon the same is the case, while in Balænoptera the attachment is altogether behind the sternum. There is thus no special relation to be observed between the end of the sternum and the ventral insertion of the diaphragm. Moreover, as showing that it is a modification of a recent kind, it is interesting to notice that in the porpoise of the youngest stage that has been observed the relative proportions of the ventral and the dorsal line of the thoracic cavity are as 1 to 1.75, while in the adult the same proportions are as 1 to 2.25. Thus these peculiarities are developed quite late, showing that they are a recent acquisition, and tending therefore to prove that they are developed in consequence of altered habitat. The lungs themselves are characterized by their simple form. In the Mammalia generally the lungs are more complex. They are divided into a number of separate lobes, the practical result of which is to increase the lung surface without any corresponding need for an enlarged chest cavity to contain them in. The same result is brought about in the whale by the increased length of the lungs themselves. As already mentioned, the chest cavity is proportionately larger than in terrestrial mammals. Therefore it follows that the lungs can be bigger without any lobulation. As a matter of fact, they are. What is uncertain at present is whether this simplicity is a primitive feature in the organization of these animals, or whether it is a reduction following upon the alteration of other conditions. It is exceedingly difficult to decide such matters. But before we attempt to decide, another important feature of the structure of these aquatic mammals must be mentioned. In many parts of the body of whales the blood vessels form to a very copious degree the anastomosing networks, which are known technically as retia mirabilia. A rete mirabile is produced by the breaking up of an artery into a meshwork of minuter arterioles. The net physiological result, so far as concerns the mechanical effects of such a breaking up, is the slowing of the blood stream at such spots and the increase of the surface of blood exposed to the surrounding organs and tissues. It seems to follow from this that the oxygen contained in the blood would be more fully utilized by the tissues through which the retia pass than in the case of a single tube. In fact, in the whale we have a state of affairs which in some degree suggests the respiratory conditions occurring in an insect, where the ramifying tracheae bring the air to the organs individually, instead of, as in the bulk of air-breathing animals, the air having to be extracted from the blood by the tissues. These large reservoirs of oxygen within the body, and in close relation to various organs which need abundant oxygen, then do away with the need for an increased lung surface in these diving animals. But not altogether. It looks as if the simpler condition of the lung had been retained, for in reptiles the lungs have the same simple unlobulated structure, the increase being simply brought about by an increased length rendered possible by the greater obliquity of the diaphragm. The whale's stomach. It is a highly characteristic feature of whales, and one which is absolutely universal, that they have an exceedingly complicated stomach. In man the stomach is simply a bent, somewhat U-shaped, wide region of the gut. There is, however, a difference observable in the structure of the lining membrane between what is called the cardiac portion of the organ, so called because it lies nearest the heart, and the distal pyloric region, out of which opens the intestine. As a rare abnormality, however, the stomach of man is divided by constrictions into 3 chambers. Among rodents it is common for the stomach to be divided into 2 or more less sharply marked off chambers by a median constriction. This chambering of the stomach is, however, carried out to a large extent only in the Sirenia, manatee, the sloth, the ruminants, oxen, antelopes, deer, camels, and in the whales. It must not be at once concluded from this circumstance that the whales are related intimately to one or other or to all of these groups. We shall see presently that the divided stomach of the whales is essentially different from the divided stomach of the other animals. They simply have in common the bare fact that it is divided. But before proceeding to generalities, it will be convenient to lay before the reader some of the facts. We cannot give here a detailed account of the stomach in the entire order. Dr. Jungklaus, the most recent writer upon the subject, quotes no less than 63 memoirs apart from his own, which deal entirely, or more or less incidentally, with the cetacean stomach. To this memoir of Dr. Jungklaus's we must refer for additional details, and for this list of literature. The common porpoise may conveniently serve as a starting point. Its stomach is among the least complicated, and it is clearly the most accessible of whales for study. In that creature the stomach has the form which is indicated in a diagrammatic form in the accompanying sketch. The esophagus opens into a wide blind sac, near to the upper esophageal side of which opens out of this the second division of the stomach. At the lower end of this latter, and in the thickness of its wall, is a small passage, regarded as the third division, which leads into a long and rather narrow division of the stomach. This is the fourth chamber. It is curved in an undulating fashion, and from it arises the commencement of the small intestine, which commencement is dilated, and might be regarded by some as a fifth stomachial chamber, were it not for the fact that into it opens the combined duct of the liver and of the pancreas. Beluga and the narwhal have stomachs which agree in many points with each other, and differ slightly from the porpoise. Those whales, as will be seen later, form a well-defined group of dolphins, contrasting in other points with the remaining Delphinidae. In both of them the first division of the stomach is strongly divided into 2 separate chambers. The minute third chamber of the porpoise stomach, simply in that animal an excavation in the thick wall of compartment 2, is here larger, and a distinct chamber visible before the stomach is dissected. Finally there is a fifth chamber, separated off from the fourth, and like it of an elongated intestiniform shape. Of the other dolphins, while Globocephalus and Grampus are most like Monodon, Orchella is most like the common porpoise, so too are Platanista and Pontoporia. The stomach of Balænoptera musculus, Our example of a whalebone whale is constructed upon the same plan as that of those dolphins that have been already considered. It has 4 chambers like that of the porpoise, but the proportions are a little different. This will be observed from the accompanying figure. It will be noted that the second chamber is larger than the first, and that the fourth is relatively small. A still greater reduction is seen, according to Sir William Turner, in the stomach of Balena mysticetus, at least in the fetus of that whale. The author just mentioned counted but 3 chambers in its stomach. The small intermediate chamber 3 appears to be absent. The stomach of the Ziphioid whales is in one important respect different from that of the whale group that we have hitherto considered. The stomachs of the genera Hyperoodon, Mesoplodon, and Ziphius have been carefully examined by more than one observer. Berardius alone is as yet unknown as regards its soft parts. As a general rule, the Ziphioid whales differ from others in the very large number of compartments into which the stomach is divided. 9, 10, even 13 or 14 divisions have been recorded, and the varied statements which occur in the literature of the subject with respect to the exact number of compartments in the stomach of a given species are not, it is thought, evidence of inaccuracy on the part of one or more of the describers, but simply an expression of actual variability. This, however, is a detailed difference. The most important difference is that the first division of the stomach gives off the second at its posterior and not at its anterior end. In the stomachs of the whales that we have been considering, a cuttlefish or a herring, when swallowed, might, so far as anatomical arrangement is concerned, pass at once into the second compartment as well as into the first, as will at once be seen in division number 2. That would be impossible in a Ziphioid. The first compartment of their stomachs is large, and from it lead, from the opposite extremity, be it remembered, to that where the esophagus enters, 6 to 13 smallish, round, orange-shaped cavities, of which the last, that immediately preceding the duodenum, is often the largest. It is so, for instance, in Mesoplodon bidens. What, then, is the exact correspondence between the stomachs of these whales and those of the dolphins and whalebone whales? The inevitable conclusion is that the first compartment of the latter whales is missing in the stomach of the Ziphioids. This conclusion is not only supported by a comparison of the actual structures concerned. As is so often the case, the solution of the problem is aided here by those occasional occurrences, so useful to the morphologist, of rudiments. In Hyperoodon, Dr. Jungklaus has detected a small representative of the first stomach of other whales in the form of a slight caecal dilatation of the esophagus just before it opens into the normal first stomach of that whale. This rudiment seems obviously to have the significance that he suggests, and moreover it showed internally a characteristic meandering arrangement of the folds of mucous membrane, an arrangement which is universal, or nearly so, in the first division of the stomach of dolphins. It appears, therefore, that the stomach of the Ziphioids is to be derived from that of dolphins, and not vice versa. This is in harmony with other considerations, which point to the Ziphioids as modified, not archaic, forms of whales. See below. We may now compare the complicated whale stomach with the complicated ruminant's stomach. The latter, when typically developed, has the characters shown in the following description. The esophagus leads into a large paunch, the rumen. It equally leads into a smaller pouch, the reticulum. From this latter arises the psalterium, so called from the leaf-like arrangement of its folds of mucous membrane. Finally, there is the abomasum, the truly digestive part of the stomach. In having 4 compartments, the stomach of a typical ruminant agrees with that of the porpoise. But at this point the agreement stops. The first 3 divisions of the ruminant's stomach are clothed with esophageal epithelium. It is only the abomasum which is the truly digestive part of the stomach. Thus in the ruminant the stomach may be regarded as being primarily divided into 2 regions, the last of which only is the digestive portion. The first part is again sharply marked off into 3 regions. In the Cetacea, on the other hand, the stomach, although like that of the ruminant divided primarily into 2 parts, shows a further subdivision of the digestive part, which may be exceedingly complicated in the Ziphioids, while the non-digestive region is generally not divided at all, and if it is, i.e. monodon, etc., the division is not of so marked a character as in the ruminants. Even in the Manatee the stomach is more ruminant than cetacean, for the true digestive stomach, apart from its two caeca, is not divided. Thus the stomach of ruminant and cetacean have only this in common, that the stomach is primarily divisible into two parts, but that is a universal character, and is indeed seen in other vertebrates, for example in birds, sharks, etc. From such a simply divided stomach as is seen in various rodents, and in other types of mammals, both the cetacean and the ruminant stomach may have arisen, and the resemblances between them will in this case be an example of that frequent phenomenon in the organic world, convergence. To account for this likeness by convergence is a matter of interesting inquiry. The other complicated stomachs which are found in mammals are invariably associated with a vegetarian diet. The sloth, the oxen and the sheep, and the manatee and dugong are all vegetable feeders. The whales are most distinctly carnivorous animals. It has been suggested, however, that whales ruminate like oxen. This process, in the Ruminantia, consists of the following series of acts. The animal bites off and swallows an immense amount of herbage, leaves, etc., and swallows them hastily. The mass thus swallowed is permeated by the saliva, and is then returned to the mouth, where it is thoroughly masticated at leisure, and re-swallowed to be properly digested. It is held that the Ruminantia, being as a rule timid creatures, who have to be on their guard against their numerous carnivorous foes, gain an advantage by this apparently complicated, and even disadvantageously complicated, act. They can lay in their store of food hastily and with rapidity, and then, at a more convenient season, when danger is not so pressing, remasticate and digest it at their leisure. Whales often feed among dense swarms of cuttlefish, crustaceans, etc., and it might seem that here, too, a kind of rumination might take place. The immense amount of food swallowed might be kept in the first division of the stomach and regurgitated for subsequent chewing. The fact that a large number of seals and porpoises, perfectly whole and intact, were found in the first division of the stomach of an orca seems to favor this hypothesis, as does also the statement of many that whales when captured generally allow some undigested, even unlacerated food to escape by the mouth. But on the contrary view, which is that usually accepted, we must consider the structure of the mouth, teeth, and tongue, all of which have an important bearing upon the existence or non-existence of prolonged mastication, such as characterizes Ruminantia. The numerous and homodont teeth are not fitted for chewing. They are fitted simply for catching and retaining slippery fish and squid. The great length of the jaw in many forms does not permit of the essential lever action of the jaws in chewing. And finally, the immobile tongue is not of any use in aiding the performance of the function of mastication. A mobile tongue is obviously required to push back the food as it escapes from between the teeth. It is thus practically certain that whales do not ruminate. But in that case, of what use is the first stomach, devoid as it is of glands? In the ruminant it is a large storehouse. In whales this would seem to be needless. It is thought that the first stomach of the whale is a chamber in which the food is to some extent broken up and softened by mechanical means. It is analogous, in fact, on this view, to the bird's gizzard. The muscular layers of its walls are thicker than in the thin-walled rumen of the ruminant. Often, too, this compartment has been found to contain sand and stones, just as does the bird's gizzard, and for the matter of that, the stomach of the sea lion. This introduction of sand and stones may be accidental, but on the other hand its presence may be explained as an accessory to the trituration of the food. It is obvious that a trituration of this kind and rumination are mutually exclusive. The balance of probability is in favor of the former action of the first stomach. But even now we have not accounted for the complication of the true digestive stomach. It is to be noticed, however, that here, as already stated, we are free from any analogy with the herbivorous stomach. In the Sirenia and ruminants this part of the stomach is not complicated. It is only the first part associated with the non-digestive functions of the stomach. This problem, it is to be feared, we must leave unsolved. Finally, there is the fact of the absence of the first stomach in the Ziphioids to explain physiologically. Dr. Jungklaus thinks that this is associated with their exclusive diet of cuttlefishes, which require no stomachal mastication. Their tissues are soft and are easily digested by the digestive part of the stomach, without any previous maceration and pressing. End of section 6. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 7 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 2. Some Internal Structures. Part 3. Teeth. Whales are, as is well known, divisible into two groups, those with and those without teeth, the Odontoceti and the Mysticoceti of various authors. The Mysticoceti, however, the whalebone whales, possess teeth in the young condition, while there are plenty of instances of the commencing disappearance of teeth among the Odontoceti. Thus the line which separates the two divisions of existing whales is not so hard and fast as was stated before recent discoveries in the growth of the teeth of these animals. Before considering the growth of the teeth, however, it will be well to lay briefly before the reader the principal facts in the structure of the teeth of existing toothed whales. A very marked feature of their teeth is the characteristic homodonty. This term, it should be explained, is applied to teeth when the whole series is composed of teeth which are alike. In most mammals there is what is known as heterodonty, i.e. the teeth are specialized in different directions. Thus in man there are the anterior incisors, cutting teeth, which are different in form and in function from the posterior cheek teeth, molars or crushing teeth. The differentiation is more emphasized still in some other animals, less so again in others. But on the whole the mammals stand apart from all other vertebrate animals by the fact of their heterodonty. The teeth of a frog, of a snake, or of a lizard are all more or less alike. There is no possibility of speaking of incisors, canines, and molars. Another characteristic feature of mammalian dentition will be postponed until the actual dentition of adult whales has been described and compared with that of other mammals. Broadly speaking, it is correct to define the toothed whales as mammals in which there is no specialization of the teeth, but there are some slight exceptions which will be dealt with presently. The number, size, and position of the teeth of the Odontocetes varies, but the majority have a large number of smallish, conical teeth embedded in both upper and lower jaws. The actual numbers vary much. The greatest number are seen in the genus Inia, where no less than 221 are reckoned up. As will be seen in the account of the different kinds of whales, the number of the teeth is often made use of as a generic character. Among the Delphinidae there are a gradual series of genera in which the number of teeth gets reduced. It must not be imagined, however, that we can actually start from some such form as Inia with abundant teeth, and derive from it the various genera in which the teeth are reduced, and arrange those genera in order of this reduction, but it will be convenient to take them in such an order. Through a gradual reduction in the number we arrive at the genus Delphinapterus, the beluga, where there are but 9 teeth on each side of the jaw. In Grampus this dentition is still further reduced, the teeth in the upper jaw have disappeared altogether, and there are only a few, 3 to 7, on each side of the lower jaw, arranged near to the symphysis of the mandibles. Another line culminates in the narwhal Monodon, where all the teeth have vanished in the adult animal save the well-known tusk, and the accompanying tusk of smaller size, sometimes equally developed, in the upper jaw. In this case it is the lower jaw which has become edentulous. A second series of modifications is seen among the Physeteridae, the cachalot, and the Ziphioid whales. The cachalot has functional teeth only in the mandible, where they form a row of strong conical teeth, but in addition to these are a series of smaller teeth in the upper jaw, which are not to be seen in the dried skull, as they are not embedded in the bone but only in the gum, which naturally is stripped off or decays away in the course of preparation of the skull for museum purposes. This kind of reduction is still further exaggerated in the Ziphioid whales. In all of these the number of teeth actually used is very limited, not more than 2 pairs, usually 1 pair, and those are limited to the lower jaw. But in addition to these there are in most, if not in all, Ziphioid whales a set of smaller teeth only in the upper jaw or in both jaws, which are, like the corresponding teeth of the cachalot, embedded only in the gum, and so are, as a rule, lost in skulls acquired by museums. These teeth are clearly on the wane, and as even the teeth of the lower jaw are sometimes not extruded, and in other cases lost before the animal dies, it is evident that these whales are not so very far removed from the whalebone whales, but it should be observed that they exhibit no trace of the compensating whalebone. So much then for the general modifications of the teeth as regards numbers, which are exhibited in the series of toothed whales. The question arises, are those whales with the most teeth the most primitive, and have they given rise to those with a reduced dentition? Or is the converse true? Or finally, is it safest to take the middle path and make two series, one ascending and one descending? Are, for instance, dolphins with a moderate number of teeth nearest to the ancestral form from which have arisen by multiplication on the one hand the Inia, and by reduction the Narwhal? This supposition agrees in some ways more nearly with what we know of mammalian dentition in general. It has been pointed out that the typical mammalian dentition is heterodont. It is also limited in numbers, and those numbers are definite. Apart from the marsupials, in which moreover 56 is the greatest number of teeth, and a very few other instances, no mammal has or had more than 44 teeth. Even here there is nothing like the abundance of teeth of Inia or Platanista. Furthermore, the number of teeth of the many-toothed dolphins appears to be not exactly fixed to a tooth or two, whereas in the Mammalia, as a rule with but few exceptions, such as Priodon and Armadillo and the Manatee, the number does not vary except, of course, on occasional abnormalities. On a priori grounds, therefore, dangerous grounds sometimes on which to build an argument intended to last, we should be rather disposed to regard the excessive dentition of the typical dolphins as not a primitive state of affairs, but one derived from something more nearly approaching to what is characteristic of mammals in general. In a number of skulls belonging to various genera of Delphinidae with numerous teeth, Professor Kukenthal found here and there that the regular arrangement of the relative positions of teeth in the upper and lower jaw was lost. The regular arrangement is that the teeth of the two jaws should alternate, an obvious convenient arrangement for the due prehension of the fish or octopuses upon which they feed. Alternating teeth would be better able to lay hold of this slippery food. When this accurate correspondence ceases, it is brought about by the intercalation of teeth, a proceeding which naturally increases the total number. If this process is going on now, there is nothing unreasonable in thinking that it has been going on in the past in correspondence, perhaps, with the increase in length of the jaws themselves. Thus the number of teeth in dolphins is greater now than it has been. They are, therefore, to be derived from creatures with fewer teeth, so far more like the typical Mammalia. Another argument pointing in the same direction is afforded by the ancient Zeuglodonts, treated of more fully on another page. These cetaceans had a dentition conforming in number of teeth to the more typical Mammalia. Their teeth were also more conformable to those of the Mammalia generally in their heterodonty, but we shall recur to this after considering the traces of heterodonty still remaining in the group of whales. Having dealt generally with the number of teeth among existing Cetacea, their shapes remain for consideration. As a rule the teeth of whales are simple and conical in form, directed either upwards or rather forwards. They resemble in fact the canine teeth of other mammals, not only in this shape but in their being implanted by a single root. There are, however, a few examples of some, though not a great deal of, specialization in the form of the teeth. In Inia geoffrensis the posterior series of teeth have a distinct lateral cusp, so that they have ceased to be simply peg-like teeth. In the common porpoise Phocana communis the teeth have broad divided crowns which are sharply marked off from the root. There is reminiscence here of the more complicated teeth of ancestral forms such as the Zeuglodonts. The extraordinary strap-shaped teeth of Mesoplodon layardi and the tusks of the Narwhal need not be referred to in the present connection. They appear to be simply exaggerations, perhaps originally pathological, of the simple conditions obtaining in other whales. They are probably not to be looked upon as an inheritance from terrestrial ancestors. Professor Kukenthal has a theory that the simple teeth of whales are to be derived from the splitting up of more complicated teeth, such as are found in other mammals. In Zeuglodonts, called so on this very account, each tooth is formed of two pieces, each with its separate root. By division of these the more numerous teeth of a dolphin can be arrived at. but recent investigations into the manatee seem to negative this theory, for in that animal an indefinite succession of complicated teeth occurs. In almost all Mammalia the individual is provided with two sets of teeth. There is the dentition found in the young. This is later replaced by the dentition of the adult. The two sets of teeth are spoken of respectively as the milk and the permanent dentition. This is characteristic of the Mammalia, and distinguishes them from lower vertebrates where there is not this merely double dentition. New teeth in the lower vertebrates are formed as they are wanted. If a mammal loses one of the teeth of the second series, that tooth is not replaced. The relative importance of these two sets of teeth varies much. The milk teeth are sometimes only developed as rudiments, never of functional use, while in other cases the milk teeth persist for a long time and are very distinctly functional. It has been even attempted to be shown that in the marsupials it is the permanent dentition which is suppressed and only represented by rudiments, while the teeth of the full-grown animal are the persistent milk teeth. This general character of the Mammalia has been described as diphyodont, and it was thought that by this the majority of mammals were to be distinguished from some that have but one set of teeth, and were accordingly to be termed monophyodont. In some of the Edentata, the sloth, it is still believed that only one set of teeth is ever produced, and the same view was originally held about the toothed whales. There is, however, now not the least doubt that the dolphins are truly diphyodont mammals, thus conforming in a very important character to the terrestrial allies. But it is not quite settled which of the two dentitions it is that persists. It is held by Kukenthal that the dental series of whales belongs to the milk dentition. Thus the whales are clearly descendants of purely diphyodont mammals. We have now to consider the whalebone whales, which in the adult condition have no teeth, only the plates of baleen, which will be treated of on another page. As long ago as the year 1807, Geoffroy St. Hilaire discovered the rudiments of teeth in a foetus of the Greenland whale, Balena mysticetus, and this important discovery was afterwards confirmed by the great Cuvier, as well as by his less known brother, Frederick Cuvier. Since then the facts have been confirmed by others. The first discoverers of the facts contented themselves with little more than a statement of them. But later Professor Julin laid great stress upon the additional fact that the teeth of Balænoptera rostrata, which he examined, were not merely simple conical teeth, but of a more complicated pattern. He found teeth with one cusp, like those of Cetacea generally, and two, and even with three cusps. The simple teeth, moreover, were those in the anterior part of the jaws, the more complicated teeth further back. In fact, there is an obvious likeness to a set of incisors followed by the more complicated cheek teeth. This arrangement is typical of mammals, and is found in the Cetacean Zeuglodon. An addition of great weight has been made to these discoveries by Professor Kukenthal, who found besides the fairly well-developed rudiments of teeth very rudimentary traces of a second dentition, thus showing that the whalebone whales, like their toothed allies, are diphyodont like other mammals. Furthermore, he has given reasons for believing that in them, as in the toothed whales, it is the milk dentition which persisted longest, as it is represented by the most fully developed rudiments. The brain. The brain of all whales presents a most unusual shape of that organ. It is very much compressed from before backwards, and is thus broader than it is long. It looks almost as if these creatures, rushing through the waves, had flattened their brains in the effort to oppose the weight of water. But though so much shortened and comparatively small in total bulk, the cerebral hemispheres of the Cetacea make up to some extent by the highly developed convolutions of the brain surface. It used to be held, and the belief is often seen in popular books, i.e. books which deal loosely with the facts and inferences of science, that the furrows of a brain corresponded with its thoughtfulness, that the higher the type the more abundant these grooves and furrows upon the surface, which separate the complicated system of ridges of brain substance known as the convolutions. It is, of course, perfectly true that the brain of the highest animal of all, man, is markedly and abundantly convoluted. It cannot be said, however, that the Titanic whale is largely superior in intelligence to the small and active marmoset. And yet, if the convolutions of the brain were to be alone considered, this would have to be the opinion. For the marmoset's brain is not far from being quite smooth, while we have already commented upon the markedly convoluted character of that of the whale. The real relationship appears to be between size of body and complication of the brain's surface, and this is more obvious when nearly related animals are compared with each other. The marmoset, for instance, has a smoother brain than the gorilla. The rhinoceros and the hippopotamus have much more furrowed brains than the smaller ungulates. Our whales are, curiously enough, an exception to this generalization. It cannot be said that the great rorqual or sperm whale has a brain which is at all definitely superior in the number of its convolutions to the brains of smaller whales. Can we in any way account for the curious shape and the great convolution of the brain surface in Cetacea? In the first place, it is as well to be convinced that they do want accounting for. This can hardly be doubted. The singular shape of the hemispheres of the whale are so peculiar that they suffice to define the group. There is nothing like it elsewhere among mammals. Then again, there are some reasons for considering the whales to occupy a low position in the mammalian series, reasons which will be dealt with on another page. We should expect therefore to find a lowish type of brain. Instead of this we are confronted with the most specialized. Nothing is more difficult in zoology than to arrive at convenient generalizations, for the paradoxical reason that it is so easy to frame hypotheses. The expression simplex sigillum veri, not composed for the purpose for which it is used, and yet used with such frequency in zoological writing, especially in the newer developments of what is called sometimes Darwinism, has had a most deleterious effect upon speculation. A simple and obvious explanation often seems to such writers to settle the question at issue. And yet, in the long run, it seems to be plain that the processes of nature are not so simple. It is certain that the brains of some of the early and extinct forms of mammals were not only small but smooth. It is equally certain that their descendants, or at least allied forms subsequent in date, have not only larger but more rumpled brains. The whales, we can fairly assume, are an ancient stock, and may have started even as whales with small and smooth brains. The requisite increase was brought about by a more extensive crumpling of the surface, while the small frontal bones and the large development of the facial region of the skull prevented the extension of the brain cavity forwards, its extension laterally being permitted partly by the non-union of the parietals above, and by the feebly attached bony apparatus connected with the organ of hearing. It seems to follow further that the whales cannot be nearly related to any existing form of mammal, as the brain development has pursued so different a path. Sir William Turner has pointed out that a large number of the smaller convolutions of the whale's brain are transverse to the long axis of that organ, which suggests that there has been, as it were, a tendency to grow forward in the ordinary mammalian fashion, but a check to the same growth, which has naturally resulted in furrows having the direction referred to. In any case, the whale's brain is partly characterized by the features to which attention has been called. It is also remarkable for the fact that in the toothed whales there is absolutely no vestige of these four parts of the brain which are connected with the sense of smell, while in the whalebone whales the same region is only feebly visible. It is sometimes erroneously asserted that creatures living in the water cannot smell, owing to the suspension in the water of the odoriferous particles, but this is at once negatived by the case of fishes, which have a well-developed olfactory apparatus. Anyhow, whales have not, but it is apparently not to be put down to their marine habitat, one of the very few structures indeed which cannot be correlated with that mode of life. Whalebone. The real nature of whalebone was frequently, like that of spermaceti, misunderstood in past times. Bilan, translated by Scammon, wrote upon the matter as follows: "And that which is called whalebone, coste de baleine, literally whale's ribs, with which ladies nowadays make their corsets and stiffen out their dresses, and which the beadles of some churches carry as wands, these are certain pieces cut off and drawn out from that which serves as eyelids for the whale, and which covers his eyes, and which is furnished at its extremity with a kind of long stiff hair. This is what the Latins call the pretentures, and which they say enables the animal to direct his course through the sea." This latter notion, as Sir William Flower points out, is probably connected with the old feudal law cited by Blackstone, that the tails of all whales belonged to the Queen, as a perquisite to furnish Her Majesty's wardrobe with whalebone. Scaliger, too, in his commentaries upon Aristotle, observes of whalebone: In supercilius lamellas habet quae cum caput mergit attolantur ab aqua, atque ita vidende potestas sit, ubi vero ex aqua exerit, concident lamellae, atque tigant oculos. Probably this and the former view is due in part to the tiny eye which escaped attention, and indeed seems on account of the peculiar development of the skull to have an abnormal situation. Nevertheless, at the same period in which Belon wrote, the accurate location of whalebone was understood, for Olaus Magnus described in a stranded Rorqual the whalebone, of which he remarked, "Palato adherabant quasi laminae corneae," and proceeded to point out that these laminae were not all of the same size, a fact which is well known to be the case with the laminae of whalebone. Later still, whalebone was quite properly described by T. Johnson in 1634 as "the fins that stand forth of their mouths, which are commonly called whalebones, being dried and polished, serve to make busks for women." Shakespeare, however, seems to have confused the true meaning of the term. He writes of "teeth as white as whalebone," but it is believed that by whalebone in this case is meant the tusks of the walrus, an animal which was often and at many times confounded with whales. Indeed, it is not always easy to decide whether a given illustration refers to this animal or to some large toothed whale such as Orca. There is, however, curiously enough, some justification for accepting Shakespeare's epithet of white in a perfectly literal fashion, for in many whales the whalebone is white, or whitish in parts or altogether. The more celebrated Dr. Johnson, in the Dictionary edition of 1818, defines whalebone as "the fin of a whale cut and used in making stays," thus reverting to earlier errors. It is, however, just possible that the stiff tendinous tissue of the actual tail was made use of as a material for stiffening articles of wear. It is quite conceivable that when dried it might form a cheaper substitute for real whalebone. The number of times that the expression fin is employed, and the evident knowledge possessed by at any rate some persons who correctly located the true whalebone, may perhaps point this way. Whalebone has, it need hardly perhaps be remarked, nothing to do with true teeth, but it is distinctly analogous to the horny so-called teeth of the Ornithorhynchus, and it is an interesting fact that the whales show the same tendency observable in other groups of the animal kingdom to the replacement of teeth by horny structures. The horny teeth of the platypus have their forerunners in the shape of true teeth, which are shed early. In birds the most archaic forms had true teeth, but the birds of today have developed in their place the horny beak which characterizes them. The whalebone whales start life with rudimentary teeth which ultimately disappear on the appearance of the whalebone. The general character of whalebone resembles that of horns or hair. The color is black or white or brown. The place where the whalebone is formed is the roof of the mouth, the palate. The plates of whalebone are triangular in shape, the base of attachment being broader than the lower free extremity. The plates are attached by the broad base to the roof of the mouth, and they may indeed be regarded as an exaggeration of the ridges, often horny in character, which are found upon the roof of the mouth of all mammals. The plates are arranged in a direction transverse to the long axis of the mouth, and are very numerous, as many as 370 having been counted. The blades are longest in the middle of this long series, and gradually diminish towards both ends of the mouth. The outside of the blades, that turned towards the lips, is straight and hard. The inner surface is frayed out into innumerable hair-like processes. Thus an exceedingly efficient straining apparatus is formed. The fine hairs entangle the minute creatures upon which the Greenland whale feeds, and at the same time allows the water to escape through the sides of the mouth between the lips. A more detailed description of the mechanism of the whalebone in the Greenland whale will be found under the account of that whale. It has been suggested that certain transverse lines upon the plate of baleen are annual rings. In this event the Greenland whale lives to an age of 900 years. The use of whalebone for ladies' stays, and formerly for the ribs of umbrellas, is well known. But it may be one of those things not so generally known that certain rich silks which stand of themselves owe some of their firmness to very thin shreds of whalebone incorporated with the silk threads. Another little known use of whalebone was its employment in the 13th century as plumes for helmets. This use is proved by two passages from William the Breton, where the Count of Boulogne is described as wearing upon his helmet the Branchia ballini britici, Ponti. This reference has been collected by M. Fisher in his careful account of the Biscayan whale, to which further reference will be made below when that species comes to be treated of. Whalebone is still a costly article. Mr. Southwell, in an article for the Zoologist for 1897, upon the whale fishery of the previous year, observes that the value of the bone was £2,000 per ton. As 12 right whales produce 135 1/4 hundredweights of whalebone, the results of a successful whaling cruise are considerable. End of section 7. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 8 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. A comparison of whales with other aquatic mammals. Chapter 3. A comparison of whales with other aquatic mammals. Whales compared to seals. In the preceding pages, a great deal has been said about the influence of environment upon structure, or to put the matter in a fairer way without prejudging the issue, of the connection between environment and structure. A study of other aquatic mammals, however, and a comparison of them with whales brings out very clearly the fact that the organism is not molded in precisely the same way in every case. It would be strange indeed if it were so, seeing that the material upon which the same influences have to work is different. The tribe of seals forms a very convenient starting point in such a series of comparisons, for there is no doubt at all about the affinities of these marine carnivora, and they show a series of stages of more and more perfect adaptation to an aquatic existence. It is easy, therefore, here to distinguish between structural features which are related to the aquatic life and those which are definite peculiarities of the group not so related. The seals unquestionably form a subdivision of the carnivora to which, on account of the fin-like character of the forelimbs, the name of Pinnipedia has been given. Further than this, it is possible to place them nearer to the bare division of the land carnivora than to other groups. The effects of a seafaring life are more plainly seen in the true seals than in the walrus or the sea lions. The latter group, in fact, is a stage leading towards the more completely aquatic seal. In the true seals, Phocidae, the form is more fish-like. The nostrils have come to lie upon the top of the head instead of terminally, the external ears have completely vanished, the auditory organ being marked externally by a hole only. The hind limbs are quite useless for progression on land, being quite bound up by the integuments with the tail. The sea lions can move with some rapidity upon dry land, since the hind limbs have not so nearly lost their original functions. The external ears are present but much reduced. They vary, moreover, in the degree of reduction, being much larger in the Cape sea lion, Otaria pusilla, than in the beast of Patagonia, Otaria jubata. In these external characters there are certain obvious resemblances to whales. The fish-like form, the disappearance of the conch of the ear, the form of the fin, which is even falcate in form in both groups of aquatic mammals, the removal in the seals of the nostrils to the top of the skull, though not to a point so far back as in the whales. These are plain and obvious likenesses. There are others, which a closer study and comparison of the two groups bring to light. The flippers have no nails in the whales, though in the fetus traces of the structures have been discovered by Kukenthal. In the sea lions, the nails, though still recognizable, are exceedingly small and not of the faintest use for scratching or any other nail function. This is not always the case with the true seals. In Phoca, the seals of our coasts, there are well-developed claws on the hand, but on the other side we have the Antarctic genus Omatophoca with the forelimbs furnished only with quite rudimentary nails. The nails, therefore, may be fairly said to be disappearing in all these animals. Another feature in which there is a functional resemblance between whales and seals is the hind limbs. Considering that the latter are merely represented by the tiny rudiments in the whales, the comparisons may seem at first sight to be a little ridiculous. But there is, as has been discovered, a functional likeness in spite of this obvious dissimilarity. The hind limbs of the seal tribe play the part of a tail. They are extended beside the tail and act precisely as to the flukes of the tail in the whale. It is by their means chiefly that the creature is propelled through the water. In the one group the unnecessary hind limbs have nearly disappeared altogether. In the other they have, as it were, become part of the tail. It is evident that an aquatic beast does not need the usual two pairs of limbs. The fact is shown also among fishes, but again in a different way from that which we see in whales and seals. In many fishes, the hinder pair of limbs persists, but is moved forward so as to lie in the same straight line or thereabouts with the anterior pairs of limbs. In primitive fishes, on the other hand, such as Ceratodus, the Australian mudfish, both limbs persist in what we have to consider as the normal position. It is exceedingly interesting to note that in the three groups cited, a practically similar result is obtained in a totally different manner. In the last mentioned character, therefore, as well as in others which will be dealt with presently, the seal tribe have pursued a different path towards complete adaptation to the aquatic life to that followed by the whale tribe. But there is still a point remaining among what are practically external features, in which the seals resemble to a certain extent the whales. It is usual among terrestrial mammals for the humerus to be longer, sometimes much longer, than the radius. On the other hand, with the sole exception of Inia, the whale's humerus is shorter than the radius. Dr. Mivart has given some measurements of these bones in representatives of the three kinds of aquatic carnivora, and his figures are as follows. In the common seal, Phoca vitulina, the length of the humerus is 11 inches and that of the radius the same. In Otaria jubata, the Patagonian sea lion, the two bones measure respectively 23 and 24 inches. Finally, in the walrus, the proportions are 30 and 23. It is curious to observe that the sea lion is the most whale-like of the three types. Now, as to the external features in which the seal tribe differ from whales. In the first place, the former have completely retained their hairy covering. There is no hint of a commencing baldness whatever. Moreover, there is not here a case of the substitution of one organ for another that plays a similar part, for the seals have an abundant layer of fat and are pursued for purposes of oils as much as are whales. They have fur and blubber. Again, the extra length of digit required is not brought about in the cetacean fashion by the increase in the separate phalanges of the fingers, but by the formation of cartilaginous extensions of the fingers beyond the nails. That these are beyond the nails shows that they are not comparable to the extra phalanges of the whales, for the rudiments of nails which have been discovered in whales are terminally placed upon the hand. A peculiarity which the sea lion shares with the whales is the great breadth of the scapula. For some reason or other, this seems to be useful to an aquatic animal, for it is in these two types that the scapula seems to attain to its greatest diameter. It is true that in the Edantis, the same bone is also very broad, and that it is relatively narrow in the manatee, but the breadth is most striking in the sea lion and in the whale. But on a close comparison of the blade bones of the two, it is to be noticed that, in spite of superficial likeness, there are fundamental differences. In the sea lion, it is in the front part of the bone, that which lies headwards of the spine, that is expanded most. In the whale, it is precisely the reverse. Hence, the same general result is brought about in a totally diverse way in the two orders of aquatic mammal. Whales and Sirenia. The Sirenia form the third most important and the last group of aquatic mammalia. They are limited race today, though there are remains of more abundant genera in the past. Living now are only the two genera, Manatis and Halicore. The former are South American, West Indian and West African. They are coast-living and fluviatile animals, which browse along the bottom of the sea or of rivers upon algae. Thus is derived their name of sea cows. There seems to be 4 species of this genus. Halicore, the dugong, is an eastern creature apparently of only one species. Most persons are aware that quite recently there lived on the shores of Bering Straits a third variety of this group of mammals, the Rhytina or stellar sea cow. This has been extinct since about 1770, but as its external characters are unknown, it may come into the following comparison of Sirenia with whales. The general form of the body of these sea creatures is not especially whale-like. They offer, as it were, an intermediate, incomplete form, halfway between the purely terrestrial animal and the totally aquatic whale. Dr. Simon, who observed the dugong in Torres Straits, remarks of it that it appears to the eye more fish-like than seals and more mammal-like than whales. The dugong, however, and the Rhytina are so far whale-like in that they possess a forked tail, set, of course, as in whales, and not as in fish. In the manatee, the tail has another form, which, as has already been mentioned, it is not unsuggestive of the tail of the fetus of certain whales. It is interesting to note that here, as in some other points, the dugong and the Rhytina are more whale-like, or at least more purely aquatic in their structural features, than is the manatee. There is one small point of possible comparison between the whales and the Sirenia which seems to have been overlooked. It is well known that the upper lip of the manatee is cleft vertically, and that the two halves of the upper lip thus divided act as a pair of grasping organs for the leaves upon which the animal feeds. Rudiments of the same structure, which are more pronounced in the fetus, also exist in the dugong. Now it has often been noticed that in whales, between the two blowholes is a furrow. It seems to be just within the bounds of possibility that this group is a still further reduction of the same splitting of the lip which is so useful to the manatee. Apart from this, however, we may notice that in the Sirenia the nostrils are superior in position and that in the halicore they are more so than in manatus. Another reason is to be seen here for regarding the dugong as the more perfectly modified animal of the two. The external ear of the Sirenia has vanished, leaving only a minute ear hole, as in the Cetacea. The body of the Sirenia is, however, more hairy than that of whales, yet the hair is scant and coarse. Dr. Kukenthal has discovered that formerly these animals possessed, in addition to the sparsely scattered strong hairs, a covering of finer hairs. In these animals, therefore, as in the whales, the aquatic life leads to the loss of the hairy covering of the body, so characteristic of land mammalia. It may be mentioned, moreover, that the hairs are especially strong upon the upper lip, thus recalling the only hairs that are left in the whales, which clothe, or rather are found upon, the same region. Sweat glands, moreover, fail entirely as in the whales. Only in embryo of Manatus laterostris did Kukenthal find some, after all, rather doubtful traces of these glands. They are, of course, absent in whales. Finally, so far as concerns the skin, the sebaceous glands, such constant companions of the hairs in mammals generally, are beginning to vanish altogether in the Sirenia. They occur, however, though in a rudimentary shape, in the fetus, while they are completely absent in the few hairs of the whales. As in the whales, the skin of the Sirenia is underlaid by a copious blubber, which doubtless plays the part that should be performed by the hair of preserving the heat of the body. It has, however, been remarked that in the Sirenia the blubber is unlike that of the whales, in that there is no free liquid oil compared to the spermacety of the sperm and other whales. The Sirenia have, like the whales, the forelimb of a fin-like form, but there are differences in the completeness with which this metamorphosis has progressed. The dugong has become more completely aquatic in this particular than the manatee. The latter, with the exception of the species Manatus inunguis, has preserved the nails upon the extremities of the fingers, while these have entirely disappeared in the dugong. Moreover, in the latter genus the forearm no longer takes any part in the formation of this fin, a feature which, of course, is shared by the Cetacea. Professor Kukenthal has, however, called attention to a curious similarity which exists between the hand of the Sirenians to that of the sea lions in the shape of numerous papillae and grooves upon the undersurface. This is associated in the Otaridae with a partial life upon land, and the existence of these structures in the Sirenia seems to indicate a more recent abandonment of the terrestrial life than has been the case with the Cetacea, whose flippers are smooth. A reason for their retention, however, in the dugongs is perhaps to be found in the fact that these creatures graze upon beds of seaweed as a herbivorous mammal does upon a field of grass, and the rough papillae prevent the animal from slipping when thus engaged in cropping its food. In the skeletons of the forelimb there are no strong resemblances to the whales, for the joints between the bones are well developed, and there are only slight beginnings of hyperphalangy, so characteristic feature of the Cetacea. When we turn to the internal structure of the Sirenia, the resemblances which they exhibit to the Cetacea by no means disappear. The bony framework of the head is perhaps the part of the skeleton which shows most unlikeness in the two groups, and this fact is not without significance, for it is precisely in that region that external influence would not play so strong a part as it might well be supposed to do elsewhere. The skull, remarks Professor Zittel, shows not the least resemblance to the cetaceans. Nevertheless, the nasal bones are much shortened, though that is a character found elsewhere. It is no use to give any detailed analysis of the skull in comparison with that of the whales. In the vertebral column, the fusion of the second and third vertebrae of the neck must not be looked upon as being really a strong point of likeness to whales, since in the edentata the same fusion occurs. More important, perhaps, as a likeness is the thin character of the centra of those vertebrae in retina. The reduction in number of the vertebrae of the lumbar region is parallel in Inia, which, as has been often remarked, would appear to be an early type of whale. Most striking as evidence of likeness between the Sirenia and the Cetacea is the shortened sternum and the fewness of the ribs attached thereto. But here again, we may have to do with the need of powerful respiratory movements in these diving animals. As to the hind limb, it is instructive to notice that a pair of hind limbs do not seem to be at all necessary to swimming and diving creatures. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Anderson. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 4. The Position of Whales in the System and Their Classification. In order to pursue matters in logical order, we must go back, first of all, to the question raised before. Why is a whale not a fish? For the sake of those who are not well versed in the facts of comparative anatomy, it may be convenient to state briefly a few main reasons for placing the whale among the mammalia, and not only not among the fish, but also in a position remote from all other groups of vertebrate animals, that is, the amphibia, reptiles, and birds. A whale is a hot-blooded creature, breathing by means of lungs, which lie in the interior of the body in a definitive chest cavity shut off from the rest of the cavity of the body, that which contains the intestines, liver, etc. By a largely muscular partition, the diaphragm, it has, frequently, vestiges of the hairs which cover the body of other mammals in the presence of a few scattered hairs in the neighborhood of the mouth. It brings forth its young alive, and suckles them with milk. The bones of the skull are precisely those of other mammals, and only differ slightly in their relative arrangement. These characters are quite sufficient for the present purpose. Many might be added to them, of course. No creature which has these characteristics is anything but a mammal. One or two of them may be wanting in those lowest of the mammalian tribe. Ornithorhynchus and the echinda, they do not bring forth their young alive, but lay eggs. Still, when born, the young echinda and platypus are nourished by milk. Fishes, a very few of them, may have what are believed to be the representatives of lungs, and with which, indeed, they actually breathe. But they have, also, gills, and the vast bulk have no breathing organs except these gills. Lungs are found higher in the series, but no diaphragm like this of whales until we get to mammals. But to go further than this, and to decide whereabouts in the long series of mammals the whale tribe should be intercalated, is a matter which is at present beyond our knowledge. We may, however, discuss the matter for a little in order to show the grounds of our ignorance. From the sketch which has just been given of the outward form and the internal structure of whales, it will be apparent that the nature of the medium in which they live has profoundly affected the characters of the different organs. There is positively no part of the body, with the exception perhaps of the brain and the stomach, and one or two other points to be referred to later, that has not been evidently altered in some way, more or less, in different cases, to meet the changed conditions of life, as we believe them to have been. There is, therefore, obviously some difficulty in ascertaining, or endeavoring to ascertain, what are the real differential characters of the group. To separate, that is to say, characters due to the environment and those which have been inherited from the long-extinct terrestrial ancestor. The current definitions of the group Cetacea are obliged to be found on these, as we must assume them to be recently acquired characteristics. To take one or two as examples. Professor Zittel defines them in the following terms: naked, smooth skin, fish-like water dwellers with cylindrical body, head not separable from the body, nasal orifices on the upper side lying far back, interior limbs fin-like, hind limbs wanting, tail fin horizontal, milk glands abdominal in position. Messrs. Parker and Haswell use the following language: aquatic urethra with large head, fish-like, fusiform body, devoid of hair covering, with the pectoral limbs paddle-like, the pelvic limbs absent, and with a horizontal caudal fin. A vertical dorsal fin is usually present. There is a long snout and two nostrils opened by two lateral external apertures, or a single medium one, situated in all recent forms far back towards the summit of the head. The cervical region of the spinal column is very short, and its vertebrae usually completely united together. Clavicles are absent. The humerus is freely movable at the shoulder, but all other articulations of the limbs are imperfect. The phalanges of the second and third digit always exceed in number the number 3, normal in Mammalia. The pelvis is represented by a pair of horizontal plated styliform, vestiges of the ischia. Teeth may be absent and their place taken by sheets of baleen or whalebone. When present they may be numerous and homodont, or less numerous and heterodont, or reduced to a single pair. The epiglottis and the arytenoids are prolonged and embraced by the soft palate, so as to form a continuous tube for the passage of air from the nasal cavities to the trachea. The brain is large and the cerebral hemispheres are richly convoluted. The testes are abdominal. The teats are 2 and are posterior in position. The uterus is 2-horned, the placenta diffuse and non-deciduated. This definition is more comprehensive, but it still does not state all those features in which whales differ from other animals, which are not clearly connected with the need for a fish-like form, and life at times in great depths of the ocean. It seems possible to extract from what has been said here as essential characteristics of the group, in the following facts of structure. In the skull, the separation of the two parietals by the intervention of the supraoccipital, or their concealment by its overlapping. The overlapping of the muzzle, generally by the premaxillae, the loose attachment between various bones surrounding or connecting with the organ of hearing. The absence or feeble development of the coronary process of the lower jaw. In the forelimb and girdle, the absence of clavicle. The greater number of the radius and the ulna than the humerus, the frequent presence of the typical number of bones in the wrist, the long and simple lungs, the unlobulated liver and complex stomach, the extraordinary shortened but much convoluted brain. This combination of characters is found nowhere else among the mammals, and, indeed, the bulk of the peculiarities are confined to the whales. I might also perhaps have added some few others. And certainly more than one characteristic feature might have been included in the list, had I not limited myself to those which occur both in whalebone and in toothed whales, as there is some idea to the effect that the two great divisions of the Cetaceae have had a separate descent, even from unlike ancestors. This had, however, better be deferred until after we have seen what can be done with the broader facts in settling the affinities of this highly puzzling group of creatures. It is to be feared that nothing can be done except, and that vaguely, to suggest an ungulate-like ancestor. In them we have in some forms at least the ruminants, a highly complex stomach, and a rather simple liver. But there is really nothing else of first-rate importance to make the comparison stronger. As undoubted, whales occur back to the Eocene. They have possibly come off from earlier stock still, and Professor Albrecht has advanced and ingeniously supported the view that the Cetacea are the nearest thing now existing to the necessary but unfortunately hypothetical Promammalia, the race which has given rise to all mammals. His arguments will be partially gone into here, for at any rate they will give some color to a primitive ancestry of our whales, a result to which other considerations, chiefly the failure to tack them on, even with probability anywhere else, seem to drive us. Unfortunately, as a general rule, it is by no means easy to distinguish between simplicity which is in the effect of degeneration, and simplicity which may be fairly interpreted as a retention of earlier and simpler conditions of structure. Sometimes it is to be obvious enough to which category to refer an apparently primitive state of affairs in an organ. For example, while everyone admits nowadays that the amphibia are close to the fishes, no one would probably suggest that the total absence of lungs in certain salamanders is due to the final disappearance of the air bladder of the fish-like ancestor, whose disappearance is commencing to be indicated by the loss of a connection with the esophagus in many fishes. It is a question of simplicity and degeneration within the tribe of newts themselves, and when Professor Albrecht alleges the absence of a sacrum in the ventral column as a primitive character, it seems impossible to accept his view and to do otherwise than regard his simplification of the ventral column as due to the dwindling hind legs, and to the consequent absence of any need for strong support from the vertebral column. Again, whales have not only not an external ear in the adult conditions, but also no ear muscles, which are so highly developed in terrestrial mammals with mobile ears. In criticizing Professor Albrecht's statements and suggestions, Professor Max Weber points out that sometime since Professor Howes showed in the fodal porpoise rudiments of external ears and of muscle, which can hardly be regarded as a beginning of these structures, so essential to an ear which plays an important part in the life of terrestrial mammals, for they are not only found in the embryo. If commencing structures, they should be more apparent in the adult. Vestiges, remains of former structures, indicate their earlier existence by appearing for a brief time during development and then fading away as maturity is reached. Some other features in the organization of Cetacea may perhaps be interpreted as really primitive. Among the whalebone whales, the two halves of the lower jaw are not only united by what is termed syndesmosis, a weak union by ligament than the strong bony union, and clissolis, which is prevalent in mammals generally. It may be urged, however, to do with the mode in which rorquals and right whales feed. The capacity for taking in enormous gulps of water containing the minute animals upon which the majority of these whales feed should be advantaged by a distensibility of the mouth and consequent increase of the mouth cavity. Of more importance in connection with the anatomy of the lower jaw is the discovery by Professor Albrecht of a separate supraangular bone. It is a distinguishing feature of the mammals as contrasted with the reptiles lying beneath them in the series, that the lower jaw is almost entirely formed of dentary bone alone, a small chin bone sometimes occurring also. Now in reptiles, a large number of separate elements enter into its formation, so that the occasional occurrence in Baloptera sibbaldii of the supraangular is so far an archaic feature. So too, possibly, is the marked separation of the sternum into two hemisterna. This is particularly apparent in the cachalot and in the cyaphoids. Now the sternum is developed from the ends of the ribs on both sides, and in the embryo it is always double. Later the fusion of the two halves takes place, and the apparently median sternum arises. In lower vertebrates the double connection often survives. That there is often a seventh cervical rib in whales is a remnant of a former state of affairs, for in reptiles there are a series of ribs depending from the neck vertebrae. But after all such an additional rib has been often met with in other mammals, Professor Albrecht points out that the cetacean resemble the fish and that the occipital bone joins the frontal. It is no doubt, as has already been pointed out, a very curious fact in their anatomy, but one not easily susceptible of an explanation. But to liken them to fishes for this reason seems to prove too much. For what we want on the promammalian theory is rather a likeness with lowly organized reptiles. It cannot, of course, be seriously maintained, as Professor Albrecht would have us believe, that the dorsal fin is an inheritance from a fish. Dr. Murie's comparison of it to the hump of a camel is far better. Professor Weber has just dwelt upon the excessive complicated brain, and upon the mode of the attachment of the fetus to its mother, in support of the more orthodox view that the whales are not primitive mammalia at all. If we are to place them in this position, we must displace monotreous mammals, Ornithorhynchus and Echinda, whose organization in so many points places them unquestionably at the base of existing mammals. The general conclusion which best suits the facts at our disposal seems to be to look upon the Cetaceae as an offshoot of an early group of the higher mammalia. This is unsatisfactory in its vagueness, no doubt, but it is difficult to see what more can be said, which is not entirely speculative and devoid of foundation in ascertained fact. Having then attempted, and it must be candidly confessed, failed, to place the whales accurately in the system, it remains to arrange them with reference to each other. It is easier to do this than to solve the first problem. There is, however, an initial difficulty in the great superficial likeness which the various members of the whale tribe bear to each other. It needs no argument to prove that the mammalia are essentially a land race other than those which have already been advanced. To inhabit the water is a mode of life entirely foreign to their organization. It is perhaps this which, in part at least, accounts for the uniformity of structure which the large group of whales exhibit. So little divergence from the suitable structure would be just the fatal straw. We find as a support of this way of looking at the matter, similar uniformities in groups which inhabit are usually medium. The groups of birds, for example, which contain as enormously large number of different species, and is yet characterized by so great a uniformity of organization that the task of classifying them has proved insuperable, is an example of a race which has probably been modified to the aerial life from a life among the branches of the trees. Here again, a certain organization is needed to live that life, and wide departures from the most fitting style of structure are not to be seen. A slight structural divergence might easily prove fatal to the perfect fulfillment of their functions as flying animals. Everyone is agreed that the orders of birds are separated from each other by characters of far less importance than those which separate many, if not all, of the orders of purely terrestrial mammalia. The Cetacea, it is true, form but one group equivalent to Ungulata, the Rodentia, etc. But it would seem that they are more alike one genus with another, in external build and internal conformation, than are either two groups cited. There are, for example, larger differences in the organs of digestion among the rodents and ungulates than are met with in the whales. The variability of external form it is hardly necessary to dwell upon. The teeth differ much more from one rodent genus to another, or from one ungulate genus to another, than in the whales, generally speaking. Fish, on the other hand, are born and bred to the aquatic life, shown just as many, if not more, divergences of structure as do the mammals. The expression fish-like is, it is true, often used to describe a certain shape. But what would be more utterly different in shape than a skate and an eel, or a sunfish and a sole? Here we have the precise converse of the case afforded by whales, the whole organization being fitted into the marine or freshwater life. There is ample room for much variation without affecting the necessary essentials. Bearing in mind, then, the profound influence which the aquatic life seems to have had in molding the external as well as the internal form of whales, it is not surprising that several naturalists have arrived at the conclusion that those structural differences which do exist argue the justice of dividing the group into two great orders, the toothed and the whalebone whales, which have arisen from separate ancestors, and have only come to resemble each other in various details owing to convergence, i.e. the likeness is superficial and due to similar conditions, not similar descent. This convergence is not an uncommon fact in nature. Such likenesses as there are between the seals and whales and between the manatees and the whales are examples. Flying rodents and flying marsupials exhibit another instance of the same phenomenon. In technical zoological parlance, then, by those who believe the whales to be two groups originally distinct from each other, which have come to lie side by side, they would be spoken of as diphyletic. That there do not appear to be any annectant forms between the toothed and the whalebone whales is so far in favor of this view, but much more than is necessary to lend even a color of probability to the suggestion. It is perfectly true that the two great divisions of the Mysticocetae and the Odontocetae are, as will be seen from the definitions which follow, separated from each other by exceedingly trenchant characters. So, for the matter of that, are the Archaeocetae from both. But what appears fatal to us is the idea of a double origin as the exact correspondence in certain structures, which, so to speak, need not necessarily have been the same. Among these the peculiar form of the scapula stands pre-eminent. It is only in whales, and it is in all whales, that this shape of scapula is met with. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. The hunting of whales. The economic products of whales are, not in order of importance: 1. The flesh. 2. The bones. 3. The whalebone, and 4. The oil derived from the blubber. It is for these substances that they are hunted. The first two need not detain us long. The flesh of the Cayenne whale, as noticed on page 28, is utilized by the inhabitants of the Orkneys as food, and that of various other whales is eaten, but it is not an article of at all general consumption. The bones as well as the flesh can be and are utilized, in the case of stranded whales, for manure, and the ribs have been at various times and by different peoples used to build huts with. Nearchus relates how the natives of the Mediterranean built houses of these bones, and the structures of the same kind are illustrated by Olaus Magnus. The oil of whales is derived from the blubber, which, as already said, forms a thick coating immediately underlying the skin. Besides, there is in many whales, especially in the sperm whale, a certain amount of clear oil contained in the head, which is solid when cold and is known as spermaceti. But you must first catch your whale and then extract the oil. The use of whale oil seems to be very ancient. M. Pouchet tells of a convent mentioned in the life of St. Philibert which had run short of oil. In answer to the prayers of the inmates, a large whale was found stranded the next day. This was in the year 684. M. Pouchet thinks that whales were more frequently stranded in old times than now, for that reason, not being hunted. They were necessarily more numerous. It seems to be hardly a matter for doubt that whales were first of all utilized only when stranded on the shore, and very numerous are the records of whales cast up upon our coasts and those of other European countries. A number of these events are collected together by Van Beneden in his Cétacés de Mers d'Europe, and more recently Perona has described the whales of the Italian shores. There are numerous other scattered and more or less elaborate enumerations of the stranding of different species of whales. John Evelyn, in his diary, records a large whale which came ashore near to his house. It seems probably, from the size and other suggestions, to have been a rorqual. Here is his description. A large whale was taken betwixt my land butting on the Thames and Greenwich, which drew an infinite concourse to see it, by water, horse, coach, and on foot, from London and all parts. It appeared first below Greenwich at low water, for at high water it would have destroyed all the boats, but lying now in shallow water, encompassed with boats, after a long conflict, it was killed with a harping iron, struck in the head, out of which spouted blood and water by 2 tunnels, and after a horrid groan it ran quite on shore and died. Its length was 58 foot, height 16, black-skinned like coach leather, very small eyes, great tail, only 2 small fins, and picked snout, and a mouth so wide that divers men might have stood upright in it. No teeth, but sucked slime only, as through a grate of that bone which we call whalebone, the throat yet so narrow as would not have admitted the least of fishes. The extremes of the cetaceous bones hung downwards from the upper jaw, and was hairy towards the ends and bottom within side, all of it prodigious, but in nothing more wonderful than that an animal of so great a bulk should be nourished only by slime through those grates. In Holinshed's Chronicle we read that in 1531, the 5 and 20th of May, between London and Gravesend, were taken 2 great fishes called whirlpools, male and female. These were presumably either Balænoptera or perhaps more likely sperm whales. The expression whirlpool for large whales was very common at that period. Earlier still, and also in the Thames, we hear from Fabian's Chronicle that in the year 1472 were taken at Erith, within 12 miles of London, 4 wonderful fishes, whereof one was called Mors marini, the second a sword fish, and the other 2 were whales, which after some expositors were prognostications of war and trouble. The Mors marini of this description one would think could hardly be a walrus, but it was very possibly an orca, of which 3 individuals came up the Thames so lately as 1890. The notion of the appearance of these huge whales being a portent of dire trouble is common. In Stow's London is recorded the standing in the Thames at Blackwall of a Parmaceti whale, the sperm whale of course, A curious variant in the spelling of this word occurs in Baker's Chronicle, where the stranding of a sperm whale is recorded, and the writer goes on to remark, the oil being boiled out of the head was parmacita. For the following account of a whale hunt in olden times and also up the Thames, I am indebted to the Rev. William Hunt. The story comes from the Chronica Majora of Matthew Paris. The date is 1240. Balaenae susciter undicem praeter alias belluas marinas in littore maris Angeliae contermino mortuae et quasi in aliquo certamine lesse sunt projecte unde natu et seniores maris confinia habitantes acerabant bella fuis in auditum inter paesis belluas et monstra marina quae sesse ad in visem mordentia et colindentia alterno impetu intero moruant unda mortua ex ellis ad alitora sunt projecta decorum piscium numero unus monstrose immanitatis bellua in tamensam veniens vis inter pilas pontis illisus patransire adminerium autum regio quod Mortlake dicitur insequentibus multis navigatoribus cum funibus et ballistas et arcubus perveniens ibidem jaculorum ictibus vis est peremptus. No season passes without the record of a few whales stranded upon the shores of Great Britain, and it is to this fortunate circumstance that our knowledge of whales is so largely due. The discovery of the economic value of many parts of these huge monsters led naturally to their pursuit either from the shore or in the open sea. As to the actual date of the first active hunting of whales there is dispute, the real date of the origin of this pursuit being difficult to ascertain. Some say that the Basques were the earliest race to engage in the pursuit of whales as a commercial enterprise. Others hold that the Norwegians were the pioneers in this branch of industry. Probably whales were first of all hunted from the shore, as indeed they are now in the case of the Californian gray whale off the Pacific shores of North America. As to the Norwegians, the following passage may be quoted from J. Ross Brown. As early as 887, according to Anderson, in his historical and chronological deduction of the origin of commerce, or as Hakluyt thinks, about 890, our excellent King Alfred received from one Octher, a Norwegian, an account of his discoveries northward on the coast of Norway, a coast which appears to have been very little, if at all, known to the Anglo-Saxons. There is one very remarkable thing in this account, for he tells King Alfred that he sailed along the Norway coast so far north as commonly the whale hunters used to travel, which shows the great antiquity of whale fishing, though undoubtedly then and long after the use of what is usually called whalebone was not known, so that they fished for whales merely on account of their fat or oil. This story seems to show not merely a great antiquity for the pursuit of whales, but that the fishery was carried on from the shore. No doubt, as soon as the value of stranded whales was ascertained, they would be hunted in this fashion, and then as the shore-coming whales got scarcer, they would be pursued by the whalers further and further into the ocean. Anyhow, whatever may be the actual date of the first practicing of whaling as an industry, it is clear that it was known in this country as early as before the year 1000, for there is an interesting dialogue preserved, written by one Aelfric, abbot of Ensham, in which the subject of whaling is dealt with. This is in the form of a conversation between the master and his pupils, written in order to familiarize the pupils with Latin conversation. The master begins by inquiring what is to be caught in the sea. The pupil then enumerates the following curious assortment of marketable marine fishes: Alicis et Isisios, Delphinos et Sturias, Astreas et Cancros, Musculos et Torniculos, Neptigalos, Platerios et Plateses et Polypodes et multi alia. Then the master: vis capere aliquem setum, nic? The reason is then demanded. The youth is supposed to reply, "Quia periculosum est capere setum, tutius est mihi ire ad amnem cum nave mea quam ire cum multibus navibus in venationem balaenae, et tamen," the master goes on to say, "multi capiunt setos et evadant pericula." It is plain, therefore, that whaling was practised, presumably in this country, at that date. It should be explained that the word cetus also means whale. Balena means a sea monster generally. This is rather remarkable considering the derivation of cetus from the Homeric word, which seems to mean a sea monster generally. Balena usually definitely means whale, but the words whal and hranis seem to put the matter beyond doubt. The American whale fishery began, at any rate, as early as the year 1614. At first the animals were pursued from the shore, and the island of Nantucket was the headquarters of the industry. The whales were watched for from a tall spar, and when the animal was seen to spout, the boats immediately set out in pursuit. The whale, when captured, was towed ashore, and the flensing carried out on the beach. Shore whaling, however, was after no great a period abandoned, for the reason that the whales had begun to get scarce. Ships were then fitted out for long voyages, and in 1790 a ship fitted out at New Bedford doubled Cape Horn and really inaugurated the South Pacific whale fishery. The names of the ships are characteristic of the date. Captain Scammon tells us that one of the first vessels to cross the Atlantic in search of whales, in the year 1770, was named the No Duty on Tea. The whale trade went on increasing for many years in leaps and bounds. In 1775 there were as many as 300 vessels engaged in the industry, and by 1846 the total number of ships had increased to about 730, representing an aggregate tonnage of 233,189 tons. At this period the investments connected with the business are said to have been at least $70 million, and 70,000 persons derived their chief support from the whaling interests. That year, according to the statistics given by Captain Scammon, was apparently the culmination of the whale trade in America, for we observe a gradual diminution of the number of vessels until the year in which the statistics end, to wit, 1872. In this year the number of ships was altogether only 218, representing a tonnage of 52,701. That there should be this decrease is not surprising when we learn from the same table of statistics that during the years 1835 to 1872 about 292,714 whales must have been either captured or destroyed. To write an adequate account of the whaling industry would need a volume to itself. We can only give a few facts. There is no doubt that here, as in other countries, the pursuit of whales has fallen off enormously in the last 50 years. This is to be partly explained by the increasing rarity of the more valuable kinds, and partly to the replacement of the substances for which whales are hunted by cheaper substitutes. Captain Ewell, harbor master of the port of Dundee, has been good enough to give me some valuable information with regard to the state of the whaling industry at that town, for incorporation into the present volume. Writing to me in June, 1898, Mr. Ewell stated that in that year the whaling vessels equipped at Dundee had met with but scant success. This fact, coupled with the great fall in the price of oil and the enormous expense of the voyage, has reduced the industry to such a point that only 5 vessels have left this season. The following table, also kindly supplied to me by Captain Ewell, shows the number of ships and the number of whales caught in a series of years commencing with 1859. The decrease of both sets of figures is most noteworthy. Moreover, the heaviest decrease is in the number of whales. Whereas in 1861 8 vessels captured between them 121 whales, the same number of ships in 1897 only secured 9 whales. This tells its own story. For some further details of whale fisheries the reader is referred to the sections dealing with the Greenland whale and the southern whalebone whale. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Right Whales. The whalebone whales (Mystacoceti) are separated by all naturalists from the toothed whales as a distinct division which is characterized by the possession of whalebone. This is not, however, the only feature which distinguishes the whalebone whales from the Odontoceti. The skull is nearly symmetrical. In fact, it is not perceptibly asymmetrical. The nasal bones are equal or sub-equal in size, and in their characters more like those of ordinary mammals. They are placed side by side, have truncated ends, and roof over the nasal passage to the extent of their length. The frontal bones are not overlapped by the maxillae as they are in toothed whales. There is a distinct lacrimal bone. The two rami of the mandible meet only at the very end and for a very short space. They are, moreover, as a rule, connected at their junction by ligament only. They are much bowed outwards and enclose a spoon-shaped area. The skull as a whole is more or less arched, most so in the right whales. This structural peculiarity is obviously connected with the presence of whalebone and is less developed in the rorquals, where the whalebone is shortest. The ribs are never attached to the vertebrae by more than one head, which is the tubercular head, i.e. that articulating with the transverse process of the vertebrae. The sternum is always in one piece, and only a single pair of ribs articulate with it. It is always very small in proportion to the size of the body, and does not represent a fused sternum of several segments, but the manubrium only. It is usual, perhaps, to divide the Mystacoceti into two families, the Balanidae and the Balanopteridae. This arrangement is that followed by Gray in his catalogue. It is the arrangement found in many textbooks of zoology. In his supplement, however, Gray laid still greater emphasis upon the structural divergences to be seen among the whalebone whales, and arranged them thus: Suborder 1, Balanoidea, containing but a single family, Balanidae, and suborder 2, Balanopteridea, containing the families Agaphelidae, Megapteridae, Physalidae, and Balanopteridae. The other extreme is accepted by most writers who allow but a single family, Balanidae. I am disposed to allow the two families, Balanidae and Balanopteridae, but there is something to be said for but a single family, chiefly on account of the characters of Rhachianectes and Neobalana. It is rather curious that Dr. Gray, with his liberality in the manufacture of families, did not dignify the last named by creating a special family for it, especially as he divided the rorquals into two families. Both Rhachianectes and Neobalcena to some extent interfere with the naturalness of the families Balenidae and Balenopteridae, and so does that less known genus Agaphelus, if really distinct, with which Cope at first united Rhachianectes. Rhachianectes has the general outline of a rorqual, but there is no dorsal fin, and the throat plates of Balaenoptera are reduced to two. The baleen, however, is short, as in the rorquals. The skeletal characters are also to some extent intermediate. The cervical vertebrae are free, as in rorquals. The sternum is as in that group, and so, on the whole, is the form of the skull. But when the skull is seen from the side, the premaxillaries are as obvious as in the Greenland whale, and the fore part of the skull is narrow as in that cetacean. The scapula, moreover, is not so elongated as in the rorquals, but has more the shape of that in the genus Balena. Neobalcena is placed by Gray among the Balenidae, but it has several balenopteroid characters. It is, however, a true Balena in the length of the baleen and in the consequent arching of the skull. But the frontal bones are rather the processes of those bones which cover over the orbit are broad, as in Balenoptera, and not so narrow as in the right whales. The skull, as a whole, is not so disproportionate to the body as in the genus Balena. It is more like a rorqual in this particular. Finally, the scapula is rorqual-like in its antero-posterior elongation. It is not nearly so high as in the right whale. On the other hand, the sternum marks affinities of Neobalcena with Balena. I should be disposed to describe Neobalcena as a Balena with affinities to Balenoptera, and Rhachianectes as a Balenoptera with affinities to Balena. Concerning Agaphelus we have less information. Of the two genera just mentioned there are skeletons in the British Museum which I have been able to study. Agaphelus has no dorsal fin and is said to be without throat plates, but this has been stated of Rhachianectes, which is figured by Scammon as having two of those plates. On the other hand, the baleen is like that of Balenoptera in being short. The scapula is like that of the same genus. Further information is required before the genus can be placed with an approximation to accuracy. Family Balenidae. Skull very much arched and narrow anteriorly. Lower jaw without marked coronoid process. Cervical vertebrae fused. Baleen very long. Pectoral limbs short. No grooves on throat. The last character may prove to be not applicable to Neobalcena, which is, as already explained, somewhat intermediate between the right whales and the rorquals. This family of whales contains but two genera, and these include between them probably not more than three species, of which two are referable to Balena. Genus Balena. Size large, 50 to 60 feet. No dorsal fin. had more than one-fourth of the length of the body. Orbital process of frontal not wider than downward process of maxilla. Scapula rather high. 12 to 15 pairs of ribs. Hind limbs consisting of a pelvic bone, femur, and tibia. The right whales, as it is usual to term the Greenland whale and the southern whalebone whale, are so termed on account of the fact that they are the right kind of whale for the whaler to attack. Their whalebone is finer and longer than that of others, and the oil is more abundant and of a superior quality. These whales are characterized in addition to the characters given in the definition, which are not found in the allied genus Neobalcena, by the enormous head and the peculiar form of the mouth, which is shown in the accompanying illustration. The skull is mainly distinguishable from that of Neobalcena by the characters of the frontal and maxilla given in the diagnosis. This character is very plain on an examination. It is an interesting fact to note from Professor Huxley's figure of a fetal southern right whale given in his Anatomy of Vertebrates that in the fetus the frontal in its proportions more approaches that of Neobalcena and the Rorquals. This is so far confirmatory evidence of the view that this genus is the most modified of whalebone whales. On the other hand, it must be remembered that the greater perfection of the hind limb points to a less modified condition than that which is exhibited by Balaenoptera, where the limb is still further reduced. And furthermore the ribs point to a more primitive stage in Balcena. In the Rorquals and Neobalcena very few have capitular processes. In a specimen of Balcena biscayensis at the British Museum, of the 14 ribs present the first 2 had no capitulum, but the 10 following on each side were provided with capitular processes. There would seem to be some little vagueness about the number of ribs in this genus. Vagueness is, however, readily produced by deficient specimens, and this fact may easily account for some of the discrepancies. But there would not seem to be any method by which a less number of ribs should be converted into a greater. The Greenland whale is characterized by Mr. Lydekker as possessing but 12 ribs, and thus distinguished from its southern congeners which has 15. The skeleton of Balcena mysticetus at Brussels is described by Sir W. Flower as having 14 pairs of ribs, though the usual number is stated as 13. The sternum of Balcena is not cross-shaped as in Rorquals. It is oval, decreasing in diameter behind, or somewhat heart-shaped in contour. The scapula is high, thus contrasting with the more elongated scapula of the Rorquals. It is, or perhaps rather has been, a matter of dispute as to how many species of whale are embraced in the general expression right whale. It is the prevailing opinion at present that there are but 2 properly established forms, i.e. the Greenland whale and the southern right whale (Balcena australis), but it may be that there are others. Scoresby writes of tribes of whales inhabiting different regions which are to be distinguished by different proportions of head and trunk. Those inhabiting southern latitudes, he observes, have commonly long heads and bodies compared with their circumference, moderately thick blubber, and long whalebone. Those of the mean fishing latitude, that is 78 to 79°, have more commonly short, broad heads compared with the size of the body. In some individuals the head is at least one third of the whole length of the body, but in others scarcely 2/7. Inasmuch as whalebone whales, undoubtedly belonging to this genus Balana, occur in all the ocean from north to south, from east to west, it is at least possible that there are different races. But on the other hand, the facts which have been gathered in support of such contention are not convincing. Certainly it does not appear justifiable to erect, as has been done, a large number of distinct genera for the inclusion of these right whales. Thus the late Dr. Gray allowed in his catalogue, besides Balana, Eubalana, Hunterius, Caperea, and Macleayus. Neobalana, on the other hand, which will be dealt with presently, is clearly entitled to generic rank. As to Macleayus, it appears to have been founded on a mistaken impression gathered from an imperfect photographic representation. At best, it depends entirely and only upon the cervical vertebrae, of which the altas was at first thought by Gray to be distinct. This would be, if it were true, a difference. But though that character is dropped by Dr. Gray in his supplementary catalogue, from further information received, the genus is valiantly retained. Hunterius temminckii was based upon a young and incomplete skeleton in the Leyden Museum, described also by Schlegel and Flower. Its chief character is that the first rib is very broad, with two heads attached to the transverse process of the first and second dorsal vertebrae. As a matter of fact, the statement itself is inaccurate, for Sir W. Flower pointed out that the attachment was in all probability to the last cervical and first dorsal, the apparent position being due to a mistake on the part of the articulator of the skeleton. This character may surely be dismissed as an abnormality, for in the figure which is given the rib is clearly two ankylosed ribs. It is bifid not only at the head, but at the other extreme, and moreover the same state of affairs was found by Sir W. Flower in an example of the southern right whale B. australis. Furthermore, in the finner Baleoptera rostrata a similar double rib has been recorded, and in the British Museum the skeleton of Rhachianectes shows an identical state of affairs. Van Beneden asserts the same as an occasional character of the Porpoise and Globicephalus. The only other character of importance mentioned in the diagnosis of the genus is the existence of 15 pairs of ribs, a character which exactly fits in with the assumption that this whale is nothing but a specimen of Balana australis. Caperea, the New Zealand whale, has even less claims, if possible, to be considered a valid genus. It is practically based upon a slight difference in the form of the tympanic bone. The slight development of the acromion is apparently a question of age and deficient ossification. Finally, there is Eubalena to be considered. The main characters of this are that it has 15 pairs of ribs, of which the first is not bifid. It seems to be merely a variation on the theme of Balena australis. As to the species of this genus Balena, there can be no question of the existence of two, the Greenland whale B. mysticetus and the southern right whale B. australis. The former is extremely limited in range, being entirely confined to the polar seas. The latter is world wide and probably includes all the whales already spoken of under the various generic names already criticized. Balena mysticetus. The species may be thus characterized: length 50 to 65, rarely 70 feet; head one third of the length of the body; whalebone 10 to 11, rarely 13 feet in length; colour black; under part of jaw white; 13 pairs of ribs; about 54 vertebrae. This is the Greenland whale. Right whale or whalebone whale is a purely polar species, never descending as far as our coasts. The reputed occurrences of right whale in British seas seem to concern Balena australis. This great creature, bulky though it undoubtedly is, has been very much overrated as to its size. Scoresby, whose experience was large, says in his account of the Arctic regions that such dimensions as 80 or 100 feet are quite absurd. Of 322 individuals in the capture of which Scoresby was himself concerned, not a single one exceeded 60 feet in length. The largest ever measured by himself was only 58 feet. An unusual specimen caught off Spitzbergen at the beginning of the century was barely 70 feet in length, though its whalebone was as long as 15 feet. Even the older observers, who had a tendency to exaggerate the size of these sea monsters, were not always unreliable upon this point. Edge, at the beginning of the 17th century, contented himself with describing the Greenland whale as a sea beast of huge bigness, about 65 feet long. The head of this whale is about a third of its total length. There is a slightly hairy covering in the form of a few scattered short white hairs at the extremity of both jaws. Though the whale is usually black, Scoresby relates that he has seen specimens that were piebald all over, an exaggeration of the occasional white tracts that are normal for the species. This whale has no voice, though they make a loud noise in spouting. It swims slowly, usually at the rate of 4 miles an hour, but when diving they reach a velocity of 7 to 9 miles an hour. This velocity is so great that whales have been found to dive to the bottom of the water a mile in depth, and to break the lower jaw by the violence of the impact. The time which whales can remain under water has been also exaggerated. It has been asserted that they can endure submersion for many hours. As a general rule 5 or 10 minutes is the period, varied by 2 minutes breathing space. But when feeding, 15 or 20 minutes is not unusual. Scoresby mentions a harpooned whale as having dived for a period of 40 minutes, and Scammon assigns 1 hour and 20 minutes as the limit of endurance. The Greenland whale produces a single foal, or a sucker, at birth. The young creature, when born, is 10 to 14 feet long. The mother does not desert it until the expiration of a year or so, and the amount of maternal affection exhibited has been often commented upon. Scoresby, who was compelled to mingle commercial enterprise with due regard to the sentimentality of the twenties, remarks that there is something extremely painful in the destruction of a whale when thus evincing a degree of affectionate regard for its offspring that would do honour to the superior intelligence of human beings. Yet the object of the adventure, the value of the prize, the joy of the capture, cannot be sacrificed to feelings of compassion. This whale is not really gregarious. When a number are seen together, it is an accident due to their having congregated at the same feeding spot. There are various thrilling stories of adventures with harpooned whales, but it seems that the dangers are not due to any ferocity on the part of the animal itself, which is one of the most timid of beasts, so much so, indeed, that a bird alighting upon its back sometimes sets it off in great agitation and terror. It is in this respect markedly unlike the fierce and malicious Californian whale. The accidents that have happened to the whalers are simply due to the struggles of the great beast when harpooned. They are not purposely directed at its enemies at all. But it is said that a Greenland whale cannot throw up into the air in the way that Scoresby depicts in an oft copied picture, a boat and its crew. Since a whale of 60 feet in length would weigh 100 tons, it is not at all surprising that the lashing of its tail and its terrified rushes may prove extremely dangerous. It has been mentioned that there are slight variations in the Greenland whale, chiefly concerning the proportions of the head and trunk. Scammon distinguishes the bowhead or great polar whale from the right whale of the north-western coast, Balena sieboldi of Gray, but this latter whale is probably Balena australis, which will be dealt with on another page. This whale has the longest whalebone of all whalebone whales. In a whale of 47 feet long the bone was as much as 10 feet 6 inches long. The length may even reach 12 feet, and the colour is black, not piebald or white, which is met with other whales. There may be 350 or more of the laminae of whalebone on each side of the mouth. Scammon relates that 370 layers of whalebone is the largest number that he ever counted. The typical bowhead, which Scammon does not differentiate from the Balena mysticetus, occurs chiefly in the vicinity of Bering Strait. In the Sea of Okhotsk there is to be found, in addition to the typical Greenland whale, a smaller variety called, in the vernacular of the American whalers, "poggy." This creature yields but a small quantity of oil, as compared with its larger relatives. They yield per whale from 75 to 200 barrels. The "poggy" only furnishes from 20 to 25 barrels. "Many whalemen," proceeds Captain Scammon, "are of the opinion that this is a different species. There is little doubt, however, of this being a young whale of the same species, as its blubber is close and fine, producing but little oil in proportion to size of body. As is the case with all calves or young whales of every description. Nevertheless, Scammon is of opinion that this sea does contain a distinct variety of the common Greenland whale, which he terms and figures as Roy's bunchback. Its most characteristic feature is a small hump or bunch a little in front of the tail, a structure which resembles the series of low humps found on the back of the sperm whale, and is no doubt the vanishing equivalent of the strongly marked dorsal fin of other whales. It is said that these whales yield a larger amount of bone in proportion to oil, and that the blowholes are situated higher up. End of section 11. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 12 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 6, Part 2. The right whale, and the following statements apply, of course, to the southern as well as to the polar right whale, feeds, as is well known, upon minute pelagic creatures. The minuteness of the food led the ancients to the belief that they lived upon water only. Pteropods and Crustacea form the bulk of its food, which it has not, therefore, to laboriously collect. The Arctic seas are often dyed for acres with these small floating animals, and thus, as Dryden accurately observes in the Annus Mirabilis, the whales need to give no chase but swallow in the fry, which through their gaping jaws mistake the way, but when engaged in feeding the whale hardly lies behind some promontory, as another poet suggests, but, as Scammon better puts it, moves through its native element, either below or near the surface, with considerable velocity, its jaws being open, whereby a body of water enters its capacious mouth, and along with it the animalculae, termed by the whalemen right whale feed or brit. The whale's mouth is enormous, and its capacity is enlarged by the outward sweep of the rami of the lower jaw, which have together a spoon-like contour. The plates of whalebone act as strainers, and the method of their action has been elaborately described by the late Captain Gray. The following account, an abridgment of his, is borrowed from Sir William Flower. How these immensely long blades, depending vertically from the plate, were packed into a mouth the height of which has scarcely more than half their length, was a mystery not solved until a few years ago. Captain David Gray, of Peterhead, at my request, first gave us a clear idea of the arrangement of the baleen in the Greenland whale, and showed that the purpose of its wonderful elasticity was not, primarily at least, the benefit of the corset and umbrella makers, but that it was essential for the correct performance of its functions. The length and delicate structure of the baleen provides an efficient strainer or hair sieve by which the water can be drained off. If the baleen, were, as in the rorquals, short and rigid, and only of the length of the aperture between the upper and lower jaws when the mouth was shut. When the jaws were separated, a space would be left beneath it through which the water and the minute particles of food would escape together. But instead of this, the long, slender, brush-like ends of the whalebone blades, when the mouth is closed, fold back, the front ones passing below the hinder ones in a channel lying between the tongue and the bone of the lower jaw. When the mouth is opened, their elasticity causes them to straighten out like a bow that is unbent, so that at whatever distance the jaws are separated, the strainer remains in perfect action, filling the whole of the interval. The mechanical perfection of the arrangement is completed by the great development of the lower lip, which rises stiffly above the jaw bone, and prevents the long, slender, flexible ends of the baleen being carried outwards by the rush of water from the mouth, when its cavity is being diminished by the closure of the jaws and raising of the tongue. The food thus filtered off by the action of the whalebone and the raising of the tongue is shutting off the jaws, is left stranded upon the gigantic tongue, and then swallowed down the narrow throat. It is accordingly not advantageous that this tongue should be mobile and muscular. It is, as a matter of fact, mainly formed of a mass of spongy fat intermixed with sinewy flesh. The second species, Balena australis, Desmoulins, must probably include the following rather formidable list of synonyms: B. biscayensis, Gray; B. sieboldi, Gray; B. japonica, Gray; Hunterius teminckii, Gray; B. antipodarum, Gray; B. antarctica, Schlegel; B. mediterranea, Gray; B. angulata, Gray; B. nordkaper, Gray; B. capensis, Gray; B. cisarctica, Cope; B. eubalena, Flower; Hunterus swedenborgi, Liljeborg; Macleayus australiensis, Gray; M. britannicus, Gray; B. tarentina, Capellini; B. alutiensis, van Beneden; B. culiomok, Camiso; B. culamaca, Camiso. It may be thus defined: head relatively smaller than in B. mysticetus, 2/7 minus 2/8 of body length; whalebone also shorter; ribs 15, 57 vertebrae. This list of synonyms includes the names given to the whales, which were probably at most no more than local races of but one species. But with all of them it is by no means easy to be certain of the justice of this view. Thus, since Macleayus britannicus is only known by its cervical vertebrae, it is conceivable, though not in the least likely, that it is a different form. But of those whales with different names, that much is known about. There seems to be but little doubt that they are all one and the same species. To believe in existence of 20 species of right whales, in addition to the Greenland right whale, is too large a draft upon credulity to be honoured at present. At every page, in describing the natural history of whales, it is necessary to make statements with great care and to allow a due amount of qualification. It may be that the large number of synonyms which it appears to me to be necessary to include in the description of this species are really proper varieties at least, or even distinct forms. As has before been stated, there does not appear much reason to accept the numerous genera which Gray allowed. But as a species the affair is different, since these whales do not live, or at least are not common in the tropics, but prefer the temperate waters both north and south of the equator. It might be urged that the northern were distinct from the southern species, and this is and has been the opinion of many. On the other hand, Sir William Flower is inclined to believe in the existence of but a single Balcena beside the Greenland whale, and with this opinion I associate myself. The most marked characteristics of this whale has been given in the above diagnosis of Balcena australis, but the number of ribs appear to be a character that is not absolutely fixed. As a rule, Balcena mysticetus has but 13 ribs, while B. australis has as many as 15. Sir W. Flower, however, described some years since an undoubtedly Arctic whale with 14 ribs, the last being rudimentary and only 18 inches in length. Still, here are 14 ribs. With this fact must be compared the figure of Balcena japonica, here regarded as synonym of B. australis, which, according to a Japanese artist, has also 14 pairs of ribs. The accuracy of the Japanese is so well known that we must hesitate before rejecting the fact. Neither, apparently, can the length of the plates of the baleen be absolutely relied upon as a character diagnostic of Balcena australis. Generally the baleen is coarser and shorter than that of Balcena mysticetus. It is figured, for example, by Scammon as rather more than 1/4 less in length than that of its ally. 6 feet is the length assigned by Gray to the baleen of Eubalcena australis, but of Eubalcena sieboldii the baleen is stated by the same author to be nearly as long as the Greenland, varying from 7 to 12 feet long, and slender. The difference, therefore, is in the latter instance not great. A very singular feature of Balcena, especially of the present species, is the so called bonnet. This is a horny, irregular mass growing on the snout. The irregular shape and pitted appearance of the bonnet gives one the impression that it is a pathological structure, a kind of corn perhaps produced by the animal rubbing itself against rocks, as this species has been observed to do in order to get rid of the barnacles which are apt to infest it. It is not large, 11 inches being about the length of a large one, and this was 8 inches in width. It is spoken of as a rudimentary frontal horn by Gray, and a comparison with an ungulate horn, especially that of a rhinoceros, is highly interesting in view of the disputed affinities of whales. We cannot, however, press this comparison at present. As to the habits of this whale, they seem to be much those of its nearest ally. They go about singly, in pairs, or three together. Towards the end of the session Scammon tells us that they congregate in herds, which are technically known as gams. This is previous to migration, and the whales of the southern hemisphere are also migratory. Balena australis has the same strong maternal affection that characterizes Balena mysticetus. This is illustrated by the recital of the capture of a whale in the Bay of St. Sebastian, quoted by M. Fisher, to whom science is indebted for a great deal of collected information about this and other whales. When the mother whale saw her young captured, instead of flying, she made unheard of attempts to free it, describing a circle round the boats without hurting them. Sometimes she pressed the cub under her great fins and tried to drag it away. Sometimes she dived with it, disappeared, and reappeared at some distance. But the enterprise was not easy. The ropes were strong, and the 3 harpoons well embedded. Later on the cub escaped through the mother breaking, by a stroke of her powerful tail, the ropes attached to the harpoons. But the young one died, and the mother followed and remained near its dead body, regardless of musket shots fired at her, and only went away on the following day. This whale, which was once more abundant on the coast of Europe than it appears to be now, has been much hunted, especially by the Basques, who have left their mark upon the whaling industry by the very word harpoon. Of this industry a number of important observations on the spot and references to the literature have been collected by M. Fisher in the memoir just referred to, and nearly the same time by Mr. (now Sir Clements) Markham. It would seem that they were fished up on the shores of Flanders so long ago as the year 875. But in these remote periods it is by no means always certain that whale is meant by the descriptive expression used. Even Balena itself does not always apply, in these early records, to the whalebone whale, and the term crassus piscis is clearly even more vague in its possible significances. We learn that in all times the habits and customs of the Basques resembled those of their not very distant neighbours, the Normans. They lived along the shores, and, as a rule, picked up living there. When the fishery was not productive, they occupied themselves in pillaging inland. The whales were attacked when they approached the shore to bear their young. They were driven on the shore and despatched there. The earliest document relative to this fishery is dated from the year 1150. It is in the shape of privileges granted by Sancho the Wise to the city of San Sebastian. A little later, in 1197, John Lackland, King of England, gave to Vital de Biole and his heirs to take 50 Angevin pounds on the 2 first whales captured each year at Biarritz, in exchange for the fees which King Richard, his brother, had given him on account of the fishery of Guernsey. The pursuit of the Biscayan whale was at its height at this period, and for some time afterwards. Its importance is shown by the fact that a whale is incorporated into the coat of arms of many cities lying upon the Bay of Biscay. This charge, remarks Sir C. Markham, is in the arms of Fuentarrabia. Over the portal of the first old house in the steep street of Guetaria there is a shield of arms consisting of whales amidst waves of the sea. At Motrico the town arms consist of a whale in the sea harpooned, and with a boat with men holding the line. The same device is carved on the wall of the town hall of Lequeito. The arms of Bermeo and Castro Udiales also contain a whale. Other traces of the former prevalence of this industry are to be seen in the remains of vigias, or lookout towers, whence the whales were first espied and fleet of boats sent out in pursuit. In the 16th century the trade was still important. We find Rondeletius (1568) remarking upon Bayonne as a centre of the trade, and the flesh, especially the tongue, was eaten, being exposed in the markets of Bayonne, Biarritz, and other towns. A curious example is given by Sir Clements Markham in proof of the importance of the industry, even so late as 1712. In the records of a marriage at Lequeito, the bride and bridegroom between them possessed all the necessary outfit for a whaling voyage. Ambroise Payer, quoted by Fisher, has given an elaborate account of whale fishing in the Bay of Biscay in the year 1564, a part of which we shall quote here as serving to illustrate how the Biscayan whale was hunted at that period. It is taken at certain times of winter in many places, including the coast of Bayonne, near a little village distant 3 leagues or about from the said town and named Biarritz. Opposite that village there is a hill upon which, from a long time back, has been built a tower, one of the vigias already referred to, entirely for this pursuit, day and night, to discover the baleines which pass, and perceiving them coming partly by the loud noise they make, and partly by the water which they throw out by a conduit which they possess in the middle of the forehead. And when they perceive them to come, they ring a bell, at the sound of which promptly all those in the village run with their apparatus, which is requisite to take these animals. They have several boats and skiffs, in some of which there are men whose only duty is to fish up those who may have fallen into the water. The others are used for the combat, and in each of them there are 10 men, strong and capable of rowing well, and several others with barbed darts, which are marked with their mark to recognize them again, attached to cords, and which are thrown with all their force at the whales. After the whale is killed, the whalers feast (font godecere) and depart, each with his share, which is calculated by the harpoons already in the body, and of course known to their possessors. This author from whom we have just quoted remarks upon the affection of females for their young, and the comparative case, therefore, with which they are captured. After the beginning of the 18th century the industry seems to have decayed, on account of the growing rarity of the whales. In the 19th century but 2 or 3 records of this occurrence in the bay are to be found. The genus Neobalcena may be thus characterized: size small, 20 feet about; head not large; no throat grooves; a small falcate dorsal fin; frontals broad; 17 pairs of ribs, very broad and flat; vertebrae C7, fused D18, L2, CAU 16; whalebone long; scapula broad, not high. This very remarkable genus of whalebone whales bears the same kind of relation to the great Balcena that Kogia does to its equally gigantic ally Physeter. In both cases also the dwarf form is to some extent intermediate in its characters, thus illustrating a generalization applicable to a good many groups, that archaic characters are not usually coupled with extremes of size. To Dr. Gray may have been justly allowed some jubilation concerning this whale. He separated it as distinct on account of its whalebone, and, as it has turned out, very rightly. As Neobalcena is represented by but a single species, it is clearly impossible to disentangle from each other the characters which belong to Neobalcena as a genus from those which should be held to distinguish Neobalcena marginata as a species. Indeed, the 2 skeletons of this whale in the fine collection of Cetaceans in the British Museum shows certain differences which may be specific if they are not sexual. It is from an examination of those 2 skeletons that the following notes have been drawn up. Neobalcena has a very short vertebral column, the total number of vertebrae being only 43. The complete fusion of the cervicals allies the genus to the right whales. The most noteworthy point that I observed concerning the dorsal vertebrae was the fact that the first dorsal apparently bears no rib. As this was the case in both specimens, it seems unlikely that it has dropped off. The number of the dorsal vertebrae is therefore one in excess of the number of ribs. This number was not constant in the 2 specimens. The larger had 18, the smaller whale 17 dorsal vertebrae. In any case, Neobalcena has more dorsals than any other Cetacean. It has also fewer lumbars. There are 2 in one, and 1 in the smaller specimen. The only other Cetacean in which anything like so small a series of lumbars occurs is Inia (see p. 297), and there the number is 3. The ribs of this Cetacean are remarkable for many reasons. Their number, 17, is in excess of that known elsewhere. In one specimen, it is true, there are but 16, a number which occurs in the largest whalebone whale, Balænoptera sibbaldii. As already observed, the first rib is attached to the second dorsal vertebra, a remarkable state of affairs upon which I have commented elsewhere. The ribs are attached only to the transverse processes of their vertebrae, and there apparently not very firmly. The second to the 5th ribs, however, have a neck and head produced beyond the tuberculum towards the centrum, which, however, they do not seem to reach. If Neobalcena is an especially diving whale capable of longer submersion than some others, the lax attachment of the ribs may conceivably be explained as furthering this capability, for it would allow it of a greater expansion of the contained lungs. Another feature in which the ribs are remarkable is the great breadth and flatness. This brings them close together into a thick armature for the protection of the underlying viscera. The condition of the ribs is suggestive of the Sirenia and of many ungulates. Neobalcena marginata of Gray, perhaps Caperia antipodarum, Gray, IB, page 101, in part, is the only species of the genus. End of section 12. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 13 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 7, Part 1. The Rorquals. Family Balænopteridae. This family may be distinguished from that of Balanidae by the following definition: head less than quarter of the length of the body, dorsal fin usually present, throat with longitudinal plates more or fewer in number, bones of skull but slightly arched, tympanic bones more elongated, coronoid process of mandible more or less developed, cervical vertebrae usually free, hand narrow and tetradactylous, baleen plates short, cecum present. This family of whales comprises at least three well marked genera: the Rorquals, genus Balænoptera; the humpbacks, genus Megaptera; and finally the recently known California grey whale, Rhachianectes. We shall commence with a consideration of the Rorquals, which will be here included with a single genus. This is probably the prevailing opinion at present, though many naturalists, even Sir William Flower in his earlier memoirs, have divided the existing Rorquals into three or even more genera. We shall clear the ground by defining the genus, of which of course the definition will be, in the opinion of some, applicable to a subfamily. Genus Balænoptera. Dorsal fin present and falcate. Throat plates numerous. Scapula low and broad, with long acromion and coracoid process. In considering whether or not it is advisable to divide the only four really definable species into different genera, we may at once discard Benedenia, founded upon an immature specimen, Rudolphius, which is the same as Sibaldius, the two names having been given to identical species. Sibaldius and Floverius again have both been applied to what we term here Balænoptera borealis, so that one of them at least may be discarded, and that one must obviously be Floverius, as it is the newer name. Balena is clearly to be left out of consideration, as it is, or rather has been, in the hands of older authors of wide applicability, embracing all the whalebone whales. Physalus is an older name than Pterobalena for the same species, and the same applies to Ogmobalena. So we may in this way weed down the generic names of the rorquals to Balenoptera, Sibaldius, and Physalus. These three genera were accepted by Flower in his paper on the skeletons of whales in the principal museums of Holland and Belgium in Proc. Zool. Soc. already referred to. If we add to these Cuvierus for the fourth species, described in the present work as Balanoptera sibbaldii, we shall have exhausted the possible generic names for the only four species known. But are they wanted? It seems to be a reasonable procedure in zoological nomenclature to invent generic names for the due pigeon-holing of a group which embraces a large number of species. It facilitates memory, and expresses a notion of classification. But when a group is so restricted as is that of the Rorquals, this procedure seems to be superfluous, especially since the utmost differences between the recognised forms are so small. All these great creatures are so much alike that their confusion one with another is almost inextricable. When species has been so confounded and confused with species, it seems to be a deliberate sarcasm to attempt generic definitions. Besides, now that the group has emerged from the complexity in which the labours of Dr. Gray involved it, we are able to see clearly how slight are the anatomical differences which distinguish the different forms. We think, therefore, that the best plan will be to give some sketch of the external characters and osteology of the Rorquals, and to mention the differences which enable the different forms to be distinguished from each other. The number of vertebrae differs, and the following table shows the number for a series of individuals: B. musculus, C7, D. 15, L. 14 or 15, Ca. 26; B. borealis, C7, D. 13 or 14, L. 13, 14 or 16, Ca. 19; B. rostrata, C7, D. 11, L. 12, Ca. 17; B. sibbaldii, C7, D. 15, L. 15, Ca. 28. It is the rule for the whales of this genus to have all the cervical vertebrae free from each other, not ankylosed in the typical whale fashion, but occasionally two or three are partially fused. This is described by Flower as occurring in B. rostrata. Nor is this occasional peculiarity confined to the species rostrata. It has been mentioned as occurring in B. borealis. As to the number of vertebrae, it is noteworthy that it bears some relation to the size of the creatures. Thus the smallest species, B. rostrata, has the smallest number of vertebrae, and the largest species, B. sibbaldii, the largest number of vertebrae. It is a feature of this genus for the first rib to be bifid. This structural feature, as has been pointed out, occurs in other Cetacea, and has been made use of for systematic purposes. The late Professor van Beneden, however, observes that it is wrongly that zoologists have thought it their duty to attach a certain importance to this arrangement, which is purely individual, but it is very general. Thus van Beneden remarks that it has been found to characterize all the examples of B. borealis that have been examined from this point of view, with the exception of a specimen studied by Sir W. Turner in 1882. This state of affairs characterizes the two specimens in the British Museum, and therefore the number of ribs allowed in the table on page 147 must be increased by one, for there can be no doubt that this two-headed rib represents two, as it is articulated with the transverse process of the two vertebrae. As is the case with all Mystacoceti except Rhachianectes, the first few ribs have capitular processes, but these processes do not articulate directly with the centra of their respective vertebrae. In B. musculus the first three ribs have these processes. In B. borealis I noticed four. In B. sibbaldii there were again only three, the last two of which were so much longer that they may perhaps articulate directly with the centra. Professor Delage has directed attention to the fact that the only rib, the first, which articulates with the sternum, does so by two heads. It is first of all attached by an articular surface, and then by a pseudo-articular fibrous surface. This double attachment is, it seems, paralleled in edentates. The sternum of Balænoptera is usually somewhat cruciform bone, such as is displayed in the figure on page 44. The cross-like outline is not always so well marked, and differences in the proportions of the limbs of the cross are evident, and are certainly in some cases due to varying condition of maturity. Thus Sir W. Flower has figured the sternum of B. borealis, in which the ossified portion consisted only of a roundish piece of bone, the cruciform shape of the entire sternum being, however, shown in the surrounding cartilaginous regions. As to the number of phalanges in the hand of various species of Balænoptera, the following table from Kukenthal gives the ascertained facts. B. sibbaldii 1, 1, 2, 5, 3, 7, 4, 7, 5, 4. B. borealis 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 7, 4, 7, 5, 4. B. musculus 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 7, 4, 6, 5, 4. B. musculus 1, 0, 2, 5, 3, 6, 4, 7, 5, 4. B. musculus 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 5. B. rostrata 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 8, 4, 7, 5, 4. B. rostrata 1, 0, 2, 4, 3, 7, 4, 6, 5, 3. But these tables, according to Kukenthal, have to be corrected by his discovery of a rudimentary finger (Fig. 2, page 9), lying between the third and the fourth of the above enumeration. This consisted in an embryo of Balcenoptera musculus of three slender phalanges lying at the upper, free, end of the interspace between the digits already mentioned. In this case the reputed thumb will be a prepollex, and the missing digit will be number 3. An obvious conclusion with regard to this rudiment is to regard it as a division of a digit, such as has been described in the Beluga. But certain considerations derived from the distribution of the nerves in the hand of this whale seem to negative this view, and to establish the theory that it is really digit 3 which has thus nearly disappeared. The whales of the genus Balcenoptera have a much more elongated form than those of the genus Balena. They are also to be distinguished by the presence of a dorsal fin, not large in proportion to the body, which is situated quite at the posterior end of the body. The elongated form conduces towards greater swiftness of movement, and for this among other reasons the finners, as these whales are termed, are not such profitable creatures to pursue as are the more lethargic right whales. Besides, the whalebone is short, and the blubber less in amount and inferior in quality. Some 2 feet is the average of length of the whalebone, which contrasts with the 12 or 13 feet in length of the bone of the Greenland whale. More accurate measurements of the whalebone of the Rorquals is given under the definitions of the 4 species below. Nevertheless, the Rorquals are hunted, particularly from the coasts of Norway, and an interesting account of some facts in the fishery has been recently communicated to the Zoological Society of London by Professor Collett. It is a curious thing that these whales are sometimes pursued with poisoned harpoons. The poison consists in the decaying flesh of a dead whale, and its effect is to set up septicemia. The simplicity of this mode of poisoning the prey is curiously paralleled by the poisoned arrows of certain African tribes who use the decaying mud of marshes, the effect in this case being tetanus. The Rorquals are among those whales that have preserved a trace of the primitive hairy covering. There are a few hairs present in the adults of these whales, and in an embryo of B. sibbaldii van Beneden figures 11 hairs on each side of the upper jaw and 4 on each side of the lower. A highly characteristic feature of the Rorquals is the series of longitudinal folds in the throat region. They share these with the genera Rhachianectes and Megaptera alone among whalebone whales, but the Ziphioids have a few folds in the same region, which are possibly comparable. The number of these folds in species of Balcenoptera varies somewhat. B. rostrata has been stated to possess 54 to 60. In B. sibbaldii, Turner counted 60. A larger number, according to Murray, characterizes B. musculus, for in a specimen of that whale he estimated the total number at about 100. These folds, although spoken of as throat folds, really reach back than the throat region, indeed to a point considerably behind the attachment of the pectoral fin. Kukenthal, as well, long before him, Eschricht, have pointed out that these folds are not found in the youngest embryos, a fact which renders their comparison with the apparently corresponding folds of the Ziphioid whales unlikely. In B. musculus they were first visible in an embryo of more than 60 centimeters long. The meaning, from a physiological point of view, of these folds is to be sought from the fashion in which the whales take in its food. Like the genus Balena, Balenoptera takes in huge masses of Crustacea and other minute organisms, which are swallowed after the accompanying water is strained off through the whalebone. But in Balena the mouth is especially huge, owing to the arched form of the skull, a feature so characteristic of that genus and one which distinguishes it from Balænoptera. To make up for the reduced size of the mouth cavity, the equally colossal Balænoptera can expand this cavity by means of the said folds, which then enable the skin to be puffed out when the need for the increase in mouth capacity is past. The folds form again. A Balænoptera without throat grooves has been mentioned by Olafsen and Povelsen, quoted by F. Cuvier, but the veracity, or at least powers of observation, of these two writers is discounted by the fact that they assign a length of 200 feet to the right whale, and speak of the marmenil or marine man as an extinct fact. But perhaps, after all, they had seen Rhachianectes, unknown, of course, to Cuvier. As to the different species of Balænoptera, there are, as it appears, certainly four. We shall, therefore, deal with these four, and then say a few words about finners, which have got different names. Dr. Collett, in a paper already alluded to in relation to the fishery of the whales, has in a convenient way summed up the specific characters of these four northern whales. We say northern, though, as will be pointed out, it is probable that the southern forms are really of the same species. Balænoptera sibbaldii, Gray, = B. latirostris, flower, and has probably other synonyms, has a length of 70 to 85 feet. Robust in form for a Rorqual, proportions of height and length being as 1, 5½. Colour dark bluish grey. Dorsal fin at commencement of last quarter of the body. Vent situated in front of vertical line from anterior margin of dorsal fin. Pectoral fins large, 1/7 of the total length of the body. Baleen and bristles black. Number of plates up to 400. Their length 930 mm. This, the greatest of whales, and indeed of all animals living or extinct, is named in honour of Sir Robert Sibbald, author of the Phalerologia Nova and inventor of the high-finned cachalot. It is to be distinguished from other Rorquals by its superior size, and by the various other characters given in the above description of its essential features. The whalers know it by its large size and by the height to which it spouts. Its speed, too, when going rapidly, is great. Something like 12 miles an hour are accomplished by a Balænoptera sibbaldii when putting its best foot foremost. It is a species that feeds upon Crustacea. Mainly, it appears, upon a species of Euphausia known to the Scandinavian whalers as krill. These Crustacea have been discovered in vast numbers in the stomach of captured whales. Balænoptera sibbaldii is a species that lives mainly in pairs, and reproduction seems to take place every 3 years, more slowly than in the case of the smaller species of Balænoptera. Balænoptera borealis. Lesson equals B. rostrata, Rudolphi; B. laticeps, Gray. Is in length 40 to 50 feet, height to length as 1 to 5½, colour bluish black above, below white, upper surface with oblong light spots, dorsal fin high, a little in advance of last third of the body, vent exactly below hinder edge of dorsal fin, pectoral fins small, 1/11 of the total length of the body, baleen black with white bristles, number of plates 330, greatest length 650 millimeters. See Figure 22. Of these species, known as Rudolphi Rorqual, and by the Norwegians as Seival, a very complete account of external characters and habits is given by Professor Collett. As will be seen from the dimensions given in the above definition, this is a moderately sized Rorqual. It seems clear, therefore, that even allowing for the inevitable exaggeration that seems to have accompanied most descriptions of whales, at any rate in the past, it cannot be identical with the Ostend whale, referred by Gray under this specific heading, for the latter measured 102 feet. Two exclamation marks. It is probably a B. sibbaldii. As to colour, I give Professor Collett's statements under this head as part of the specific definition. But Sir William Flower, in describing a specimen stranded near the mouth of the River Crouch in Essex, quotes Mr. Carrington to the effect that the whale within 2 days of its capture was a rich glossy black, which shaded into brilliant white on the underparts. But little of this whale was known until the establishment of a whale factory at Sorveur, near Hammerfest, in 1882. The main object of this establishment was the capture of the great Balænoptera sibbaldii, which, as the largest, is the most valuable of the Rorquals. But the present species proved to be the commoner of the two. It had been thought to be a rare whale. Up to and including 1884 but 9 individuals had been stranded on the European coasts. When the actual fishery began, as many as 40 whales were taken in 1883 and 44 in 1885. The intervening year produced but 3. This whale goes about in shoals. Collett mentions 13 and 5 as numbers of individuals in such companies, but it appears that as many as 50 is the limit in size of these shoals. Balænoptera borealis is inoffensive in character, and accidents are the result of accident, as is generally the case with whalebone whales, excepting only the fierce Rhachianectes. Under the description of the Right whale, the time that it can remain under water is given as a little over 1 hour at most. But as to the present species, and the remarks appear to fit all the species of Balaenoptera, Professor Collett says: "All the whalers are unanimous in opinion that B. borealis, as well as B. musculus and B. sibbaldii, can remain under water for a far greater time than is generally supposed. The duration of this time is estimated to be from 8 to 12 hours. This is, if true, a most extraordinary fact. The whales are fished from the shore, and the best period is from the 24th of June to the 8th of July. After this they leave the shore on the advent of B. musculus and B. sibbaldii. B. borealis seems to feed entirely on crustaceans, chiefly the little copepod Calanus funmarchicus. This species may be recognised by its very high dorsal fin. The two sexes show no difference in size. The furrows on the throat are about 38 to 58 in number. The adult female has 26 hairs on each side of the lower jaw. In the foetus there are more, 34 are counted on the lower and 11 on the upper jaw. The baleen plates are usually black and the bristles white. But there is something, a mottling or even a few of the foremost plates may be white. The blowholes lie in the two long furrows between which is a shorter furrow. Balaenoptera rostrata, Gray. Length 25 to 33 feet. Proportion of the height to length as 1 to 5. Colour greyish black above, white below. Dorsal fin high, at commencement of last third of the body. Vent below hind edge of dorsal fin. Pectoral fin 1/8 of the total length of the body. Plates of baleen about 325. Greatest length 200 mm. This is much the smallest of the rorquals. It is particularly to be distinguished from other rorquals by the white band which crosses the pectoral limb, and by the sharp snout, hence the specific name of rostrata. The bone, too, is always of a pale colour, and there are but 11 ribs. Hence this species of Balaenoptera is exceedingly easy to characterize. This whale, which appears to have a liking for the society of the larger Balaenoptera, pursues fishes. And Hunter noted the discovery of dogfishes in the stomach of an individual which he dissected. It has been noted, too, that the stomach contains pebbles. This is curious, for in the other whales and in sea lions the same observation has been made. Possibly in both cases the stones were taken up accidentally while in pursuit of fish. One can hardly believe that any idea of ballast entered into the mind of the Cetacean. Balaenoptera musculus, Linnaeus, known also as B. physalus, Fabricius, B. rorqual, Lacepede, Physalus antiquorum, Gray, is in length 60 to 70 feet. Height as to length as 1 to 6¾ Colour grey slate above, white below. Dorsal fin low with straight margins, placed slightly in front of last fourth of the body. Vent corresponding in position with its anterior margin. Pectoral fin 1/9 of the total length of the body. Plates of baleen dark bluish black, also bristles. Number of plates up to 370. Length 950 mm. This is perhaps, speaking from standard examples, the commonest species of Rorqual. Specimens are stranded, remarks Mr. Lydekker, on the British coasts, more especially those of the southern parts of England, almost every year, generally after stormy weather and very frequently during the winter. Dr. Murie, who described many points in the structure of a 60-foot long individual which was killed at Gravesend in 1859, describes the number of throat plates as somewhere about 100. In this individual the dorsal fin measured only 15 inches in height. A curious asymmetry in the coloration of this species has been noted by more than one observer, a sort of pleuronectism, van Beneden terms it. The body is sometimes paler upon one side than upon the other. Apparently there is no constancy as to which side is the paler or the darker. This Balænoptera devours fish, and as many as 800 individuals of Osmerus arcticus have been found in the stomach of a whale. It is chiefly herrings that it pursues on the coasts of Norway and Great Britain. The 4 species just characterized are the only species that are really known to exist. But the genus is by no means confined to the northern hemisphere, whence the individuals have been found whose study has allowed of the compilation of the above diagnosis. There are plenty of Balænoptera in the southern hemisphere, off the coast of Patagonia, Kerguelen, in the Indian Ocean, and elsewhere. These whales have been placed in different species by Gray and others. It may be that such a placing is correct, and at any rate we have before us an instance of a large whale which has an extremely restricted range in the true Greenland whale. Possibly also Rhachianectes is another. But notwithstanding this a priori consideration, there seem to be no substantial grounds for retaining such species as B. indica, B. patagonica, B. schlegeli, etc. As to external characters, the bulk of these extra-European Balænoptera are not known, and it is always possible that there may be such characters which would justify their separation specifically. But as to such parts of the skeleton as are known, there is no such justification. Sir W. Turner, in his account of the Cetacean, remains collected by the Challenger, had no hesitation in referring these bones to some of the 4 known species of Rorquals. 2 Pacific whales are known by different names, and as observation upon some of their characteristics are mentioned by Scammon, some little account will be given here. But it is probable that B. sulphureus is nothing more than B. sibbaldii, while the white band upon the flipper of B. davidsoni seems to show its identity with B. rostrata. End of section 13. Recording by Mike Boathes. Section 14 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 7, Part 2. Balænoptera davidsoni of Scammon, the sharp-headed finner whale, is a small species of which only one example, measuring 27 feet, was examined. It was full grown, as is evinced by the fact that from it was withdrawn a fetus of 5 feet 6 inches in length. It had very pointed pectorals, with a white band above and near the bases. The baleen is pure white, 270 laminae on each side of the mouth, the longest lamina measuring 10 inches. The colour of the animal was dull black above, white below, and the under side of both pectoral and caudal fins was also white. The throat had 70 longitudinal folds. The blubber of this whale averaged 3 inches in thickness, and the yield of oil was about 300 gallons. This whale goes about singly, and when it spouts it makes a quick, faint spout, like that of a calf, which accounts for its having been considered to be the young of some other species. The sulphur bottom whale Balænoptera sibbaldus sulphureus, Cope, is a huge creature, of which an example has been measured and found to be 95 feet in length, with a girth of 39. In this individual the baleen was 4 feet in length, and the yield of oil 110 barrels. The animal weighed 147 tons. It derives its name from the yellowish colour of the under parts. The back is lighter in colour than is usual, and is sometimes very light brown, approaching to white. This whale occurs in the Atlantic as well as in the Pacific. As other whales are wont to do, the sulphur bottom will often follow ships. Dr. Stillman relates how a whale of this species followed the ship in which he was a passenger for no less than 24 consecutive days. In spite of volley after volley of rifle shots and missiles of all kinds, the whale adhered to the ship, which caused some anxiety, as it was feared that he might unship the rudder or do other damage. The only harm that happened was that the whale rose to blow almost into the cabin windows. Balænoptera australis, the sulphur bottom of Antarctic whalers, is, according to von Haast, nothing more than B. musculus. A specimen which he describes was thrown up about 5 miles from Christchurch, New Zealand, and 67 feet in length. As the creature was much injured by sharks, the external characters could not be given with even an approach to precision. But the skeleton seemed to show clearly that there were no recognizable differences from Balænoptera musculus. But then, as already said, two quite different species might conceivably have a quite similar skeleton, showing their specific difference only in colour and other outward features. The genus Megaptera is distinguished by the following assemblage of characters: dorsal fin not very prominent, throat plaits very numerous, scapula with no marked acromion or coracoid process. Pectoral fin very elongate. Megaptera is not widely removed in its structural characters from Balænoptera. Externally it is to be distinguished by its more ungainly form, its very long pectoral limbs, which are fringed along the anterior margin, and by the low dorsal fin. The tail is also fringed with numerous serrations, but they are unconnected with deeper lying parts. In the case of the flipper, the rounded processes of the margin are the outward expression of the bulging of the interphalangeal cartilages. The skeleton of Megaptera has been described by many. The most elaborate account of it with which I am acquainted is contained in a paper by Sir John Struthers. Generally speaking, the differences from Balænoptera are neither numerous nor important. The 7 cervical vertebrae are not united. There are 14 dorsals, 10 lumbar, and 21 caudals. The sternum of Megaptera is not widely different from that of Balænoptera. It has a somewhat cruciform shape. The first rib, and that only, is attached to it by a single continuous ligamentous connection. There are not two distinct attachments as in Balænoptera musculus as described by Struthers and Delage. The scapula is peculiar in the practical absence of both acromion and coracoid process. It is moreover higher and not so long as in Balænoptera, having more the shape so far of a sternum of Balæna. The differing proportions of greatest length and height of the sterna of Megaptera and Balænoptera can be appreciated from the following measurements: Megaptera, length 42 inches, height 30 inches. Balænoptera musculus, length 39 inches, height 22½ inches. The pelvic bone is provided with a small femur, a feature in which the present genus resembles certain species of Balænoptera. There is, however, apparently no trace of tibia such as occurs in the Greenland whale. The head is often studded with tubercles, and so is the margin of the flipper. The throat has the longitudinal grooves so characteristic of the family Balænopteridae. These, however, vary in number considerably, and species seem to have been partly characterized by their numbers. Some of the numbers given by Scammon, and the sex and total length of the whales in question are as follows: Number 1, male, length 49 feet 7 inches, gular folds 26. Number 2, female, length 48 feet, gular folds 21. Number 3, female, length 48 feet, gular folds 18. Number 4, female, length 52 feet, gular folds ? They are never so numerous, it will be noted, as in Balænoptera. Scammon has found that this whale varies more than others in the production of oil, a circumstance which would seem to be dependent on the condition of the animal at the time of capture. It also depends upon sex and the period of breeding, for the female, when accompanied by a cub to whom she is giving suck, has less blubber than at other times. The baleen on the whale, as in the case of Rorquals, is no longer than 2 to 3 feet. The only species of the genus that can be safely allowed at present is Megaptera longimana, Rudolphi, of which the following must then be regarded as merely synonyms: Balena bops, Fabricius; B. pescop, Desmoulins; B. lalandi, Fisher; Balenoptera capensis, Smith; Balenoptera leucopteron, Lesson; Megaptera nove zelandiae, Gray; Megaptera barmeisteri, Gray; Megaptera americana, Gray; Balena antarctica, Temminck; M. cusira, Gray; M. versabilis, Cope; M. osphia, Cope. Notwithstanding the immense variety of names given in the above synonyms, Sir W. Flower and most others think that there is but a single humpbacked whale of universal range. As to a goodly number of the late Dr. Gray's species, Captain Scammons observes: "We have frequently recognised upon the California coast every species here described, and even in the same school or gram. Moreover, we have experienced the greatest difficulty in finding any two of these strange animals externally alike, or possessing any marked generic or specific differences. If there are differences of colour," Scammon goes on to remark, "the number of species must be quite indefinite, as every combination and permutation of black, white, and grey are to be found in their colour." It is pointed out, however, by M. van Beneden and Gervais in their Osteographie des Cétacés that the southern form of Megaptera, which has been termed M. lalandii, differs from the northern by certain features in the scapula. In the former animal there is a distinct though small projection from the margin of the blade bone in front, which occupies the place of an acromion, and, what is more remarkable, an acromion like that of Platanista, that is, arising from the edge of the scapula. Of this process there is no trace in the northern Megaptera, but, on the other hand, the faint process, not so well marked, and lying lower down on the bone, occupying in fact rather the position of a rudimentary coracoid process. The name humpbacked, applied to this Cetacean, is due to the low dorsal fin, in the relative size of which, however, there seems from the various figures published to be some differences. It is, however, to be distinguished from the Rorquals proper by its ungainly form and the great length of the pectoral fins (13 feet or so). Its colour is usually black, pure white on the under surface of the tail and flipper. "In disposition," observes Mr. Lydekker, "it is neither very timorous nor very fierce, and is consequently easy to capture. It seems thus to have an intuitive knowledge of the poorness of its oil and the shortness of its bone. Acting upon this it will swim fearlessly round boats, and when these whales are in herds, as is sometimes the case, some caution has to be exercised to avoid collision with them." "The humpback is much addicted," remarks Captain Scammon, "to breeching, bolting, and finning, which vices mean, it should be explained, leaping out of the water, shooting out diagonally, and striking the water with its flukes. During the breeding season Megaptera is remarkable for its amorous antics. At such times their caresses are of the most amusing and novel character, and these performances have doubtless given rise to the fabulous tales of the swordfish and thrasher attacking whales. When lying side by side of each other, the Megapteras frequently administer alternate blows with their long fins, which love pats may, on a still day, be heard at a distance of miles. They may also be seen to roll about in the water and beat themselves with their long flippers, but this seems to be due to an anxiety to rid themselves of the parasites which infest them. These whales, like others, are also to be noted for their affection towards their young. The fact that they will leap clean out of the water appears to distinguish the whales of this genus from any other whalebone whales. Guldberg states that this whale carries its young for 10 to 12 months. Only one, rarely two, are produced at a time. There is some relation between size and time of gestation, for Balænoptera sibbaldii, a larger species, carries its young over a year. Other Balænopteras have the same period of gestation as Megaptera. The foal, as in whales generally, is born 1/3 to 1/4 of the length of the mother. Dr. Gray thinks that Balænoptera jubartes of Lacipede equal Balena bops of Linnaeus is the same whale as the common Rorqual, Balænoptera musculus. It seems, however, to be likely from the figure, bad enough, it is true, that Lacipede gives of it especially on account of the warts upon the face, that the animal is really the humpback. It is related by Lacipede that the animal was in his time let alone by the Icelanders. Probably the real reason is that which protects it at the present time, i.e., the inferiority of its valuable productions. But the author whom we quote observes that the whale was held to be the friend of man, like the Amazonian dolphin referred to on page 271. It is related that when the frail barks of the natives are surrounded by the ferocious and carnivorous Cetacea of the north, which threatens danger, the Megaptera will endeavour to rescue its friends from the danger which environs them, and will accompany them until they arrive close to shore and have escaped the sperm whales, of whose real ferocity Lacipede is fully convinced. The genus Rhachianectes may be thus defined: dorsal fin none, throat plates reduced to 2, scapula high. This genus was described some years since by Cope. I am able to write the following brief notice of the principal characters of the skeleton, after examining a complete skeleton in the British Museum. The skull of the whale is, on the whole, Rorqual like. It is, however, narrower anteriorly than in Rorquals, and this is accounted for on a lateral view by the fact that the premaxillaries are, as it were, pinched up in the middle line by the maxillaries and are quite visible from the side. In this feature the skull of Rhachianectes resembles that of right whale. In Balænoptera those bones are hardly visible on a lateral view of the skull. In other respects the skull of Rhachianectes differs but slightly from that of Balaenoptera. In the vertebral column the atlas was missing. The remaining vertebrae are quite independent of each other, as in the rorquals, and they have the wide lateral foramina formed by the transverse processes which is so conspicuous a feature of those vertebrae in Balaenoptera and Megaptera. I counted 14 dorsal vertebrae, 14 lumbar, and 21 caudals. The ribs are also 14, and the first two are incompletely soldered together, not so completely as in the Hunterius temenici, figured by Gray in his catalogue. The mode of fusion was different on the two sides of the body, but as this feature is probably a mere variation and not distinctive of species or of genus, it is not worth while to give a detailed description of the arrangement. The sternum is like that of a rorqual. It is cross shaped, but the arms of the cross are very short, and the posterior termination is almost a fine point. The pelvis consisted of but a single bone, but a rudimentary femur may have disappeared. The one species is Rhachianectes glaucus, Cope, = Agaphelus. As is the case with so many whales, this species varies somewhat in colour. It varies from a mottled grey to black. The length of a full grown example is from 40 to 44 feet, but individuals somewhat larger than this have been met with. Such individuals would yield some 20 barrels of oil, but as many as 70 barrels have been obtained from a larger specimen. The baleen reaches a length of 14 to 16 inches, and is light in colour, sometimes nearly white. The Grey whale is limited so far as is known to the Pacific coast of North America. In the summer it is found in the Arctic regions. In the winter it descends to warmer latitudes, but does not migrate below 20° north. It is essentially a coast species, frequenting shoal waters, and has been observed to lie and play among the breakers in water no more than 13 feet deep. During the season of gestation they will even lie in water of 2 feet, waiting aground until the rising tide floated them off. Ælian also stated that the whales bask on the shore in the rays of the sun. The pursuit of this whale is distinctly dangerous, for the animal will, if her young be injured, pursue the boat and overturn it or stave it in with a stroke of the flukes. Apart from such danger, owing to the deliberate attacks of the whale, the whalers undergo much risk on account of the fact that the whales are pursued in shallow water, which naturally gets turbid through the struggles and rapid movements of the whale, and thus renders it difficult to see the exact position of the creature, and to escape from its rushes or strokes of its ponderous tail. The pursuit of this whale only dates from the year 1846, and from that year to 1874 or 1875 Scammon thinks that about 10,800 must have been destroyed. Extinct Balanids. There are three important facts with regard to the extinct representatives of the whalebone whales. Firstly, none are known from an earlier period than the Miocene. Secondly, the earliest forms appear to be Balenopterids. And lastly, the more ancient whales are not longer than existing forms. On the contrary, this is a group which has increased considerably in size. One of the best known forms, as it is represented by a nearly complete skeleton, is the Miocene and Pliocene Plesiocetus. P. cuvieri was a smallish whale, not more than 21 feet long, and distinctly belongs to the Balenopterid type. The chief interest attaching to this whale is the length of the frontal, so very abbreviated in other recent whales, and the share which the parietals take in the formation of the roof of the skull. In the living whalebone whales these bones are covered in by the supra-occipital. Like the modern Balenoptera, this genus comprises both large and small species. Cope states that Plesiocetus brialmonti was some 60 feet in length. Mesoteras of Cope was thought by him to be somewhat intermediate between Balenoptera and Balena. It was the characters of the finner whales, Balenoptera, with the narrow maxillary bones of the true Balena. It is a large species with a skull of 18 feet long, evidently so far a Balena. There is an enormous thickening of the superciliary part of the frontal bone. The existing genera are also known as fossils. End of section 14. Recorded by Mike Botes.
Section 15 of the Book of the Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nuria. The Book of the Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 8, Part 1. The toothed whales or Odontoceti. This group contains by far the largest number of whales. It embraces all the dolphins, sperm whales, beaked whales, etc. It contrasts markedly with the Mystacoceti, the differences being so great that more than one naturalist, as already said, is disposed to give the two a different line of descent. The most characteristic feature of the Odontoceti, and the one which has given to it its name, is the possession of functional teeth. These are never totally absent in any member of this group, though they may be, as in the narwhale, among the true dolphins, and in the Ziphioid whales, greatly reduced in number. Correlated with the presence of teeth is the absence of baleen. The skull is always more or less asymmetrical, and this asymmetry is often greatly exaggerated, especially in sperm whales. The maxillae overlap the frontal bones. The nasals share in the asymmetry of the skull, and one only is sometimes developed. In connection with this is the single footnote. It is said to be double in the Kogiapodzi, but the left spiracle is 10 times larger. End footnote. Blowhole, either median in position, or sperm whale on the left side may be mentioned. The ribs have always either bony or cartilaginous sternal moieties, which articulate with the usually composite sternum. A fair number, moreover, thus articulate. The ribs, too, more or fewer of them, have both a capitular and a tubercular head, articulating respectively with the transverse process and with the centrum of the vertebrae. The two rami of the mandible unite by a longer or shorter, but always definite, symphysis, not a mere fibrous union, such as is met within the whalebone whales. So sharply defined are the Odontoceti from the Mystacoceti that intermediate types are so sadly to seek, and both divisions, in fact, have each specialized on their account in the same kind of direction and parallel lines. We have great-headed Cetaceans in both groups. The cachalot responds to the right whale. There are giants and pygmies among the families of each. The small kogia is a near ally of the bulky cachalot. The somewhat dwarfish Neobalana is not far off from the Leviathan of the Greenland seas. There are Otodoncetes without a dorsal fin and Otodoncetes with that fin. The rorquals respond to the latter, the Greenland whale to the former. The pectoral fin is large in Megaptera and Globicephalus, small in Neobalana and Physeter. The throat is grooved for extensile purposes in Balaenopteridae and in the Cepheidae. All these are parallelisms and not evidence of affinity. So at least it seems to us. Broadly speaking, it would seem that the Mystacoceti were to be derived from the Odontoceti, and not vice versa, if only on account of the teeth visible in the embryos of the toothless whales. On this view, we might look upon those toothed whales in which the teeth are diminishing as the nearest approach among the Otodoncetes to a Mystacocete. In this case, it is clear that the Ziphioids would occupy that position, for it is in that group that the teeth are the poorest in their development. But there is no hint in any of them of appearing whalebone. Neither can any other definite structures be laid hold of which support considerations derived from the dwindling teeth. It seems too trivial a matter to raise the question of the nearly perfect symmetry of the skull of Berardius and of the distinct lacrimal and malar bones in the Ziphioids as well as the right whales. The fact seems to be that the meeting point between the two great divisions of the whale tribe, if there is such a meeting point, and the group is not diphylectic, is to be sought for no nearer than the Eocene period among the Zeuglodonts. And yet there are other considerations which seem to suggest that a renewed search for affinities between the two groups among more recent forms should produce some result. In contradistinction to the Otodoncetes, the whalebone whales are a limited group, which, as pointed out here, page 119, are so closely related to one genus with another that it is really difficult to form them into more than one family. This suggests a recent origin, for in groups which there is a reason to regard as ancient, there is often greater difference between the component genera, gaps having arisen through the extinction of certain forms. The problem may therefore be approached by endeavoring to ascertain which of existing Otodoncetes is the older group, or genus, as the case may be. Mr. Lydekker has recently described an exceedingly interesting fossil from the Eocene of the Caucasus under the name of Inuopsis caucasia. This cetacean is represented only by the hinder portion of a cranium, and also by some fragments of jaws and several vertebrae. But these remains, though not abundant, seem to fix the systematic position of the animal, of which they give such an incomplete idea, and to prove that it should be relegated, as its name denotes, to the neighboring of Inia, the freshwater dolphin of South America. In this extinct animal, and in Pontistes of the tertiaries of Argentine, the maxillary bones are more deeply excavated than in dolphins, and their posterior border is squarely marked off and extends further back. The lower jaw too of Inuopsis seems to have been slender and to have possessed very numerous teeth as in the existing Platanistidae. These facts, though few, seem to point to the great age of whales most nearly allied to the existing Platanistidae. No whalebone whales do not get back so far in time. It will be seen from what immediately follows that in some respect the Platanistidae are the most primitive of existing Otodonticus. It will be seen from what immediately follows that in some respects the Platanistidae are the most primitive of existing Otodoncetes. The mode of attachment of the ribs to the dorsal vertebrae has been used in the classification of the Otodoncetes. As a matter of fact, there is an interesting series of modifications in these attachments, which does away with any hard and fast lines of classifications, though to some extent the groups can be defined from the facts. What we may consider in the meantime to be the typical arrangement occurs in dolphins, in Orca gladiator for example. The first rib has both capitulum and tuberculum. The former is attached to the centrum of the last cervical, the latter to the transverse process of the first dorsal vertebra. The next 6 ribs are similarly attached by 2 heads to the transverse process of each vertebra and to the centrum of the vertebra behind. The last 5 have but 1 head, the tubercular, which is of course attached to the transverse process of its vertebra. Kogia, though a sperm whale, has many diphenoid characters, upon which we shall comment later. The first 8 ribs have a double attachment, the capitulum is inserted onto the centrum of each vertebra, and the tuberculum to transverse process of vertebra behind. The next 5 are attached to process of centrum only, each to a longish process of the centrum. But there is no real difference from what we find in dolphins, for the process to which the last ribs are attached gradually moves down the transverse process until it comes to arise from the centrum instead of from the neural arch. Kogia belongs to the same division as Physeter. But there are apparent differences between the 2 whales and the fact now under consideration. The first rib has only the tubercular attachment, the next 8 have the double articulation of Kogia, but the capitular head in the latter ribs of the series is partly intercentral. It articulates with both centra, the one that bears its tuberculum and the one behind. In case of the ninth dorsal vertebra, the facet upon the centrum is raised, in the 10th it is more prominent, and the transverse process, to which the tuberculum should be attached, has become rudimentary and joins the raised facet already mentioned, but not so as to receive any part of the rib, which thus articulates only with the centrum. In the last rib, the tubercular process has entirely disappeared, and the capitular head of the now one-headed rib is alone left. The difference between Physeter and Kogia seems to be great, and as a consequence between Physeter and the dolphins. But the very interesting condition which Sir William Flower has described in Inia, bridge over the apparent gap, and, as I shall attempt to show presently, so does Kogia. In the Inia, the first 7 ribs have the usual 2 attachments, but the capitular head, at first intercentral, comes to be upon the same vertebra as which bears the tubercular head. Moreover, the facet upon the centrum becomes raised. The 2 articular facets upon the 8th dorsal vertebra approach near together, and in the next become completely fused. Hereafter the ribs are attached by but 1 head, which is really, be it observed, produced by a fusion between the capitulum and the tuberculum, not by a disappearance of one or the other. Now in the Physeter we have a trace of this arrangement in the case of the 10th rib, for there the transverse process is still present and fuses with the central facet, though it takes no actual share in the formation of the surface for the articulation of the rib. In Kogia, the facet on the centrum of vertebra 7, and still more on vertebra 8, is a little raised, so that here is left a trace of the arrangement obtaining in Inia. In the dolphins it has totally vanished, so that the fact that in the posterior ribs of the dolphins the tubercular head alone, and in Kogia the capitular head alone, remains is not really a fundamental difference, but only one of degree. There are 2 extremes united by such intermediate forms as Physeter and the Ziphioids, both springing from some such original form as is exemplified by Inia. We arrive therefore at the conclusion that the transverse process of the lumbar vertebrae of these whales are compound structures partly belonging to the neural arch and partly to the centrum, but that as a rule one of these elements preponderates, or is even the one which enters into their formation. This series of facts obviously leads to the inference that in Inia we have a primitive form of Otodonkete. At any rate, the different disposition of the ribs in existing Otodonketes can be derived from such original form. There are other facts which point in the same direction. Not merely is the freedom from any trace of fusion a character in which the cervical region of the vertebral column may be considered to be present primitive characters, for the mere freedom of these vertebrae is found in other whales, both toothed and whalebone, e.g. Monodon, Balanoptera, but the great length of this region of the body is important. There is, in this Cetacean and in the Platanista, a distinct neck. The atlas vertebra, too, is more typically mammalian-looking than in other whales, and the second vertebra has a better ortonoid process than is found elsewhere. But Inia is very far from being an ideal basal form with which to commence the Orthodontiatus series. Its teeth are extremely numerous, though possessing, indeed, an additional cusp. The sternum may be like that one of the manatee, but is not typically mammalian. It has been pointed out that the Sirenia are not ancestral whales. The reduced lumbar region is against the present view of the position of the Inia. There are, moreover, other facts which will be found referred to under the description of this whale. Still one cannot, at any rate in the present state of our knowledge, get much nearer to the basal Orthodontietae. But this seems to bring us near to the origin of whalebone whales. The most primitive type of the latter seems to be the little Neobalana. See page 141. But Neobalana offers no hints in the structure of its skeleton of a toothed whale ancestry, neither does Inia or any Platanistid show a leaning, however slight, towards Neobalana. It seems, therefore, that this question is one that will have to be deferred until we come to deal with the Zeuglodonts. As to the origin of the remaining groups of toothed whales from the Platanistidae, that one does not offer so many difficulties. The family itself, it may be remarked, is not a very natural one. This comes from the fact of its age and the consequent number of extinct genera which have caused gaps. Sir William Flower thus defined it in 1866, begin quote, "Costal cartilages not ossified, the tubercular and capitular articulations of the ribs blending together posteriorly, cervical vertebra all free, pterygoid bones thin, not conforming in their mode of arrangement with either of the other sections, jaws very long and narrow, both with numerous teeth having compound fangs, symphysis of mandible very long, exceeding half the length of the entire ramus, orbit very small, lacrimal bones not distinct from the jugal, pectoral limbs large, dorsal fin rudimentary." End of quote. At the time that this was written, but little of Pontoporia, or Stenodelphis as it should really be called, was known. But with the exception of the vertebral characters, the ossified costal cartilages, and the presence of a back fin, it corresponds to the definition. In fact, we may still fairly accept the family, as does Flower in his most recent expressions of opinion, and as does Kükenthal. In several ways, Pontoporia points towards the true dolphins as Delphinidae of the present volume. The attachment of the ribs is purely delphinoid, the curious double attachments of the genera Platanista and Inia not being preserved. There are also 5 lumbar vertebrae instead of the reduced lumbar region of the genus Inia. The prominent dorsal fin is moreover a characteristic of the dolphins, as indeed of other groups. All the Orthodontiates have at least a trace of the elevation laterally of the maxillae. This is carried to an extraordinary pitch in the full-grown male of Hyperodon. Platanista, too, has a pair of thin plates which arch over the front of the head at the base of the snout, which are extensions of the maxillae and may be referred to the same category. This genus, moreover, and Inia, agrees with the sperm whales and the Ziphioids in the permanently cartilaginous ribs. In the dolphins the sternal ribs are ossified. The length, both of the lower jaws themselves and of their symphysis, has led to their being described as miniatures of the lower jaw of the cachalot. In fact, there are many resemblances between the Platanistidae and the Physeteridae. The connection of both seems to be plain. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 8, Part 2. Family Physeteridae. This family may be thus characterized: all or most of the cervicals ankylosed, costal cartilages not ossified, pterygoids thick and meeting in the middle line, lacrimal bones distinct and large, symphysis of mandible long. Teeth found in both jaws, but those of lower jaw alone functional, often very reduced in number. Pectoral limb smallish. Throat furrowed by two or more furrows. These whales form a small assemblage of forms which are again divided by Sir William Flower into the Sperm whales and the Ziphioids. Van Beneden is in favour of uniting them rather more closely. The chief anatomical characters which ally the Sperm whales to the Ziphioids, and the fewer characters which separate them, are given below on page 213. The whales of this group are for the most part, if not altogether, social, the solitary and stranded individuals being as a rule males. Probably these males are like rogue elephants, fierce bulls which have been expelled from the herd. All the members of this division of toothed whales range widely. None are really restricted in range except the Berardius. They are equally at home in the calm seas of the tropics, amidst the ice floes of the north, and in the stormy waters of the Antarctic Ocean. They all possess functional teeth in the lower jaw, and there only. Their food seems to be chiefly, if not invariably, cuttlefish, and this circumstance accounts for their greater abundance in the tropics, for those animals more abound in those latitudes. Van Beneden reminds us that all, or at any rate most, of the Physeteridae produce spermaceti. Originally known and once solely obtained from the Sperm whale itself, the late Captain Gray commenced at one time to pursue Hyperoodon for the same substance. He found it to be by no means inferior in quality to that of Physeter, and to be of the same composition. From Berardius spermaceti has been also obtained. The grooving of the throat which characterizes, indeed appears to be universal in these whales, may have some relation to the extensility of the gorge required by the enormous quantity of cuttlefish devoured. It may be in fact a structure developed by similar needs to those which have produced the grooves upon the Balaenoptera, and to be therefore no evidence of affinity. 10,000 beaks of the molluscs were obtained from the stomach of a Hyperoodon. We may associate the Sperm whales sensu stricto in the subfamily Physeterinae, which is quite as far as they ought to be separated from the Ziphioids. This subfamily will contain two genera, viz., Physeter and Kogia. These two genera agree to differ from what may be termed the Ziphiinae by two characters of some little importance. These are the presence of numerous teeth in the lower jaw, and the existence of only a lacrimal bone. There is at any rate only one bone, which may of course conceivably represent a fused lacrimal and malar. There are two in Ziphioids. To those two characters which Sir William Flower uses to ally the Sperm whales giant and pygmy, we may add the single lateral left blowhole. Sir R. Owen at least figures a single blowhole in Kogia simus, which is longitudinal as in Physeter, but not S-shaped as in that creature. Of the two genera of Physeterines, Kogia is in many ways the least specialized form. It has the blowhole in what is, for a whale, a more normal position. We cannot, it seems reasonable to suppose, regard the terminal blowhole of the Cachalot as primitive because it is so far away from the shrunken nasal bones. It must be at most a return to a primitive state of affairs. The falcate dorsal fin of Kogia may be considered in the same light, and also generally the more delphinoid form of the head and body. The form of the Cachalot, with its disproportionate head, is surely a secondary acquisition. In the skull, too, there are features which seem to point to the same conclusion. The elongated rostrum of the Cachalot contrasts with the short snout of the pygmy sperm whale, and it has been shown that the fetal Cachalot is far more like the Kogia. In the fetal Cachalot it has been pointed out by Sir R. Owen that the lacrymal is only united to the squamosal by ligament. The bone is thus independent of the squamosal, as is the case in the adult Kogia. In Kogia the pteroids are not so completely united in the middle line as they are in Physeter, a character in which the former genus seems to be at a lower level than Physeter. Kogia seems to have, at any rate in the species K. simus, a pair of functional teeth in the upper jaw. In Physeter there are small teeth apparently non-functional in the upper jaw, as in Ziphiids generally. There is one feature in the vertebral column which seems to point to the more basal position of Kogia in the series. The posterior dorsal vertebrae are not supported by special outgrowths of the centra to which they are attached. In Physeter such processes exist in the case of the last two ribs, as has been explained in detail already. On the whole, then, these various considerations, drawn from the different organs of the body, lead us to consider Kogia to be the most primitive of the sperm whales. It is the most dolphin-like of those aberrant Cetacea. For this reason we shall commence the survey of the subfamily with a description of Kogia and its species. This genus Kogia consists of at most 3 species, all of which are small whales 9 to 13 feet in length. Dorsal fin falcate. Form delphinoid. Cervical vertebrae ankylosed. Jugal not joining squamosal. Snout short. Blowhole at forehead. This genus of pygmy sperm whales comprises a number of varieties from very various parts of the world, which have been much divided up into species and even genera. Allowing for the present that there is but one genus, a conclusion which it will be attempted to justify later, we may begin by contrasting it with the giant sperm whale Physeter. As to outward form, the present whale has a delphinoid aspect produced by the small head and the backwardly situated blowhole, the well developed and falcate dorsal fin, and the small size. A peculiarity of the genus, more strongly marked than in its ally Physeter, is the inferior position of the mouth. This gives to the creature, as seen in the figure of Owen, a curiously shark-like aspect. Some little time since a marine monster was stranded on the Welsh coast, and the newspapers reported that it was undecided by the local zoologists or their own reporter whether the beast was a shark or a whale. In spite of the superficial resemblance which the ventral mouth of a Kogia gives it to a whale, it would be probably only a newspaper reporter who would be in doubt on the matter. The skull is short and has not the prolonged anterior portion so characteristic of the sperm whale. It is, however, very asymmetrical. The pre-maxillary bones are shorter than in Physeter, and diverge anteriorly on account of the vomer. The lacrimal bone is not in contact with the squamosal; indeed a very considerable gap is left between the two. The cervical vertebrae are all ankylosed together. The ribs vary in number between 12 and 14. The sternum is in three pieces, and at any rate 4 ribs are attached to it. The scapula has not the concave outer face that it has in Physeter. The vertebrae are rather more numerous, but not much more so. The phalanges also are more numerous than are those of the manus of Physeter. The above are the principal generic characters of Kogia, and they are clearly sufficient to distinguish it generically from Physeter. But the question of species is not so easy a one to decide in view of the small amount of material that can be and has been examined. The greatest possible number is 6, which, adding the recently described Kogia potzi to those enumerated by Gill, are K. breviceps, K. grayi, K. macleayi, K. floweri, K. simus. The latter is elevated by Gill into a distinct genus, Calignatus, on account of the form of the lower jaw mainly, and the presence of 2 teeth in the upper jaw in addition to the series in the lower jaw. I believe that this is a distinct specific form from the others, but see no advantage in retaining generic rank for it. The whales of this genus are found all over the world, but especially abound in the Antarctic half of the globe. Kogia breviceps of the Blainville, probably the same as Euphysetes macleayi, Krefft, has 13 pairs of ribs, teeth confined to lower jaw, 14 or 15 on each side, not long. There is a complete skeleton of this whale at the British Museum. The vertebral formula is C7, D13, L9, Ca25. The first rib articulates with the last cervical vertebra and the first dorsal. There are 7 pairs of ribs, which have both capitulum and tuberculum. The capitulum, it may be remarked, is not situated between 2 adjacent centra, but is entirely confined to the vertebra lying in front of that which bears the tuberculum. I found 4 ribs to join the sternum. The sternum is composed of 3 pieces, not divided at all longitudinally. The first sternal rib articulates with the expanded front of the manubrium, which is rather cross-shaped, the 2 arms being anterior. The second rib is attached between the first and second pieces of the sternum, the third between this and the next, while the last of the sternal ribs articulates at the end of the terminal piece of the sternum. The scapula is not so high as in that of Physeter, but more fan-shaped as in the dolphins. It is not concave externally. it is practically flat. The number of phalanges is as follows: I 2, 2 8, 3 8, 4 8, V 7. The skull appears to agree with the Blainville's figure. The V-shaped lacrymal was especially plain and characteristic as compared with Owen's figure of Physeter simus. Gray suggests that this species is perhaps the same as Euphysetes macleayi of Krefft. I think that this determination is correct. Krefft gives the same number of vertebrae, save for the addition of a 26th caudal, a difference obviously of no importance, but it must be admitted that the number of phalanges in the hand are not the same. But the figure illustrating this point in his whale is of a young whale, a fact which may account for some discrepancies. Kogia simus, Owen, has 9 teeth on each half of lower jaw, 2 in upper jaw. Vertebral formula C7, D14, L5, Ca 24 = 50. This species, which inhabits the Indian Ocean, where it was first observed by Sir Walter Elliot, has been by Dr. Gill relegated to a distinct genus, largely on account of the peculiar swollen appearance of the mandibles. The name which he proposed for this genus is Calignatus. This does not seem to be at all necessary, as the whale is so definitely a Kogia, and as the genus contains at the most so very few species. However, it seems to be a distinct species, and cannot, I think, be confounded with K. grayi, with which species Dr. Gray united it. Sir R. Owen pointed out that it is even shorter snouted than that species. The outline of the occipital behind is, if anything, convex, while the same outline in K. breviceps is concave. The occipital condyle, too, stands out more in K. simus. The peculiar upturned snout suggested the name. Furthermore, the fewer teeth in the lower jaw, and perhaps the 2 teeth in the upper jaw, are marks of specific distinction which cannot be overlooked. As to the latter, it is possibly not a valid specific character. Physeter itself has a series of somewhat rudimentary teeth in the upper jaw, and it is therefore possible that its near ally Kogia has the same structural feature. However, in any case the vertebral formula is quite different. The small number of lumbars distinguishes the present form from all others. As in K. breviceps, the first rib articulates with the last cervical, but by ligament only, and the first dorsal. After this come 7 ribs, which similarly are possessed of both capitulum and tuberculum. The capitulum, it should be noted, lies between the centra and adjacent vertebrae. 4 ribs reach the sternum, which is made up of 3 pieces, partially divided in the middle line. The phalangeal formula is as follows: I2, I5, 3 4, 4 4, 5 2. Mr. Gill created a species Kogia floweri for a pygmy sperm whale from the shores of California. It was an individual of some 9 feet in length, with a very low dorsal fin. Nothing of its osteology is known except a portion of the lower jaw. The teeth in this are rather long and curved back, but it would be rash to allow the species to be a certainly settled one in the absence of further information. It seems to be very doubtful whether Kogia grayi can be regarded as a distinct species. It is identified by Gray with K. simus of Owen, an identification with which I cannot agree, assuming, of course, that the description of Macleay and of Owen are to be depended upon. It seems to be much more likely that the supposed K. grayi is merely K. breviceps. Dr. Gray made a great point of the marked ridge which divides the postnarial region of the skull, utilizing its marked or less marked character to separate the two genera, Kogia and Euphysetes. The difference does not seem to exist between K. breviceps and K. grayi. There might appear at first sight to be one more rib in K. grayi than in K. breviceps, but that this is actually the case does not seem to be perfectly clear. After mentioning dorsal vertebrae 14, Macleay goes on to write the following effect: the first rib, etc., the 7 following, etc., the next 5. This looks as if 13 were the total number, as in K. breviceps. The fact that in Kogia grayi the first rib is only attached to the first dorsal and not the last cervical also may be perhaps explained by the existence of a ligamentous connection and by youth. The smaller number of phalanges, too, is not a difference of importance, as these bones are known to vary in other whales. A small species, Kogia potsi, has been recorded by von Haast from the shores of New Zealand, which only measured 7 feet 2 inches in total length. Its colour was black with a greyish white belly. The chief reason for distinguishing it from K. grayi is the vertebral formula C7, D12, L11, Ca20. There are thus 2 pairs of ribs less, and besides this there are only 8 chevron bones. The genus Physeter may be thus defined: head enormous, blowhole single on the left side, dorsal fin represented by a series of low humps, atlas separate from rest of cervicals which are fused, snout long, jugal joining squamosal. In no mammal, remarks Sir W. Flower, does the cranium depart from the ordinary type to such an extent as in the Cachalot. The expansion, elongation, flattening, and distortion of many of the cranial bones met with in a certain degree in all Cetaceans is here carried so far as to render it by no means easy, at least in the adult animal, to recognise their homologies. In the first place, the skull is enormously large in proportion to the rest of the body, larger than in any whale, and a fortiori than in any mammal. The Greenland whale does not really form an exception. It is certainly rather longer in proportion, but it is not so massive. The skull is raised into a great crest behind the vertex, being occupied by the maxilla and frontals. The asymmetry is chiefly shown in the pre-maxillae and the nasals. The right pre-maxilla is very much the larger. The left nasal alone is present. The parietal bone, if not suppressed, is represented merely by a wedge shaped piece of the supraoccipital. The orbit has unusually solid margins, more so than in any other toothed whale. This is due to the large size and solidity of the jugal, which, however, is not as it is in the Ziphioids, divided into two pieces. The entire bone apparently represents the separate malar and lacrimal of the Ziphioids. The pterygoids meet for a considerable distance in the middle line. The vomer is entirely exposed in front of the palatines. The two rami of the lower jaw do not appear to be united at the symphysis by ankylosis. The length of the symphysis recalls the Platanistidae. The vertebral formula of the Sperm whale is C7, D11, L8, Ca24 = 50. The atlas alone is distinct, the other cervicals being united with each other and even sometimes with the first dorsal. In the freedom of the atlas and the fusion of the remaining six, Physeter is unique among whales. Another characteristic feature of the atlas is its quadrangular outline. As to the dorsal vertebrae, 11 in number if we include the one at the end of the series, much resembling the lumbars but bearing a rudimentary rib. The first 9 have somewhat rudimentary post-zygapophyses, rough processes which can be hardly called articular surfaces. The pre-zygapophyses are smooth surfaced. The heads for the articulation of the ribs are highly characteristic of the Sperm whale, and differ in detail from those of other whales. The first vertebra bears a strong transverse process of the neural arch for the articulation of the first rib, and also a small facet on the hinder edge of the centrum where articulates the head of the second rib. The 8 following vertebrae have similar processes arising from their neural arches for the articulation of the tubercula of their respective ribs. But the corresponding articular facets upon the centra for the capitula of the ribs are not arranged in so uniform a fashion, but vary as follows. The first 4 vertebrae have facets upon their centra posteriorly for the reception of the heads of ribs 2 to 5. The 5th vertebra has, in addition to the posterior facet, one small one upon the anterior edge of the centrum, so that the capitulum of the 5th rib is intercentral, articulating as it does with 2 centra. In the 6th vertebra it is the anterior of the 2 centrum facets which is the larger. In the case of the next vertebra the posterior facet is still further reduced, while the anterior facet is borne upon a tubercle. The characters of the 8th vertebra are an exaggeration of those of the 7th, and in the 9th there is no trace at all of the posterior facet. The 10th vertebra is peculiar by reason of the fact that the large tubercle which arises from the centrum and carries the capitular head of the rib bends back above and nearly joins the transverse process of the neural arch, a canal nearly complete being formed between the two. The rib of this vertebra is in consequence only provided with a capitulum. The last dorsal vertebra has a very long lateral process, arising from the centrum, bearing at its extremity The rudimentary 11th rib. The transverse process has completely disappeared. The 8 lumbar vertebrae are killed below. There are 14 chevron bones. A curious matter concerning the ribs was asserted by Wall. He stated that the ribs of the left side are of larger dimensions than those of the right. The asymmetry of the head is thus alleged to be extended to the trunk. Sir W. Flower so far supported this view by stating that the total weight of the ribs of the right side was 163 pounds 9½ ounces, as against 164 pounds 5½ ounces for those of the left side. The sternum of the cachalot is a roughly triangular bone made up of 3 pieces. 2 of these are paired and anterior, and enclose in the dried skeleton a foramen between them. The third piece is posterior and smaller, and shows some indications of a longitudinal division into 2. 4 cartilaginous ribs seem to be attached to the sternum. The scapula is higher in proportion to its breadth than any other cetacean. It is remarkably concave on the outer and convex on the inner side. There are 6 separate carpals. If we include the pisiform, and the phalangeal formula is as follows: 1, 1, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 4, 5, 3. End of section 16. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 17 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 8, Part 3. Ambergris. Ambergris is a well-known product of this whale. Though the name has obviously no connection with this quality, ambergris is a somewhat greasy substance, found floating in the sea or more generally washed ashore. It is a secretion of the intestine of the cachalot, comparable apparently to bezoar stones. The fact that the substance was found to contain the beaks of cuttlefish suggested its origin, which was confirmed by finding it actually in the alimentary canal of a cachalot. When taken from the alimentary canal, the substance is greasy and of a disagreeable smell. After exposure it hardens and acquires its peculiar sweet earthy odour. From certain chemical facts it has been inferred that ambergris is a biliary concretion closely resembling cholesterine, but its appearance in the whales is pathological and not natural, for those individuals in which it is found were dead or in a sickly condition. Ambergris has been used as a medicine, even as an aphrodisiac. It is now solely used in perfumery. It is mainly used as a vehicle for various perfumes, and is worth from 15s. to 25s. per ounce. A piece of ambergris has been found worth no less than £500. It weighed 130 pounds. A larger piece even than that has been stated to have been in possession of the Dutch East India Company. It weighed 982 pounds. The origin of ambergris was known more or less definitely so long ago as the middle of the 16th century. That is to say, it was known to be the product of a whale, though not known to be confined to the sperm whale. A section of Olaus Magnus, Historia de Gentibus Septentrionalibus, is headed De spermate ceti quod ambra dicitur et ejus medicinis. He describes it as found floating in the sea, as being of the blue colour with a whitish tinge, i.e. grey. It is held to be the sperm of the whale, and is set down as an excellent remedy for syncope and epilepsy. But in 1672 the Honourable Robert Boyle transcribed the contents of a manuscript found on board a Dutch vessel, which asserted that this substance is not the scum or excrement of the whale, but issues out of the root of a tree, which tree, howsoever it stands on the land, always shoots forth its roots towards the sea, seeking the warmth of it, thereby to deliver the fattest gum that comes out of it, which tree otherwise by its copious fatness might be burnt and destroyed. A curious mingling of truth with inaccuracy is shown in the views upon this substance of Sir Thomas Browne. He describes in the Philosophical Transactions, volume 13, page 193, a sperm whale cast up on the shore of Norfolk. In vain, he writes, it was to rake for ambergris in the paunch of this leviathan as Greenland discoverers, and attests of experience dictate that they sometimes swallow great lumps thereof in the sea, insufferable fetor denying that inquiry. It appears, therefore, that the author of Religio Medici knew that ambergris was found in the alimentary canal of the sperm whale, but thought that it was swallowed by the creature. From this perhaps we were derived two alternative views of the nature of ambergris given in Johnson's Dictionary, edition of 1818. It is described as the excrement of birds washed off rocks and swallowed by birds, or honeycombs that have fallen into the sea. Physeter macrocephalus Linnaeus, with probable synonyms: P. cotodon, Fabricius; P. gibbosus, Schreber; P. trumpo, Gerard; P. polyclitus, Couch; Cotodon australis, Macleay; C. colneti, Gray; P. polycyphus, Quoy and Gaimard, is really the only species that can be satisfactorily allowed. The above list of synonyms shows that there were held to be several species of sperm whales, but we may safely follow Sir William Flower in holding that there is but one species properly definable, which is of wide range, and may be also of certain variability of outward form. The mysterious high-finned cachalot will be considered a few pages further on. This single species ranges from China to Peru. In fact, it is a denizen of all the oceans, and as a rule it is found far from land, preferring the deeper waters. This whale cannot be confounded with any other. Its thick blunt head, a third of the length of the body, distinguishes it at once. The muzzle, however, is not so abruptly truncated as is often figured, e.g. by Scammon. It slopes forward 2 metres beyond the front end of the jaw. The skull, however, does not correspond in form to the head. The whole upper surface of the head is occupied by the case, in which lies the spermaceti fluid during the life of the animal. The males of the whale are considerably larger than the females. The size of the former appears, however, to have been exaggerated. Beale gives from actual measurements 84 feet as the length, but Sir W. Flower thinks that this measurement and similar ones are not always trustworthy, from the fact that there is no indication whether they refer to actual length or are taken along the curves of the body. From a comparison of various skeletons of old animals, it seems that 55 feet, possibly 60, is the outside total length of a male sperm whale. The colour of the whale is black, getting grey beneath. The blow-hole is single, and is described as being of the shape of an italic F. It is placed near the front end of the snout. Underneath the blow-hole is a longitudinal groove, the nature of which is obscure. This whale has no defined dorsal fin, but a series of lowish humps, of which the first is the most prominent. The throat has two grooves like those of Ziphioid whales. The tail is very deeply cleft terminally, and one flap lies over the other. The sperm whale feeds mainly upon cuttlefish, but fishes have been found to be also eaten. It is said to feed by dropping the huge lower jaw, thereby exhibiting its polished white teeth, which attract within its reach the swimming food while the creature moves along through the ocean's depth. Its food is never apparently composed of larger creatures than bonitos and albicores, but the throat is said to be large enough to swallow a man, and naturally the cachalot has been identified with the whale of Jonah and also with the leviathan of Job. The pectoral fins are not large, measuring about 6 feet in a full grown whale. The cachalot will remain under water from 50 minutes to an hour and a quarter. When it spouts, it does so for a space of about 3 seconds, and the column of vapour ejected can be seen from the masthead at a distance of 3 to 5 miles. The spouting of the sperm whale can be readily distinguished from that of other whales from the fact that the blow-hole is single, and the column of breath condensed is also a single fountain, not a double jet as in other whales. Moreover, as the blow-hole is situated further forward than in other whales, the jet is not directed upwards but forwards. These characters serve the spouting of a sperm whale to be clearly distinguished. This whale is intertropical in range, and is only an accidental visitor to the Arctic regions. It travels in schools. When solitary individuals are seen, such as those which have been rarely cast up on our shores, they seem to be generally old males. This great sea-shouldering whale indulges in a variety of antics. It will leap completely out of the water, coming down with a heavy splash that can be seen from the masthead of a distance of 10 miles. These active leaps are said to be indulged in by the whale for the purpose of ridding itself of certain external parasites. The whale will also poke its head out of the water to look or listen, assuming then a perfectly upright position. The great strength of the whale is indicated by its capability of throwing itself out of the water. Mr. Aflalo relates the circumstance of having seen an individual hurl itself out 3 or 4 times running. This great strength is sometimes disastrous to the whale fishes. It has been the general belief, remarks Captain Scammon, that the Sperm whale is excessively timid. But if this is the general character, there are many exceptions among the larger males, for when attacked they have in repeated instances turned upon their pursuers in the most defiant manner, and their own disfigured jaws, which are their principal weapons of defence, prove that they either engage in desperate contentions with their kind or with some unknown leviathan inhabiting the deep. Moreover, it is, we believe, a well established fact that ships have been sunk by the deliberate assaults of vicious, grey headed old cachalots. Captain Scammon gives several instances of such assaults. The creatures butt at the vessel with their massive forehead, and have been known to stave a vessel in, but it does not always seem clear whether this is accidental or due to mere confusion on the part of the whale, or is a deliberate attack. But there is one instance related where the whale attacked one after another a number of boats which had left the vessel for its capture, giving chase to each. Captain Scammon thinks that in some cases vessels which have been mysteriously lost at sea have been sunk by cachalots. The at least occasional ferocity of cachalots is emphasized by a name given to such whales. They are spoken of as eating whales. It may be that the males, as in so many other kinds of animals, fight for the females, and that the black bulk of a whaling vessel may be mistaken for one of their own kind. The solitary males, which are thus ferocious, may further be comparable to rogue elephants, driven out of the herd by their companions. A species called by Dr. Gray Physeter tursio, and with many other names, must be mentioned as an appendix to our account of Physeter macrocephalus. Considering that there is not a bone, nor even a fragment of a bone, that can be proved to have belonged to a specimen of this gigantic animal to be seen in any museum in Europe, it may seem somewhat unnecessary to devote any space to its consideration. Yet so much has been written about this mysterious creature that it cannot be passed by in silence. The species was established on the good faith of Sebald, who was certainly accurate in his accounts of other whales. Thus there would be a prima facie reason for accepting his dicta, improbable though they may sound. This creature, according to him, is a great whale not inferior in size to the cachalot, but differing from it in the presence of a large falcate dorsal fin, and also apparently by the presence of numerous teeth in the both jaws of equal size. One view is that Sebald was deceived by a killer whale into forming this new variety. But though Orca grows to a larger size, none have been recorded of the length of over 50 feet, which is the length assigned to Physeter tursio. The high-finned cachalot, as this dubious whale has been named, is a native of our coasts, if of anywhere, and an example was stated to have been thrown ashore in Orkney in 1687, and other observers have increased the mystery by saying that it often comes ashore in those localities. Since so good a naturalist as the late Mr. Thomas Bell admits this whale into his book of British mammals, we shall allow it a place in the present book. As to this fin, it has been described as presenting the appearance of the mast of a ship, so long and straight it is. In addition to this fin, there are said to be a few low bosses or humps. This perhaps is the secret of the mystery. In a stranded Cachalot which I saw at Birchington some months since, it appeared to me that the commencement of the dorsal fin was rather higher than is generally represented. A little exaggeration and we have the high finned Cachalot at once. As to its ferocity, etc., that is just as suitable, according to many, to the ordinary Cachalot. Lacepede prefers to call it Physeter mular, and says that it grows to a length of 33 metres. He further remarks that it travels in herds with a leader, the largest of the gamme. This beast leads to the attack or retreat, and, according to a sailor quoted by Anderson, it gives the signal by a terrible cry, of which the echo travels far along the surface of the water, of victory or of precipitate fight. Under the name of Physeter micropes, Lacepede has described a whale no doubt really identical with the Cachalot, but which Dr. Gray regards as a high-finned Cachalot. It is, remarks Count Lacepede, one of the largest, most cruel, and most dangerous inhabitants of the sea. The suggestion is made that the story of Perseus and Andromeda is based upon a ferocious Cachalot, and that the Orca described by Ariosto, which was to devour Angelica, chained to a rock upon the coast of Brittany, is referable to this creature. There is a story told of the Emperor Claudius, who engaged in battle with his Praetorian guards a monster of this species at the port of Ostia. It can hardly be right to refer this animal to anything but the species Physeter macrocephalus, for there is no suggestion, except by native Greenlanders, that there are teeth in the upper jaw, and probably these teeth are the rudimentary ones so common in the sperm and Ziphioid whales. Still it is alleged to possess the hypothetical dorsal fin of the mysterious species to be described later. Of this whale in December 1723 17 examples were thrown up on the shores of the Elbe. A more remarkable stranding of Cachalots occurred on the coast of France in the year 1784. On the 13th of March, writes Lacepede, were seen with great surprise a quantity of fishes throwing themselves out of the water on to the shore, and a great number of porpoises enter the harbour of Andierne. The 14th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the sea was high, and the wind blew from the south west with violence. Extraordinary bellowings were heard towards Cape Estain, which were audible in the country at a distance of more than 4 kilometres. Two men, who were coasting along the shore, were seized with a terror when they saw at a little distance some enormous animals, which were struggling with violence and attempted to resist the foaming waves which rolled them over and hurled them towards the shore. The fright of the spectators increased when the first of these cetaceans, struggling uselessly with the waves, were thrown on the land. The terror redoubled when they saw them followed by a very large number of these colossal and living cetaceans. There were altogether 32 of the monsters stranded on that occasion. It is a curious fact that the majority of these individuals were females. They had probably sought the shore for breeding purposes. This whale, as is related of so many others, is said to possess a great tenderness for its offspring. As with other whales, but one is born at a time, but occasionally there are two. Extinct Odontocetes. We shall refer here to two extinct cetaceans from the Miocene of Patagonia, of which one at any rate, Physeodon, is apparently a Physeterid. As to other its systematic position is not so plain. Physeodon, when it is more fully known, will probably have to be placed in a distinct family, Physodontidae. The general outline of the skull is so much like that of Physeter. It is crested, as in that whale, but the rostrum is shorter, and so comes to resemble that of Kogia. As Kogia appears to be a more ancient type of Physeterid than Physeter, this likeness is perhaps of some significance. Its most salient feature is the existence of teeth in both upper and lower jaws. In the upper there are some 22 teeth on each side, and 24 on each ramus of the mandible. A noteworthy point is that some of the upper jaw teeth are implanted in the pre-maxillae. The total length of the skull is about 10 feet, so that it falls short of that of a sperm whale. Argyrocetus patagonicus is mainly known from a skull. This shows that the animals were about as big as the dolphin genus Steno. It shows several archaic characters. In the first place, the occipital condyles, whereon articulates the first vertebra, are in shape more like those of terrestrial mammals, instead of being adpressed to the skull, as in the Cetacea generally. The nasal bones, too, are large and well developed. The rostrum is long and slender. The skull generally is bilaterally symmetrical. It has been pointed out by Mr. Lydekker that the fossae upon the maxillary bones are squared and flattened like those of Pontopria. As in the Platanistids, moreover, the cervical vertebrae, or at any rate cervicals, found in association with the skull, are all free and longer than is the rule among more modified Cetacea. The end of the mandible is upturned, smooth, and without teeth, and is unlike that of any existing Cetacean. End of section 17. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 18 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 9, Part 1. Beaked whales, family Ziphioidae. Another group is formed by the Ziphioids whales, which should perhaps be only regarded as a subfamily of Ziphiinae. The whales of this subfamily or family are of moderate size, not exceeding, so far as we know from actual measurement, a little over 30 feet. They are also fairly rare, and seem for the most part to live singly, so that their bodies have been but rarely thrown up upon the shore. Moreover, they seem to be most prevalent in the southern hemisphere, hence their occurrences would be far likelier upon the great stretches of desolate coasts which abound in the southern half of the globe to go unnoticed. Their rarity at present contrasts with the relative abundance which one obtained on the surface of the earth. This leads, remarks Sir W. Flower, to the belief that the existing Ziphioids are the survivors of an ancient family which once played a far more important part than now among the cetacean inhabitants of the ocean, but which have been gradually replaced by other forms, and are themselves probably destined ere long to share the fate of their once numerous allies or progenitors. Since the words just quoted were written in the year 1871, more has been discovered and written about this group of cetaceans, but they still remain a group or family that requires much further study before they are as well known as some other families of cetaceans. Their rarity is emphasized by the fact that almost every individual seen or captured has received a different name. Berardius is only known by 3 specimens, Mesoplodon grayi by 2 or 3. The late Mr. P. H. Gosse thus wrote of a mysterious Delphinorhynchus equals Mesoplodon, observed by himself in the Atlantic. During my voyage to Jamaica, when in latitude 19 north and longitude from 46 to 48 west, the ship was surrounded for 17 continuous hours with a troop of whales of a species which is certainly undescribed. I had ample opportunity for examination, and found that it was a Delphinorhynchus, 30 feet in length, black above and white beneath, with the swimming paws white on the under surface, and isolated by the surrounding black of the upper parts, a very remarkable character. This could not have been the toothless whale of Havre, and there is no other with which it can be confounded. Here, then, in a whale of large size, occurring in great numbers in North Atlantic, which on no other occasion has fallen under scientific observation. The toothless whale of Havre, it may be remarked, named Aodon dallei, seems to be merely a toothless, probably aged example of Mesoplodon bidens. Apart from Hyperoodon, which has been long known, and which is fairly abundant, the Ziphioid whales were entirely unknown to science until the beginning of the present century, and up to the year 1871 only some 30 individuals had been caught or stranded. The Ziphioid whales agree in the following assemblage of characters. 1. The functional teeth are limited to 1 or 2 pairs, which are only developed in the mandible. In addition to these there are a number of small teeth in both jaws, which are not recognizable in skulls, as they come away with the gums and are hidden by them during life. 2. The skull is characterized by the marked prominence behind the nares, by an elevation of the maxillae, exceedingly developed in Hyperoodon, by the long rostrum, by the large solid pterygoids which meet in the middle line, and by a distinct and separate malar bone. 3. The vertebrae are not more than 50 in number. Their spines, in the dorsal and lumbar regions, are very long. The transverse processes of the neural arches of the dorsal vertebrae, as a rule, cease abruptly near to the end of the series, and are replaced upon the succeeding vertebrae by similar processes which arise from the bodies of the vertebrae. Hyperoodon is exceptional. 4. The ribs are not more than 10 pairs. The sternal ribs are permanently cartilaginous. 5. The blowhole is crescentic, with the concavity forwards. 6. The pectoral fin is rounded and not large. The phalanges are not numerous. 7. There is a dorsal fin falcate in form. 8. The throat is marked by at least one pair (?), as to Berardius, of gular grooves, similar to those of Balaenoptera and Physeter. All the Ziphioid whales present these characters. They agree with the Physeterine in having no functional teeth in the upper jaw, in the general form of the skull, in the characters of the transverse processes of the dorsal vertebrae, in the cartilaginous sternal ribs, and in the throat grooves. But the Ziphioid whales differ from the Cachalots in the fewness of their functional teeth and in the existence of a distinct malar bone. In the latter point they agree with the Mystacoceti. It is possible that the Ziphioids also agree to differ from other whales in a small character, which has been noticed at any rate in Hyperoodon, in Mesoplodon, and Ziphius by Scott and Parker, that is, in the rounded projection between the flukes of the tail. The genus Mesoplodon consists of moderately sized whales, 15 to 17 feet or so in length. Skull with mesethmoid ossified. The nasals are sunk between the upper ends of the premaxillae. Single pair of larger or smaller functional teeth in lower jaw, embedded in mandible at or near middle. Vertebral formula: C 7, D 9 or 10, L 10 or 11, Ca 19 or 20 equals 46 or 48. Atlas and axis fused, sometimes also third. Sternum of 4 or 5 pieces. 8 ribs, 2-headed. Phalanges 1 1, 2 6, 3 6, 4 3, 5 2. The most elaborate account of the skeleton of Mesoplodon is contained in Sir W. Flower's description of the osteology of most of the species. The skull agrees with that of Ziphius and differs from that of Hyperoodon and Berardius in the thorough ossification of the mesethmoid and its coalescence with surrounding bones to form the very solid rostrum, which in the adult has a density of ivory. The tympanic bone of this genus differs from that of Ziphius in having a well marked groove at the posterior end between the lobes. In this matter Mesoplodon agrees with Berardius and differs from Hyperoodon, which in its turn agrees with Ziphius. Ziphius and Hyperoodon are nearer in this particular to Physeter, and the two other Ziphioid genera to the dolphins. In these beaked whales the breadth of the base of the rostrum and the relative positions of the two foramina for the exit of the two branches of the second division of the fifth nerve offer characters which are made use of, following Sir W. Flower, in the characterization of the species of the genus. The maxillae have the characteristic ridges of the Ziphioid whales, especially in M. hectori. The nasals are sunk between the extremities of the premaxillae. The relations of the palatines and pterygoids differ somewhat, and are made use of to distinguish the species M. australis and M. densirostris. The vertebral formulae of several individuals are as follows: M. grayi, C. 7, D. 10, L. 11, Ca. 20 equals 48. M. australis, C. 7, D9, L11, CA 20 = 47. M. bidens, C7, D10, L10, CA 19 = 46. Another individual of M. bidens, C7, D10, L9, CA 20 = 46. M. layardi, C7, D10, L10, CA 19 = 46. There are thus no specific characters at all obvious to be deduced from the numbers of the vertebrae. In both M. australis and M. grayi the atlas and axis alone were united, the least amount of union existing in any Ziphioid whale, and one of the skeletons was that of an adult animal. The same amount of union has been observed in two specimens of M. bidens. In M. layardi the first three vertebrae were united, the rest free. The high spines of the dorsal and lumbar vertebrae and the absence of a slope backwards in those vertebral spines allies the present genus to Ziphius and Hyperodon and distinguishes it from Berardius. Zygapophyses extend to about the sixth vertebrae, dorsal, in M. australis, further back to the 10th in M. grayi. The lumbar vertebrae are strongly carinate below. There are 11 chevron bones, judging from the presence of articular facets. The sternum has 5 distinct pieces in the immature M. grayi, only 4 in the adult M. australis. In both there are notches between the successive elements, which are naturally converted into foramina. While there is great uncertainty about the species of Ziphius, more is known, thanks to the studies of Sir W. Flower, concerning the species of this genus Mesoplodon. 8 species, at any rate, can be clearly recognised, mainly by the position and the characters of the teeth. These 8 species, with their synonymy, are as follows: Mesoplodon bidens Sowerby equals Delphinus heterodon Sowerbiensis Blainville, D. Sowerby Desmarais, Delphinorhynchus micropterus Cuvier, Mesoplodon sowerbiensis van Beneden, Micropteron bidens Malm, Awadon Dalley Lesson. This, the first species of the genus, is Atlantic and North Sea range. It is thus to be characterized: rostrum broad at base, no basirostral groove, foramina for exit of 2 branches of second division of fifth nerve on a level, tooth near hinder edge of mandibular symphysis, its apex directed forwards. This species is the only one that has ever been stranded on the shores of this country, and not very many examples have been thus seen or acquired. Mr. Lydekker, in British Mammals, in Allen's Naturalists series, records 10 individuals. Of these the first is the one from which the species was originally described. It was stranded on the shores of Elginshire, and its skeleton is now in the Oxford Museum. The very last specimen, which the present writer had the pleasure of seeing in flesh, is now at Tring in the Hon. Walter Rothschild's Museum. This whale reaches a length of from 15 to 18 feet. A specimen of this whale was captured at Havre in August 1828, and lived for 2 days out of the water. It was offered soaked bread and other alimentary substances. It emitted a low cavernous sound like the lowing of a cow. This specimen had no teeth, and was named in consequence Aodon. Mesoplodon europaeus Gervais equals D. gervaisii de Longchamp. Rostrum broad at base. No basirostral groove. Foramina of the second division of fifth nerve, as in M. bidens. Tooth at middle of mandibular symphysis. This species is not to be regarded as certainly distinct from the last. The only point, it will be observed, in the above definition relates to the position of the teeth. Dr. Gray, however, erected it into a separate genus, Neoziphius. It is based upon a single individual found floating in the sea at the entrance of the British Channel about 1840. The skull is now in the museum at Cannes. There is really nothing more to be said about this animal. Mesoplodon densirostris, Blainville. Ziphius sekelensis, Gray. Rostrum narrow at base, basirostral groove present, foramina for fifth nerve one behind the other, tooth with vertical apex near hinder edge of mandibular symphysis. This species has been taken at the Seychelles, on the coast of South Africa, and at Lord Howe's Island. The species is based upon a skull and the skeleton of another animal. Mesoplodon grayi, Haast. Rostrum narrow at base. Basirostral groove present. Foramina of fifth nerve one behind the other. Tooth vertical near hinder end of jaw symphysis. This whale was placed in a separate genus, Ulodon, by von Haast, on account of the fact that the upper jaw is provided, as are the jaws of other Ziphioid whales, with a row, 19 on each side, of small teeth entirely unconnected with bone, and without any traces of sockets on the bone of the jaw. It is doubtful, however, whether this character can be used to distinguish a genus, since in M. bidens there are similar teeth in both jaws, and the same may be the case with other species of the genus, although there is, according to Sir W. Flower, no evidence of the presence of any such teeth in M. australis or M. hectori. In Mesoplodon australis of Flower, which is the same as M. hectori in part, the rostrum is narrow at the base, basirostral groove present, foramina of the fifth nerve one behind the other, tooth near hinder edge of symphysis. This species was founded by Sir W. Flower upon a skeleton which Dr. Hector had referred to, M. hectori. It would appear from the above definition to be nearer to M. densirostris, but there are points which serve to separate it from that species. The most obvious is the fact that in M. densirostris the palatines completely surround the anterior ends of the pterygoids. In M. australis the former lie altogether outside the latter. Mesoplodon layardi, Gray, with synonyms: Calydon gantheri, Gray; Dolichodon traversii, Gray; Mesoplodon floweri, Haast. Is provided with a rostrum narrow at base, basirostral grooves present. 2 foramina of fifth nerve on a level. Tooth very large near hinder edge of mandibular symphysis. This Mesoplodon is remarkable on account of the singular growth of the strap-shaped teeth. These finally grow round the jaw so as to prevent their opening to the full extent. At first this singular arrangement was naturally regarded as an abnormality, but later it was found to characterize the species, which is in this peculiar feature of its organization comparable to the sabre-toothed taiga. It is, like the last, a southern species. Mesoplodon hectori, Gray, equals Berardius arnuxi, Hector. Mesoplodon knoxi, Hector. In this species the rostrum is broad at the base. The basirostral grooves are absent. Foramina of fifth nerve on a level. Tooth close to apex of mandible. Of this species Sir W. Flower wrote that it does certainly present some transitional characters between Mesoplodon and Berardius, but as it is only known by the skull of a very young animal, it is scarcely safe to decide its position, except provisionally. It is, of course, the apical position of the mandibular teeth that has led to its confusion with Berardius. Mesoplodon hasti, Flower. Rostrum narrow at base. Basirostral grooves present. Foramina of fifth nerve one behind the other. Tooth very large near middle of jaw. This species is only known from a rostrum and a mandible, but the peculiar form, triangular with a conical point, and large size of teeth seem to mark it out. Finally there is the species Mesoplodon steinegeri of True, which has an unusually large brain case, half of the length of the skull, no basirostral grooves, and the 2 foramina one behind the other. This skull, which came from Bering Straits, has no lower jaw. The genus Hyperodon may be distinguished by the following features: skull with enormous maxillary crests in adult males. Mesethmoid not fully ossified. A single tooth on each ramus of lower jaw. Also numerous small teeth as Ziphias. Vertebral formula: C 7, D 9, L 9, Ca 18 = 43. Cervicals fused into one mass, the last sometimes free. Sternum consisting of 3 pieces, the last of which is bifid posteriorly. In more than one feature Hyperodon of all Ziphioids comes nearest to Physeter. The great maxillary crests (Fig. 29) are paralleled in Physeter, where, however, owing to their relative thinness they bound, instead of diminishing, through blocking up the cavity for the spermaceti. In the vertebral column, too, is a striking point of likeness. The first 6 ribs, as in the Ziphioids, are two-headed, the capitular and tubercular attachments being in 2 successive vertebrae. The 7th rib, however, is exactly like the 10th rib of the Cachalot. It is attached to 2 processes of the 7th dorsal vertebra, which nearly join each other before they receive the rib. Physeter, therefore, in this particular, is more like Hyperodon than it is to its nearest ally Kogia, and both genera retain a trace of the arrangement characteristic of Inia. This genus comprises apparently but two species, one with many aliases, e.g. H. butzkoff, H. borealis is the northern H. rostratum. The other, which seems to be perfectly distinct, though only known from a single water and pebble-worn skull, comes from Australian seas and was described by Sir W. Flower as H. planifrons. Thus, like so many other genera of Cetaceans, Hyperoodon is of very wide range. Dr. Gray's species, Latifrons, made the type of a separate genus, Laganocetus, was undoubtedly based upon an old example of Hyperoodon rostratum. It has been shown that the forehead increases in squareness with the age of the animal, as the accompanying figures derived from Captain Gray's paper on the whale show. It is interesting to note that it is the males which show this peculiar form. The females nearly always remain in the condition of young males. The square appearance of the head in front is produced by an increase in thickness of the crests of the maxillae, which this whale has in common with Berardius, only more developed even in the young. End of section 18. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 19 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 9, Part 2. Hyperoodon rostratum, Müller. This whale is a common northern species, and has been often recorded on our own coasts. The first recorded occurrence was at Malden in Essex in 1717. It varies in colour from black in the young to light brown in the old animals. Very old animals turn a pale yellowish with white about them. The under surface is always greyish white. It will be noted that this change of colour is very similar to that which takes place in Beluga. The length seemed to vary between 20 and 30 feet, but Hunter described a skull, since missing, which apparently belonged to a still larger specimen, 30 or 40 feet long. Captain Gray noted that the tail of this whale, instead of being notched in the centre as is common among whales, was rounded, as is shown in the accompanying figure, Figure 30. This species is gregarious, going about in herds of from 4 to 10, rarely more, though Captain Gray has recorded a herd of 15. The animal is very unsuspicious, owing no doubt to the fact that it has been until of late but little hunted. The growing scarcity of the right whale has led to its being more actively pursued, and it has been proved that the oil derivable from the animal differs but little from that produced by the right whale. Another habit of this whale has proved its destruction. A herd will never leave a wounded comrade. Directly their company is dead they move away, but not until. They are extremely vigorous and hard to kill. A bottlenose cannot merely leap out of the water, that is a capability shared by many whales, but it always takes the water on returning to it head first, and can move its head while out of the water. When harpooned, this species has been known to stay under for 2 hours. The young, when born, seem to be about 10 feet long. At least a full grown foetus of this size was cut out of a mother 29 feet long. It is rather an unusual fact, but it is the case, according to M. Bouvier, that in this species of whale the females are more numerous than the males. The same writer, in describing a specimen of this species, found that the massive forehead is not a character of the male only. M. Bouvier's example was a female, and had a well developed pair of maxillary crests like those figured on page 223 of the adult male. It does not appear to be certain whether this specimen is to be relegated to the category of hens with cocks, combs, and other instances of the old female occasionally taking on the characters of the male or not. Another sexual difference, according to Fisher, is in the length of the pectoral fin. In the male it is 1/7, and in the female 1/12 of the body length. The Greenlandish name of this whale, Anarnak, expresses in a naive way the exceedingly purgative character of the fat of the Hyperoodon. But although the fat has this unpleasant effect, the flesh, according to M. Bouvier, is eatable, if rather insipid. As is the case with other Ziphioid whales, Hyperoodon rostratum has grooves upon the throat. But there is some dispute as to the number of these. 1 pair is the usual allowance, but Kukenthal found 4 in embryos studied by him. In an example of 20 feet long, Turner found these grooves to measure 19 inches. Another external character of importance is the presence or absence of hairs on the snout. Kukenthal saw what he believed to be indications of 4 hairs on each side, but a histological study did not give definite results. In connection with the fact that a distinct voice is possessed by Ziphioid whales, I may call attention to an observation by the Rev. G. Beardsworth that an example of Hyperoodon sobbed. The third genus of this family, Berardius, may be thus defined: skull very symmetrical, nasals massive, forming its vertex, maxillae with rugose eminence, mesethmoid only partially ossified, teeth 2 on each side of lower jaw, pointed with apices directed forward. Vertebral formula: C7, D10, L12, Ca19 = 48. First 3 cervicals fused. Sternum of 5 pieces. 8 ribs 2-headed. As this genus consists of but one species, which has been thoroughly studied, the main features in its description will be considered under the description of the species instead of here. It must be observed, however, that we do not at present know whether the rudimentary teeth present in the jaws of Mesoplodon are also present in Berardius. Attention should also be directed to the fact that a specimen in the Wellington Museum has but one tooth on each side of each mandible. Hence it is clearly rash to attempt to define the Ziphioid whales by the characters of their teeth alone. Berardius arnouxi, Duvernoy. As is unfortunately the case with other whales, but little is known of the appearance and habits of this the largest of the Ziphioids. Indeed, there are but three records of its occurrence, and one of these records cannot be regarded as applying without doubt to Berardius. The fullest account of its external appearance is given by Sir Julius von Haast. The creature reaches a length of 30 to 32 feet, the specimen examined by Haast being 30 feet 6 inches in total length. Its colour is described by him as of a velvety black, with the exception of the lower portion of the belly, which had a greyish tinge. This agrees exactly with the account of the first specimen, upon the examination of whose skull Duvernoy based the genus Berardius. The individual, however, was 32 feet in length. It has not been noticed whether the longitudinal throat plates present in other Ziphioid whales also exist in the species under discussion. This whale is described as bellowing like a bull. It will be remembered that Mesoplodon bidens was stated to low like a cow. But the most remarkable observation as to its economy was made by the wife of the fisherman who discovered the example referred to by Haast. She told her husband that each time he put the stick into the whale's mouth she could see several large teeth in front of its lower jaw, which however were not observed by anybody else, and the existence of which was only revealed when the skull was cleaned, when in front of the lower jaw two large triangular and movable teeth on each side became exposed. It thus seems that the Ziphioid whales, when defending themselves from their enemies or attacking their prey, have the power to protrude these four teeth at will. This extraordinary statement is supported by an anatomical fact discovered by Dr. Hector in another example of this species. He found that the teeth were embedded in a tough cartilaginous sac, which adheres loosely in the socket of the jaw, and is moved by a series of muscular bundles that elevate or depress it. Sir W. Flower justly remarks that these facts accord so little with anything hitherto known in mammalian anatomy that further observations on the subject are extremely desirable. Still, there is the statement of the woman, who would not be either prejudiced or informed in the matter, upon which her testimony is given. The whale feeds upon cuttlefish. A specimen 27 feet long produced about 240 gallons of oil and a fair amount of spermaceti. As there is but a single known species of this genus, Berardius, the osteological characters will be described under the present heading more in detail than was thought requisite to define the genus. These details are naturally taken from Sir W. Flower's memoir upon the whale, but I have myself verified most of them upon the actual skeleton in the Royal College of Surgeons Museum. A striking peculiarity of this whale is the small size of the head compared to the length of the vertebral column, and the large size of the individual vertebrae, a feature which is, however, also very noticeable in Mesoplodon. These proportions are curiously suggestive of some of the extinct aquatic mosasaurians, as well as of some of the dinosaurs. In this respect Berardius is at the opposite pole to the Greenland whale, where the head is so enormous as compared with the length of the vertebral column. The skull of Berardius is remarkably symmetrical for a toothed whale, as indeed is that of Mesoplodon, the nasals standing up erect and not sunk from the vertex of the skull. The maxillae are furnished with a strong oval tuberosity, like those of Hyperoodon, but not so strongly developed. Since in Hyperoodon those convexities increase in the males from youth to old age, it may be that the skeleton of Berardius, which Sir W. Flower has so carefully described, is of a female or young male. That is not a fully adult example is shown by the large persistence of the epiphysis not only in the vertebral column but elsewhere. The mesethmoid plate is short comparatively speaking, that is to say compared with what we find in Mesoplodon. The rami of the mandible are not ankylosed together. The vertebral column has the following formula: C7, D10, L12, Ca19 = 48. Of the cervical vertebrae, the atlas, axis, and the third vertebra are united by their bodies. The first two are also united by their neural arches. The remaining vertebrae are quite separate. Sir W. Flower observes that, apart from the fusion between these vertebrae, they are much more like those of the Beluga Delphinapterus. The dorsal and lumbar vertebrae, especially the lumbar, contrast greatly with those of the Mesoplodon, by reason of the shortness and slenderness of the neural spines, as well as their greater inclination backwards. Of the 10 dorsal vertebrae, zygapophyses are only developed until between the 8th and the 9th. There are none between the 9th and the 10th. The lumbar vertebrae have their transverse process continuous with the lower transverse process of the 9th and the 9th dorsals, which bear the last two ribs in a perfectly straight line from beginning to end of the series, as in Mesoplodon. The lumbar vertebrae are distinctly keeled on the under surface. The first of the 19th caudal vertebra is to be distinguished from the last of the lumbar series, not only by the pair of facets on the hinder lower surface of the centrum for the chevron bones, but also by the absence of the keel spoken of as characteristic of the lumbars. There appear to be 9 chevron bones. Of the 10 pairs of ribs, the first articulates with the transverse process of the first dorsal vertebrae, and with the centrum of the last cervical. As in most other Ziphioids, cf. however Hyperoodon, there is a sudden break at the end of the series of ribs. The 9th and 10th have only the capitular head, which is attached to a lower transverse process springing from the centrum of the vertebrae and not exiting even in rudiment in the vertebrae in front. The sternum consists of 5 elements not connected by bone. Between the first 4 of these are spacious foramina in the dried skeleton, the edges of which are bevelled and smooth, so that it does not appear that ossification would have advanced further in this direction if the animal had lived to be older. There appear to be 6 pairs of cartilaginous sternal ribs. In the manus the scaphoid and the lunar are united, though a groove remains to mark their original distinctness. The cuneiform is partly united with the unciform. The magnum and the trapezoid are completely united. So far as is known, the pelvis consists of only one small bone, 5.8 inches in length. Berardius arnouxi is one of the few whales with a really limited distribution. It has only been taken, so far, on the north shores of New Zealand. Malm, however, has given some account of a fragmentary skull, to which the name B. vegae has been given, from Bering Straits, and there is also B. beardi. The genus Ziphius has as characteristic features the skull with mesethmoid ossified. The nasals, conjoined, form an asymmetrical eminence upon the vertex. 2 teeth near symphysis of mandible, besides smaller functionless teeth. Vertebral formula: C 7, D 9 or 10, L 11, Ca 21 = 49. The first 4 cervicals fused, or only 3 or 6. 7 ribs, 2-headed. Sternum consists of 5 pieces. Phalanges: 1, 1, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5, 5, 2. Parker and Scott. Ziphius cavirostris, Cuvier, is the only species of the genus that can be certainly recognised. The following names, however, have been also given: Z. cathamiensis, Hector; Z. nova zelandiae, Haast; Z. indicus, van Beneden; Z. australis, Burmeister; Petrorhynchus capensis, Gray; Z. grebnetsky, Steiniger; Hyperodon semijunctus, Cope; H. dumeti, Gray; H. gervasii, Duvernoy; Delphinus desmaresti, Risso; D. philippi, Coco; Ziphiorhynchus cryptodon, Burmeister, and apparently some others. The above formidable list of synonyms is mainly after van Beneden. Considering that the species has only been known from the year 1804, the synonyms have multiplied with perhaps greater rapidity and to a greater extent than those of almost any whale. It was in the year mentioned that a skull completely petrified in appearance was picked up upon the Mediterranean coast of France, and regarded properly as the type of a new form, but incorrectly as a species now extinct. 46 years later, i.e. in 1850, a second skull was found, also on the Mediterranean shore. Since then Ziphius cavirostris has been found in many and the most distant parts of the world. The size of this whale varies much according to the measurements given. These naturally are from individuals of different ages. Van Beneden remarks that its size is a little inferior to that of Hyperodon. It is also to be distinguished from that northern whale by the larger size of the 2 teeth. The grooves on the throat are possibly a character by which differences may be ultimately detected between specimens of Ziphius, which are at present referred to the same species. The bulk of accounts allow only two grooves meeting and forming a V-shaped mark upon the throat, but I quote later from another account, and of a New Zealand species or specimen. Von Haast's Z. Nove Zeelandae was originally founded on an aged female, 26 feet in length, described as being bluish black on the upper portion of the body, white beneath, the upper portion being marked with numerous oval spots 2 to 3 inches across, like the skin of a leopard. Two additional specimens acquired later showed that the animal possesses a dorsal fin, which was doubted at first. One of these was a young female, 19 feet in length, the other of the same sex and 21 feet in length. The colour is the exact reverse of that first described, being white above and black beneath. The throat has a single fold on each side, and the two teeth stood out half an inch beyond the gums. No smaller teeth were detected. In the larger specimen the teeth were worn down and could not be felt, but were revealed by incisions. The first animal was scored by numerous lacerations, due apparently to fighting among themselves or to attacks from the males. The spots are also healed wounds. Messrs. Scott and Parker have described and figured a young Ziphius from New Zealand, which differs in several particulars from those just referred to, but they have, perhaps wisely, abstained from giving it a name. The animal, a young female, was 16 feet long, all but an inch, purple-black on the back, brown on the side of the head, and white beneath to as far back as the genital orifice, whence it was brown. The throat is grooved by 3 grooves on each side. The middle of the caudal fin is convex, as in Hyperodon and Mesoplodon. See Figure 31. It will be noted that the colour and grooves on the throat differ from those of Z. Nove Zeelandiae, but there are no salient differences in the osteology. End of section 19. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 20 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 10, Part 1. The Dolphins. Family Delphinidae. The family Delphinidae may be thus defined: of small to moderate size. Teeth as a rule numerous and in both jaws. Anterior ribs 5 to 8, two-headed. Posterior with tuberculum only. Sternal ribs ossified. Palatines meeting for a greater or less extent in the middle line. This family of whales comprises, as the name denotes, those Cetacea which are commonly known as dolphins and porpoises. There are no giants among the Delphinidae, save only Orca, the killer whale, which may grow to a length of over 20 feet. But nothing of a colossal size is attained to by any number of the family Delphinidae. The skull of all these whales is characterized by the form of the lacrimal bone, which is not distinct from the malar, and consists of a thicker piece which ends abruptly in a thin bar of bone articulating behind with a squamosal. This single bone may contain the elements of the two distinct ossifications of other Cetacea. The skull is asymmetrical, as in other Odontocetes, but there is no such highly raised crest behind the nares as in the Ziphiids or Sperm whales. The symphysis of the mandibles is of limited extent, never exceeding one third of the ramus. The most salient difference, perhaps, with the Delphinidae display from most other whales is the presence of numerous functional teeth in both jaws. It is only the primitive Platanistidae that show agreement with them in this. In Beluga the teeth show a commencing reduction, and this culminates in the Narwhal, where the well known tusk only, sometimes double, is left. The vertebral column is often composed of very numerous vertebrae, as many as 90 or so having been recorded. On the other hand, it is by no means infrequently short, so that no family definition can be arrived at from a statement of these numbers. But all dolphins agree in the mode of articulation of the ribs. At first they are double headed, afterwards the tuberculum only is left. Furthermore, the sternal ribs are ossified. The Delphinidae enumerated in Dr. Gray's catalogues amount to over 100 in number, and even so careful as a worker as Mr. True enumerates and defines no less than 50. Many of these names will, however, ultimately have to be weeded out from the list which they encumber. Every one nowadays will agree with Sir William Flower when he observes that it is necessary to abandon the old assumption upon which so many new species were founded, which limited the area of each species to a small and circumscribed portion of the ocean, and placed imaginary barriers to its distribution where none really existed. It is this perversity which has confounded the whole history of whales, and especially of that family which is now under consideration. Like other animals, too, the dolphins show some alterations in the structure as they pass from immaturity to old age. And these alterations have to be taken very careful account of, as they relate to features which have been made use of for specific and even generic definition by Dr. Gray and others. A number of these anatomical points are brought together by Sir W. Flower in his essay upon the generic subdivisions of the dolphins. In the first place, the length and width of the beak alters with advancing years, and it becomes longer and wider in proportion to the rest of the skull in perfectly adult animals. Another character which is commonly made use of in the discrimination of species is the number and size of the teeth. It is in the first place hard to count accurately the teeth in a given skull. The smaller ones at the ends of the series are sometimes lost or concealed in the gum. They become larger too with growth, and more widely separated owing to the growth of the beak already referred to. As both the numbers and size of the teeth are used, and in many cases apparently quite properly used, in the discrimination of species, it is desirable to be cautious. In the third place, sexual differences exist, which, if wrongly interpreted, might lead to the placing of the two sexes in different species, when, as has been more than once the case, a species is founded upon a single individual, even upon a single skull or part of a skull. Fourthly, The distribution and depths of the colours of these Cetaceans are apt to show differences not merely of age, but sheer variations which do not always depend upon differing age. The Beluga, for example, gets paler with age. The arrangement of the bars of colours upon the common dolphin (Delphinus delphis) seems to differ to a considerable extent. These observations obviously apply to other whales besides the Delphinidae, to which they are specifically applied here. Immaturity especially has been made the basis of specific and even generic distinction. But they are particularly applied to the dolphins by Sir W. Flower, since the classification and limits of the species in that group are more difficult owing to their larger numbers. In spite, however, of the numerous points in which variations of sex or age may occur, and tend to obscure the possibility of accurately dividing up the family, a considerable number of definite types can be recognised which may fairly be termed generic. To go further than this is not so easy. The most recent arrangement of the dolphins is that of Mr. True, who attempts to distinguish the species into which the genera allowed by Sir W. Flower can be divided. The admitted genera of dolphins are some 19. These will be allowed here. Seeing that there are so many types to which generic rank should perhaps be allowed, it becomes a matter of importance to inquire how far they can be grouped together, whether in fact any practical subdivision of the family into larger divisions than genera can be arrived at. Several authors are in favour of separating the Beluga and the Narwhal of the north into such a subfamily. There is no doubt that in more than one character these two northern forms approach each other to differ from the remaining forms. The cervical vertebrae are never fused, even in perfectly adult animals, without epiphysis to the vertebrae. In other dolphins more or fewer are fused. The pterygoid bones are somewhat rudimentary, not having the involuted cavity below, which is the character of other dolphins. These two bones, moreover, are not merely widely separated, which is found in other dolphins, but are bent towards each other posteriorly, and also articulate outwards with the squamosals, as Mr. True has pointed out. This last character is found in Platanista, and it will be borne in mind that the last mentioned family is characterized, among other facts, by the freedom of the cervical vertebrae. Delphinapterus further agrees with Platanista in having a distinct neck. The reduction of the teeth culminating in monodon is, however, met with in Grampus and Globicephalus. Finally, a larger number of ribs (8) than in any others (7 at most) have both capitulum and tuberculum. In the following account of the dolphins I shall for the most part admit Mr. True's species, and of course species subsequently described where there are salient characters. Colour, exact number of teeth, phalanges, and vertebrae are so liable to variation and to wrong enumeration, owing to defective skeletons, that great care will have to be exercised. We will commence with the genus Delphinapterus, which has 8 to 10 teeth of moderate size, occupying anterior part of jaws only. Vertebrae: C7, D11, L9, Ca23 = 50. All cervicals are free. 8 first ribs two-headed. 4 reach the sternum. Pterygoids widely apart, converging towards extremity but not meeting. Phalanges: 1, 1, 2, 6, 7, 3, 4 to 5, 4, 3 to 4, 5, 3 to 4. In embryo: 3, 9, 7, 6, 6. No dorsal fin. No hairs on the face. Both Sir W. Flower and Mr. True concur in allowing but one species of White whale, which will therefore have the following synonymy: Delphinapterus leucas, Pallas; Delphinapterus beluga, Lacépède; Delphinus albicans, Fabricius; Beluga catodon, Gray; Catodon sibbaldii, Fleming; Beluga borealis, Lesson; Delphinus canadensis, Desmarest; D. kingii, Gray; B. rhinodon, Cope; B. declivis, Cope; B. augustata, Cope; B. concreta, Cope. The White whale is entirely northern in range. The alleged species D. kingii was asserted to come from the Australian shores, but the locality requires confirmation. It is so exclusively Arctic in range that there are but a few certain records of the occurrence of this species on the shores of England, though several specimens have been recorded from Scotland, and the species occurs off the eastern coasts of North America. It reaches a length of 16 to 20 feet. This whale is remarkable for its white colour. Its name, Beluga, from the Russian, signifies white, which is, however, only characteristic of the full grown animals. The young is blackish, the older whale is mottled, and finally a yellowish hue is arrived at, which is gradually blanched to pure white. Though the whale is marine, it will ascend rivers, mainly, it is said, in pursuit of salmon. It has been said to ascend the Yukon River for a distance of 700 miles. The name Delphinapterus, applied to this whale, signifies the peculiarity of the absence of the dorsal fin, in which it resembles its undoubted ally the Narwhal, and the more distant Neomeris. It is a singular fact that these whales, unlike many Cetacea, have a distinct voice, and their vocal capabilities have earned for them the name of sea canary. The Beluga lives in companies. They feed upon fish, cephalopods, and Crustacea. These they pursue at great depths in the ocean. It is said that the sand which is sometimes found in the stomach is used as ballast to enable the creature to remain below water with greater facility. But, as already mentioned in the case of the Balaenoptera rostrata, it seems much more likely that the sand is engulfed accidentally along with their prey. The various aliases of the one polar White whale are partly due to the occasional fusion of the cervical vertebrae, the presence of an additional rib, and a few other points. which are really within the limits of individual variation. The Beluga has a very distinct neck, a rarity among whales, but a character of Platanista and Inia, to which genera indeed the freedom from each other of the cervical vertebrae give it an additional resemblance. A curious error, but made in good faith, was perpetrated in 1748 with regard to the systematic position of this white fish. Anderson described a specimen which had lost the teeth of the upper jaw and was in consequence only dentate below, as a white cachalot. Lacépède added, apparently solely for the sake of a better filled page, "On ne peut guère douter que ces cétacés ne fournissaient de l'adipocire, et peut-être dont-ils aussi des membres gris." It seems a belated procedure to attack Lacépède, but he has acquired so big a reputation as an historian of the Cetacea that it is perhaps permissible to quote M. Fisher's remark that "the scientific element is not conspicuous" in his book. The Narwhal genus Monodon is extremely very unlike the last genus, though they possess many structural points in common. It has but one tooth (rarely two) in maxilla, which has the form of a long tusk. In female this is rudimentary. Vertebrae: C. 7, D. 11, L. 6, Ca. 26 = 50. 8 ribs, 2-headed. 4 reach to sternum. Pterygoids as in Delphinapterus. No dorsal fin, no hairs. Phalanges: 1, 2, 2, 6, 3, 5, 4, 3, 5, 3. Embryo: 2, 9, 7, 5, 4. This genus is obviously characterized by the singular spirally twisted tusk of the male, which is simply an abnormally enlarged maxillary tooth. Occasionally two teeth are fully developed, one in each jaw. There is a skeleton in the British Museum which shows this peculiarity. That skeleton has also a small 12th rib in addition to the normal 11. Of these ribs the first 8 are double headed. The same is the case in the Beluga, and, as also in the last mentioned genus, 4 sternal ribs exist. Though the Narwhal has no dorsal fin, there is a raised ridge along the back an inch in height. There is but one species, Monodon monoceros Linnaeus. M. microcephalus, Desmarais. M. andersonianus, id. Narwhalus vulgaris, Lacépède. Tachyneses megacephalus, Brooks, are some of the synonyms which really all refer to the one species. The Narwhal, or sea unicorn, mighty monoceros, with immeasured tails, is a whale familiar to everybody, at least by name and appearance, as depicted in pictures. The creature grows to a length of about 15 feet. Such an individual would have a horn of some 7 feet. But the length, as with other whales, has been grossly exaggerated 60 feet. The colour is darker above, paler below, both tints speckled in a leopardine fashion. But old animals seem to lose this character, and to become quite white. It is a purely Arctic animal, and Mr. Lydekker records only 3 examples thrown up on our shores. Another, however, has been since recorded by Mr. Christie. The tusk of the narwhal, van Beneden tells us, was at first, and after all naturally, thought to belong to a terrestrial creature. It is from this idea that the notion of the unicorn with the form of a horse has doubtless sprung. So lately as 1655, however, Wormius announced the real nature of this apparent freak of nature. The use of the horn or tusk to its possessor has been much discussed. As it is a sexual character, the most obvious use would seem to be in the battles of the males with the toothless females. Scoresby observed that shoals of these animals often consisted entirely of males. These animals played with their horns, crossing them with each other as in fencing. This is, of course, comparable to the use of other weapons in play by other animals, such as the teeth of young dogs, the claws of the cat, etc., etc. Another suggestion is that the long and strong weapon is useful for the purpose of breaking the thick ice of the polar regions, so that the whale can rise and breathe. A third suggestion is also due to Scoresby. He captured and dissected a narwhal which had in his stomach, beside beaks and cuttlefish, so common a food of whales, a large skate. Now an active skate, which moreover had a diameter greater than that of the whale's mouth, could hardly, thought Scoresby, have been caught alive by its devourer. He suggests, indeed, that with this tusk the skate was first pierced and killed, and then swallowed. An elaboration of this story is to be found in writings earlier than the 2 books of Scoresby. Lacépède, quoting from others, credits the narwhal with a more ingenious use of the tusk. The animal threads its prey upon the tusk, and gradually works it down like a conjurer with a ball upon a string, until the fish can be seized with its lips and swallowed. These 3 views are presented for the consideration of the reader. As to uses with which their possessor has no concern, the tusk was employed in Europe in the past and in China today as a drug. At Rosenborg is a throne entirely made of those tusks, and Captain Scoresby, Mr. R. Brown tells us, had a bed made from the same material. The genus Phocena, true porpoises, have the teeth 16 to 26 in number, their crowns compressed, lobed, pterygoids slightly developed and far apart, premaxillae with bosses in front of nares. Vertebrae 64 to 98 in number. Phalanges 1, 2 to 3, 2, 7 to 10, 3, 6 to 8, 4, 3 to 5, 5, 1 to 3. Dorsal fin with a row of tubercles along its posterior margin. Of well-established species there would seem to be 3, which are the following: Phocena communis, Lesson. The common porpoise may be thus distinguished from other members of the genus Phocena. Length 5½ feet. No beak. Dorsal fin triangular. Anterior margin straight. Pectoral fins ovate. Teeth 26. Vertebrae C7. D12, 13, 14, L 14, 15, CA 30 to 33 equals 64 to 68. First 6 cervicals fused, young with 2 to 4 hairs. The common porpoise is a northern form, being found in both Atlantic and Pacific. It reaches a length of 5 to 6 feet and is generally blackish, but whiter on the belly. The name of this dolphin has been variously given as porkpice, porpice, porpes, porpoise, and porpoise. The meaning of the word being especially plain from the first instance, it is of course big fish, a suggestion of the ungulate affinities of whales which has been commended by naturalists. It is a gregarious whale and often ascends rivers. It has been met with in the Seine, at Paris for example. It is the commonest species of our seas. The porpoise was once esteemed a delicacy in this country, as are other Cetaceans in other lands at the present day. It formed a royal dish even so recently as the times of Henry VIII. The sauce recommended by Dr. Caius for this fish was made of crumbs of fine bread, vinegar, and sugar. Considered to be a fish, it was allowed to be eaten on fast days. The porpoise, like the stormy petrel, has had the reputation of presaging foul weather. Wilsford, I quote from Bacon, in Nature's Secrets, remarks: "Porpoises or sea hogs, when observed to sport and chase one another about ships, expect then some stormy weather." To the same effect writes Ravenscroft in Canterbury Guests, or "A bargain broke, my heart begins to leap and play like a porpoise before a storm." The French word marsouin, applied to the porpoise, is said to be derived from a corruption of the German Meerschwein, but Scaliger's derivation from marinum suem seems to be more likely. Phocena tuberculifera was founded by Dr. Gray upon an example which was exhibited for a short time in the Zoological Society's garden. In this individual the doctor noticed the spiny margin to the fin, which has frequently escaped notice in other porpoises, and hence thought that there were two species, one with and one without these spines. It is held by Mr. True that P. brachisium, P. vomerina, and P. lineata, all named by the late Professor Cope, are at most varieties of the common porpoise. But Phocena spinipinnis of Burmeister is distinct. It has a length of 5 feet and 4 inches, slight beak, dorsal fin narrow, low, with concave anterior margin, pectoral fins falcate, end of body ridged above and below, teeth 16. This porpoise seems to be quite distinct. The specimen upon which the description of Burmeister was based was captured near the mouth of the Rio de la Plata. It is entirely black, but the most remarkable character which distinguishes it from P. communis, and at the same time allies it to the next species, is the existence of a long, low ridge on both sides of the body near to the tail. This seems to be a survival of the low dorsal ridge of the embryo. See page 14. and the existence of the two ridges gives some colour to older assertions that whales may possess two dorsal fins and an anal fin like the fish. The tubercles on the fin, as well as the peculiar shape of the latter, distinguish the species. They are more numerous and in more rows on the back as well as on the fin itself. Phocena dallei, true, is thus defined: length 6 feet, no beak, dorsal fin high and falcate, pectorals oval, body ridged above and below at end, teeth 23 to 27, vertebrae C7, D14, 15, L27, Ca 49 equals 97 or 98. The most salient difference of this from P. communis is the extraordinarily long vertebral column, formed mainly by the large development of the lumbar region. All the cervicals are united. It is a Pacific species. End of section 20. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 21 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 10, Part 2. The genus Neomeris is to be characterized by the absence of a dorsal fin and the number of teeth, 18 to 26. The skull characters are as in Phocena. Vertebrae D13, L12, C29 equals 63. This genus has been already referred to on account of the rows of tubercles which stud the back in the place of the absent dorsal fin. It is a genus which is barely to be distinguished from Phocena according to most authorities. Of the cervical vertebrae, the last 5 are free. 7 ribs are two-headed. The sternum is short and broad, and has 4 pairs of ribs attached to it. There is but one species, Neomeris phocenides, Cuvier. It is unnecessary to give a definition of this species, as the principal characters have been already given in the description of the genus. Its colour is entirely black, save for the purplish red patch on the upper lip and one on the throat. This porpoise is about 4 feet long, and inhabits the seas of India, Cape of Good Hope, and Japan. Mr. True thinks that a species, noted merely from a native drawing, and described as Delphinapterus Molagan by Sir Richard Owen, is the same. Molagan is of course a native name for the porpoise. Neomeris curaciensis, Murray, is but a synonym. Mr. Murray, the describer of this last, remarks that it has 18 teeth on each side of each jaw, besides 2 or 3 which were scarcely visible through the gums, and situated out of the line of the other teeth in front of the jaws. In shape these teeth are quite unlike the rest, being conical instead of flattened or compressed. May this possibly be compared to the rudimentary teeth of Ziphioids? In the stomach of this whale, prawns of the genus Peneus were found. The genus Delphinus has the teeth small and numerous, 47 to 65 in number. Vertebrae: C7, D14, 15, L21, 22, Ca 30, 32 equals 73 or 76. Atlas and axis fused, the rest free. Palatal border of maxillaries deeply grooved. Phalanges 1, 2, or 3. 2, 8 or 9. 3, 5 to 7. 4, 2 to 4. 5, 1 or 2. Fins falcate. Beak distinct and long. This genus, which embraces not more than 3 ascertained species, may be termed the true dolphins. They have a long beak, and are to be distinguished from all other Delphinidae by the deep grooves on the palatal surfaces of the maxillaries, producing thus a separation between the alveolar border and a raised median ridge. Though there are not more than 3 ascertained species, according to Mr. True, an immense number of names have been given. The common dolphin, Delphinus delphis, appears to be identical with animals that have received the following names: D. major, D. fulvofasciatus, D. forsteri, D. janira, D. pomegra, D. berdi, D. mori, D. walkeri, D. nove zelandiae, D. albimanus, D. marginatus, D. fuscus, D. suverbianus, D. variegatus, D. balteatus, D. algerienis, D. moscatus. This lengthy list is the result of giving a new name to a dolphin captured or observed in a fresh locality. We have simply to do with a Cetacean of exceedingly wide range, or as Lacépède, who delighted more in symmetrical sentences than in a plain record of cold fact, observed. It is met with in the favourable climes of the temperate zones, under the burning firmament of the equatorial seas, and in the horrible valleys which separate the enormous mountains of ice which time builds upon the surface of the polar ocean as so many funeral monuments to nature who is there expiring. Delphinus delphis linnaeus. Length 7 feet 5 inches. Form slender. Forehead sloping gradually. Dorsal fin narrow. Teeth 46 to 50. Figure 32. This is the dolphin par excellence, the dolphin of the ancients. It is common among other places in the Mediterranean, hence its frequent observation. But it is perhaps hardly necessary to mention the fact it has been often confounded with the fish Coryphena. Hence the legends as to its dying colours, and to many of its more purely fish-like attributes. On the other hand, regarding it as a fish, the ancients were impressed by its unfish-like intelligence. Upon this confusion were doubtless based the legend of Arion and the dolphin, and other similar stories. Scaliger speaks of it as nobilissimus cetaceorum. As a matter of fact, the colours of this animal are unusually variegated for a Cetacean, and liable to much variation; hence the multitude of species. The best figure illustrating these hues is contained in a memoir by Sir William Flower. The usual black of the dorsal and white of the ventral surface is supplemented by two lateral areas of a fulvous or greyish tinge. A black or greenish band extends from the lower jaw to the base of the pectoral fin. There is a ring of black round the eye. One or two bands of greyish or greenish traverse the light colour of the lower part of the sides. The sharply marked off beak of the dolphin, which it shares of course with many other Delphinidae, has given rise to such vernacular names as bec d'oie, and the form of the head, often repeated in ancient boats, shows that perhaps a hint as to the proper form of a boat was derived from this swift creature. The ancients appear to have confused, to some extent, dolphins and sharks, for they speak of the mouth of the former being ventral in position, and say that the animal is obliged to turn upon its back before it can swallow its prey. Pliny, who always mixed up the fact and fiction in one inextricable tangle, added to this imaginary portrait the further detail that the dolphin was armed with a long and spiny fin, with which it could successfully attack other creatures, possibly a confusion with the long and narrow dorsal fin of Orca. Its movements are rapid. It has been called the arrow of the sea, and a proverb has emphasized this. Of those who desire something impossible, it is said that they wish to catch a dolphin by the tail. The curved form in which the conventional dolphin of heraldry is exhibited is an indication of the frequency with which this cetacean will leap out of the water. Under these circumstances the body is naturally arched. On coins, medals, and coats of arms of Mediterranean countries and cities the dolphin takes the place that the Biscayan whale does along the northern shores of Spain. A dolphin forms the arms of the eldest son of the King of France, who was styled in consequence Dauphin. This seems to be a curious reversal of the canting crest. The Dauphin took the style from the arms of Dauphiné in other cases, e.g. Lucis = pike, the Lucies. The arms were from the name of the individual. So many tales dating from antiquity have been told concerning the intelligence and usefulness to man of the dolphin, that the following modern one may be not without interest. In Moreton Bay, relates Mr. Fairholme, the natives used to aid the men in the capture of mullet, a kind of a porpoise. When a shoal of fish come into the bay, the natives with their spears make a peculiar splashing in the water. Whether the porpoises really understand this as a signal or think it is a fish, it is difficult to determine, but the result is always the same. They at once come in towards, driving the mullet before them. The relator of this incident thinks that the whales really understand and assist. The dolphin, when born, is one of those species which have a few hairs, 5 to 7 have been counted on each side, forming the moustache. Delphinus longirostris, Cuvier, may be a distinct form. It is thus defined: teeth 58 to 65, rostrum very elongated, about 67.9% of whole length of the skull. This species is only to be defined by the above characters and its external characters are unknown. It is therefore not very satisfactory, but is retained in deference to Mr. True's researches. Mr. True, identical with Gray's Delphinus capensis, it comes from Malabar. The third and last species, Delphinus roseventris, Wagner, is in length barely 4 feet. Form stout. Forehead abruptly sloping. Beak long. Dorsal fin broad. Teeth 48. The genus Prodelphinus is carefully to be distinguished from Delphinus. It has a distinct beak. Dorsal and pectoral fins falcate. Vertebrae C7, D14 or 15, L22, 19 or 21, CA 29 to 38 equals 69 to 81. Pterygoids in contact. Phalanges 1, 2, 2, 9, 3, 7, 4, 3, 5, 1. Of this genus Mr. True remarks: "The chief character which has been brought forward as separating it from Delphinus is a negative one, the absence of deep lateral palatine grooves. It also comes near to Tursio. The main feature here which distinguish the two genera are the fewer teeth and more numerous vertebrae. The three genera are quite close together. Some 23 species have been assigned to this genus, but these may be reduced, according to Mr. True, to 8. It is pretty well universally distributed. There seems to be nothing of interest to record in the habits of these dolphins. Prodelphinus plagiodon, Cope, is 7 feet in length. Dorsal fin falcate. Colour spotted. Teeth 37. Vertebrae 69, of which 14 dorsal. This dolphin comes from the Atlantic coasts of North America and from the Gulf of Mexico. Prodelphinus malayanus, Lesson. Length about 7 feet. Colour uniform ashy. Teeth 39. There is too little either to identify with the genus Prodelphinus or to differentiate it as a species. The skull was not described by the original describer of the species, but by Schlegel. That it is with great hesitation that it is here included. It is an East Indian species. Prodelphinus attenuatus, Gray. Colour dark above, ashy grey below. Teeth 35 to 44. Vertebrae 81, of which 15 dorsal. The very large number of vertebrae distinguish this species so far as is known. It appears to be identical with the following three species: Delphinus pseudodelphis, Wigman; Steno capensis, Gray; Clymene punctata, ID. It is widely distributed: Cape Horn, Cape of Good Hope, Bay of Bengal, North Atlantic. Prodelphinus ceruleo albus, Mayen, has the dorsal fins not deeply emarginate. 14 dorsal vertebrae. Teeth 50. Habited South America. This dolphin has the lateral strip, which is found in many of the species of Prodelphinus. Prodelphinus euphrosyne, Gray, with probable synonyms: D. styx, Gray; D. tethios, Gervais; D. marginatus, Duvernoy; Tursio dorsides, Gray; Clymene dorides, Gray. Clymenia euphrosinoides, ID, has a length of about 8 feet. Dorsal fin high and falcate. Pectoral fins small. Vertebrae 76. 15 dorsals. Teeth 45. Like the preceding species, this has a long, narrow black stripe proceeding from the eye to the vent, with a branch given off to the pectoral fin and another behind it. Habitat Europe to South Africa. Prodelphinus lateralis, Peale. This species, of which the name was altered to Lagenorhynchus in the second edition of the Mammalia of the U.S. Exploring Expedition, may be thus defined from the imperfect existing knowledge of it. Length 7 feet 6 inches. Form stout. Snout small. Teeth 41. Habitat Pacific. Latitude 13 degrees, longitude 161 degrees. It seems to be mainly the lateral black line which justifies the inclusion of this species in the present genus, for its cranial characters are not known. Of Prodelphinus frenatus, F. Cuvier, not a great deal is to be said. It is in length up to 6 feet. Teeth 38. Vertebrae 70. 14 dorsals. Atlantic and Indian Oceans. The following reputed species seem to be in all probability synonyms: D. frontalis, Dussumier; D. doris, Gray; D. clymene, Gray; Clymenia normalis, Gray; D. alope, Gray; D. microps, Gray; D. stenorhynchus, Gray, are probably not allied species but merely synonyms. The only two of the names given in the list of synonyms which applies to anything more than a skull is D. frontalis and D. frenatus, which has the characteristic dark band from the angle of mouth to pectoral limb. Prodelphinus longirostris, Gray. Length nearly 7 feet. Vertebrae 73, 14 dorsals. Teeth 52. Palate with traces of lateral groove. Cf. Delphinus. Rostrum very long. Japan, Malabar, Cape, coast of Brazil, Cape Horn, Galapagos, and Australia. Genus Lagenorhynchus. This genus may be defined in the following terms: head with short, not very distinct beak; dorsal and pectoral fins falcate; teeth small, 22 to 45 in number on each jaw; vertebrae 73 to 92; pterygoid bones in contact or separate; rostrum not exceeding or scarcely exceeding length of cranium. This genus is another to which quite a large number of species have been referred. But a number of them are barely definable, and it is a difficult, at present perhaps impossible, task to discriminate them with accuracy. I give some description here of nearly all the species that are allowed by True, a number, be it observed, in excess of the probable species of Sir William Flower's enumeration. In addition to the features of the genus mentioned in its definition, Lagenorhynchus is characterized by the length of the neural and transverse processes of the lumbar vertebrae. Mr. True also comments upon the presence of an area of bright colour, rather high up on the side between the dorsal fin and the flukes, as a mark of Lagenorhynchus. It is, according to the last mentioned observer, nearest to Prodelphinus (Clymenia). The first species of the genus Lagenorhynchus obscurus (Gray) has the external form as in Acutus, but beak not distinctly marked off. Teeth 30 to 32. Pterygoids in contact. Length 5 feet 6 inches. This species is chiefly to be distinguished by the absence of a distinct marked off beak. This gives to the dolphin an appearance not at all like that of other species of the genus, and it has indeed been referred to Prodelphinus. But, as already mentioned, these two genera are not very far apart. It is a southern form. Lagenorhynchus thickolia, also named by Gray, is known from a single skull only. Its chief feature is the large number of teeth, 45, and it is on these grounds that it has been admitted to specific rank. In Lagenorhynchus superciliosus, Schlegel, the teeth are 30. Vertebrae C7, D13, L20, Ca 33 = 73. Pterygoids in contact. This species from the Cape of Good Hope is only known by a skeleton. Lagenorhynchus fitzroyi, Waterhouse, equals D. cruciger, Coy and Gaimard. L. clanculus, Gray, has a length of 5 to 6 feet. Beak short. Dorsal fin large. Teeth 28. Pterygoids in contact. Whether the above synonyms relate to one and the same species is far from a certainty. Dr. Gray, indeed, adds obscurus and superciliosus to the list. But in any case all the forms mentioned in the list are from the shores of Patagonia and from the Southern Ocean. They are also much patched with white and have, according to illustrations, much the same external appearance. As mentioned before, the discrimination of the different species of dolphins is a task beyond the capacities of those who have not the entire museums of the world at their command. The next species, Lagenorhynchus electra of Gray, has only 23 teeth in each jaw. Skull massive. Rostrum broad, long, and flat. Mesethmoid much ossified and visible superiorly. The four following names are probably to be regarded as synonyms: L. asia, Gray; Electra obtusa, Id.; Delphinus fusiformis, Owen; Phocenna pectoralis, Peale. Of P. pectoralis only is the external form known. This species appear to differ from all other members of the genus by the amount of ossification in the mesethmoid, and by its appearance on the dorsal surface of the skull. The species is from the Indian Ocean and the tropical Pacific. The two next species are British and can be easily separated. Lagenorhynchus albirostris, Gray, has a length of 9 feet. Teeth 26. Vertebrae C7, D15 or 16, L23 or 24, Ca 43 or 45, equals 88 or 92. 5 ribs, rich sternum. 6 or 7 two-headed. Pterygoids in contact. This species occurs on our own coasts, and is, so far as is known, purely a northern species. It appears that the winter is passed in the more temperate regions of the north, and the summer in the Arctic regions. The dolphin goes about in large bands, and is a fish eater in the main. Lagenorhynchus acutus, Gray. Delphinus escricti, Schlegel. D. leucopleurus, Rush. Length 8 feet. Dorsal fin high. Beak small. Teeth 35 to 37. Vertebrae C7, D14 and 15, L18 to 22, CA 38 to 41 equals 78 to 82. Pterygoids in contact. This also is a northern species. It occurs in vast herds of as many as 1,500 individuals on the coast of Norway. It is then in pursuit of the herrings. A skeleton in the British Museum has the 4 last cervicals free. 6 of the ribs are two-headed, but as few as 5 and as many as 7 may be so. Lagenorhynchus obliquidens, Gill, may be distinguished in the following terms: length 7 feet some inches, colour greenish black above, with lateral broad longitudinal stripes of white grey and dull black, white below. Teeth 31. Vertebrae C7, D13, L24, CA 30 equals 74. Pterygoids not in contact, divergent posteriorly. This is a North Pacific species of exceeding activity. It congregates in herds of many hundreds, tumbling over the surface of the sea, or making arching leaps, plunging again on the same curve, or darting high and falling diagonally sideways upon the water with a spiteful splash, accompanied by a report that may be heard at some distance. When a brisk breeze is blowing, they frequently play about the bow of a ship, going at her utmost speed, darting across the cut water and shooting ahead, or circling around the vessel, apparently sporting at ease. These porpoises feed upon small fish, and, says Scammon, act up to their character of the sea swine, filling themselves to repletion. As with other dolphins, these animals will collect in calm weather in immense herds, huddled together on the surface of the water. Finally, Dr. Moreno has described Lagenorhynchus floweri from the Bay of Santa Cruz. It is 1 metre and 29 long, with nearly the whole of the middle part of the body white. The rest is black. The teeth are 20. End of section 21. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 22 of the Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 10, Part 3. The genus Sotalia has teeth tolerably large, 26 to 35 in number, in each jaw. Vertebrae C7, D11, 12, L 10 to 14, C 22 equals 51 to 55 in all. The pterygoids are separate. There are 3 elements in the sternum, and there are 5 to 7 pairs of sternal ribs. The number of phalanges in the digits is as follows: 1, 0, 2, 6, 3, 5, 4, 2, 5, 1. Beak distinct. The manus is long, falcate or oval. The dorsal fin is falcate. Of this genus there are some 5 or 6 species. The exact number cannot be fixed at present. They are not large dolphins. 8 or 9 feet may be regarded as the greatest length attained to. The remarkable fact about the dolphins of this genus is their usually pale coloration. Thus S. sinensis is milky white with pinkish fins. The upper part of the body in S. pallida is yellowish white, the under surface white. S. plumbea is a uniform plumbeous grey. A good many of the species, moreover, are found in rivers and estuaries. In the Amazons and other streams of South America are 2 recognized species and 3 more doubtful ones. S. sinensis lives in several rivers of China. On the other hand, there are others which are as purely marine in habit. The most remarkable species of the genus is the supposed vegetarian Sotalia z from Cameroon River, West Africa. Sotalia sinensis is in colour milky white with pinkish fins. Teeth 32. Vertebrae D12, L10, Ca 22 equals 51. This species, from the harbour of Amoy and the Canton River, was originally mentioned by Osbeck, a pupil of Linnaeus, who travelled to China in a merchant vessel in 1751. Its osteology has been fully described by Sir William Flower in the memoir cited below. As neither Osbeck, the discoverer, nor F. Cuvier, nor Desmarest at all described the species, its specific name should be attributed to Flower. Osbeck, indeed, not understanding, as Cuvier observed, the principles of his master and attaching himself exclusively, as did many others, to increasing the catalogue which Linnaeus had published, simply defined this dolphin like the common dolphin but entirely of a bright white. It is not, therefore, surprising that F. Cuvier included this form among the dolphins, dont l'existence comme espèce est douteuse. Sotalia plumbea of Cuvier has a colour of uniform plumbeous grey, white on lower jaw. Teeth 37 to 39. This species is one of the marine forms coming from the Malabar coast. Its external characters have been described by M. Dussumier, who observes that the young have much more white about them than the adults, a reversal of the condition of colour which characterise, for example, the Beluga. This species is said to be slower in its movements than many dolphins. It reaches 8 feet in length. Sotalia gedamu, Owen, is in color dark plumbeous gray, below pinkish ashy gray, with a few darker blotches. Teeth 26. Rostrum not so long as in last two species. This species, known only from a sketch of its shape and colour, and from the skull, is named by the fishermen of Visagapatam Gedamu, whence its specific name. Also described by Owen is Sotalia lentiginosa, of a bluish cinereous colour, freckled with dark brown. Fins smaller than in S. gedamu. Teeth 33 to 34. This species, from the same locality as the last, is regarded by Flower as doubtfully distinct. True, however, affirms the correctness of Sir R. Owen in giving it a separate name, and we shall follow him. Dr. Blanford would refer this and the last species, under the name of S. perniger, to the genus Steno (Fig. 34). In addition to the species of Sotalia enumerated, there are a number of forms existing in the rivers of South America, to which, at any rate, 5 names have been given. But what differences separate S. guianensis of van Beneden, S. brasiliensis of the same, S. pallida of Gervais, S. tucaxi of Gray, from each other and from S. fluviatilis of Gervais, is a matter which is not ripe for decision, barely indeed for discussion. Mr. True thinks that the two marine forms S. guianensis and S. brasiliensis are distinct from the remaining, which are fluviatile. We shall accept what seems to be in itself a reasonable view. Sotalia guianensis of van Beneden equals Sotalia brasiliensis ID, is in colour black or brown, white below. Teeth 29 to 34. Vertebrae 54 or 55, of which 11 or 12 dorsal. The example of Sotalia brasiliensis studied by van Beneden was a smaller individual than that of S. guianensis, itself a fact tending to throw doubt upon the distinctness of the two forms, considering the minute points of difference which distinguish them. However, Professor van Beneden's coloured figure of S. brasiliensis shows an animal which is largely of a pale brown colour, but this is by no means without the boundaries of colour variation, so little known as must be constantly insisted upon among the whales. Geldy, who has lately reinvestigated the species brasiliensis, thinks that there may be 2 or 3 rudimentary ribs behind the 11 well developed ones. The sternum of the species is formed of 3 pieces, which coalesce later. 5 ribs articulate with the sternum. This species is so common in the Bay of Rio de Janeiro that it is impossible to cross the bay without seeing a few sporting in the immediate neighbourhood of the ship. The old world superstitions regarding the dolphin have been in some curious fashion transferred to this new world form. The natives think that it will bring to shore the bodies of drowned persons. The fact that it is regarded as a sacred animal is rather bad for science, as specimens are hard to obtain. Sotalia pallida, Gervais, probably the same as Steno Gray, and Sotalia fluviatilis, van Beneden and Gervais, has a black colour above, and is white or pinkish below. The teeth are 30 in each jaw. As already mentioned, materials do not exist for saying whether there is but one or whether there are two or three species comprised in the forms here provisionally grouped under one name. It may be that S. pallida is simply pale coloured variety, or there may be, as in Inia QV, a sexual difference of coloration. Sotalia 2Z, Kukenthal, is certainly distinct. It is 8 or 9 feet in length, the nostrils projecting beyond face as a tubular process. This dolphin comes from the Cameroon River, and is another example of a purely freshwater species. It is an exceedingly scarce whale, only one specimen having been seen in as many as 10 years. The prolongation of the nostrils is a most remarkable feature, and is amply sufficient to distinguish the species from any other. Its habits are almost unique, by reason of the fact that it is a vegetable feeder. In the stomachs of some other whales vegetable debris has been found, but in the present species nothing else was found. In accordance with this presumed habit, the teeth are not sharply pointed as in S. sinensis. The animal is rather underjawed, and the skin is described as being especially thick. Of the osteology only the skull is known. The genus Steno has 20 to 27 teeth, which are large, with furrowed surfaces to their crowns. Vertebrae: C. 7, D. 12 or 13, L. 15, Ca. 32 or 30 equals 65 or 66. First two vertebrae fused, rest separate. Pterygoids in contact. The formula of the phalanges is 1, 4, 2, 8, 3, 6, 4, 3, 5, 3. Dorsal and pectoral fins falcate. Beak distinct. Of this genus there are two species, S. perspicillatus and S. rostratus. The former lives in the South Atlantic, the latter is more widely spread. The genus is to be distinguished from Sotalia by the rugose crowns of the teeth, which are smooth in Sotalia, and by the closely approximated pterygoids. Steno rostratus of Desmarest is in colour purplish sooty black above, sides with yellowish white spots, under surface white, tinged with rose. Teeth 20 to 27. The ribs are 13. Vertebrae 65. This species, if all the synonyms Delphinus frontatus, Cuvier; D. bredanensis, Cuvier; D. planiceps, Schlegel; Steno compressus, Gray; D. reinwarti, Schlegel; D. pernetti, Desmarest, rightly applied to one species, ranges from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. It is a largish dolphin, measuring 8 or 9 feet. The remaining species, Steno perspicillatus, Peters, may be thus defined: Color black above, white below, sides yellowish white. A black line from ring round eye joins its fellow on opposite side round forehead. Teeth 23. Ribs 12. Vertebrae 66. This dolphin is rather smaller than the last, about 7 foot 6 inches, and is confined to South Atlantic. The genus Tursiops has the teeth large, 22 to 26 in number. Vertebral formula: C7, D12 or 13, L16 or 17, Ca26 or 27 equals 61 or 64. 5 or 6 ribs, two-headed. Pterygoids in contact. Phalanges: 1, 1, 2, 6 or 7, 3, 6 or 8, 4, 3, 5, 1 or 2. Fins falcate. Beak distinct. Of this genus, again, the exact number of species is at present a matter of opinion rather than of certainty. Sir W. Flower is doubtful whether there are more than two. Mr. True allows and defines 5. The genus is universal in range. 10 feet is about the limit of size reached. It seems difficult to give anything like satisfactory definitions of more than the type species. Gray's T. catalania, which is allowed by both Sir W. Flower and Mr. True, is mainly to be distinguished by colour. It is said to be a very light lead colour above and on the sides, gradually passing into the dirty leaden white of the lower parts, which were covered, as also the flippers, with longitudinally elongated blotches of dark lead colour. It has 25 teeth in each jaw instead of 23. But are these points to be relied upon as distinguishing it? True thinks that it may be the same as Ruppel's T. abusalam. This whale has the upper surface sea green of a dark hue instead of lead colour. It has 26 teeth and fewer vertebrae, the formula being C7, D12, L16, Ca26 equals 61. It is from the Red Sea, while T. catalania is Australian. As to the difference in the vertebral formula, Mr. True has pointed out that a specimen of T. tursio in the British Museum has but 12 ribs, and another but 61 vertebrae altogether. Its differences from T. tursio are at most but slight. Tursiops tursio, Fabricius. Plate 17. Has the upper surface lead colour, under surface white. Teeth 23. Vertebrae C7, D12 or 13, L17, Ca27 equals 64. This, the only satisfactory type of the genus, is apparently of universal range, specimens having been recorded from our own coasts, rarely, however, North America, New Zealand, Seychelles. The size of this species is some 10 feet, but it has been recorded as reaching 12. Van Beneden mentions that of specimens captured at Arcachon the colour was an intense black, save for a white streak on the ventral surface, which was greyer in the male. The fetus possesses 4 to 7 hairs on each side. The amount to which the cervical vertebrae are fused varies. The two first appear to be always united. Of the following ones, more or fewer are also fused. Sir W. Flower has figured its external characters. Mr. True observes of this whale that its eyelids are as mobile as in the terrestrial Mammalia. The name Tursio is derived from Pliny, but there is no sure ground for identification. The ingenious Bellon would derive Marsouin, a corruption of Meerschwein, from Tursio. But, as Frederick Cuvier justly remarks, we may agree that it would be difficult to place faith in specific analogies founded upon such a system. Delphinus truncatus, Montagu; D. metis, Gray; D. simodici, id; D. eurinum, id, are apparently synonyms. Tursiops catalania, Gray, is in size small, 6 feet and 9 inches. The colour is as in T. tursio, but the sides are covered with blotches of darker colour. Beak relatively longer than in T. tursio. This species, as already said, is admitted by both Sir William Flower and by Mr. True. It is a native of the north east coast of Australia. The skull only, as far as the skeleton is concerned, is known, but the collector, Mr. John MacGillivray, sent home to Dr. Gray careful measurements and a description of the colour of the two specimens which he obtained at localities not far apart. Tursiops abusalam, Rupel, is dark green above, under surface white with dark spots. Teeth 26. Vertebrae D12, L16, C26 = 61. Beak longer than in T. tursio. This dolphin from the Red Sea does not differ widely from Tursiops catalania, and may very possibly be identical with it. Yet the green colour seems to be characteristic and, as dolphins go, unusual. The number of vertebrae and ribs, as a character, must be handled with caution, for Mr. True records an undoubted T. tursio with but 12 ribs and 61 vertebrae. Tursiops gilli, the cowfish of Scammon, of which he gives approximate outlines, is black all over, only a little paler below. Though True admits it is a species, it would perhaps be well to wait for further materials before allowing it a place in the system. Certain small marks in the skull lead Mr. True to give it a separate place in the list of existing species of Cetacea. Tursiops parvimanus of Reinhardt is said to differ chiefly by more numerous phalanges of the third digit. Seeing that there is so great a variety in the number of ossifications in the hand, it is not a satisfactory way of defining a species to use this character. The species, moreover, was founded on a single young individual from the Atlantic, another unsatisfactory point if we were to regard it as distinct. Lütken is inclined to suggest an identity with T. catalania. The genus Cephalorhynchus is distinguished by the following assemblage of characters: teeth 25 to 31, small, sharp. Pterygoids widely apart. Premaxillae ridged in front of nasal apertures. Vertebrae 63 to 67. Dorsal fin triangular or ovate. This is a genus of Antarctic dolphins, limited, so far as is known, to the seas about the Cape, New Zealand, and Chile. Their external appearance is suggestive of that of the porpoises, and the form of the pterygoids is much like what is found in the genus Phocena, as also the elevations upon the premaxillae. They have not a beak well marked off from the rest of the head, but this fact of structure has not been incorporated into the generic diagnosis, since in C. hectori there is a hint of one, which is distinctly marked off from the forehead. The small size and non-falcate form of the pectoral limb might perhaps be added as a generic character, but in C. albifrons these limbs are, though small and elongated as in the other species, slightly falcate. Cephalorhynchus hevidcidi, Gray. Plate 18. The first described species of the genus has the pectoral fin elliptical and the dorsal fin triangular. Teeth 25 to 30. Vertebral formula C7, D13, L15, Ca 30 equals 65. Pterygoids short and widely separated. Length about 48 inches. The colour of this dolphin appears to be black, with a good deal of white or pale yellow on the ventral surface. But there is evidently some variation, as F. Cuvier, Marsouin du Cap, is stated to be entirely black, save for a white spot on each side. Sir W. Flower and Mr. True unite these two forms, and the former suggests that Cuvier's species may be a melanic variety of the more typical form. The first 6 pairs of ribs are two-headed, and 5 reach the sternum. Cephalorhynchus albifrons, True, is a changed name for Electra clancula, Hector, and has the pectoral fin falcate and the dorsal fin low and ovate. Teeth 31. Pterygoids long and constricted at base. Length rather over 4 feet. This species, instead of being black, is grey over the greater part of the body. The fins are darker than the trunk. The next species, Cephalorhynchus hectori, van Beneden, has an obtusely pointed pectoral fin. The dorsal fin is low and ovate. The beak is slightly marked. Teeth 30. Vertebrae D14, L15, C 27 equals 63. This New Zealand species is very near to both the last, but the throat and lower jaw are white. It has not the white forehead of C. albifrons. The fourth and last species of the genus, Cephalorhynchus eutropia, Gray, equals Eutropia dickey, ID, has 30 teeth in each half of each jaw. Skull larger than in C. hevidcidae, with longer and more closely approximated pterygoids. This species is only known from a skull from the coast of Chile. Sir William Flower, as well as Mr. True, pronounced this form to be quite distinct. End of section 22. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 23 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 10, Part 4. The genus Globicephalus has 7 to 12 teeth on each side, confined to anterior region. Vertebrae: C7, D11, L11 to 14, C27 to 29 equals 58 or 59. 6 of the ribs are two-headed. Skull raised into a very long prominence behind blowhole. Pterygoids large and in contact. Pectoral fin long and falcate. Dorsal fin moderately so. The number of phalanges is 1. 3 to 4, 2. 9 to 14, 3. 9 to 11, 4. 2 to 3, 5. 1 to 2. No beak. Very broad premaxillae and rostrum generally. The best known and most widely distributed species is Globicephalus melas, Trail. Plate 19. The colour of the whale is black, save for a white area on breast. Teeth 10. Pterygoids not greatly wider in front than behind. This species has an extremely wide range. It is common in the northern seas, and specimens indistinguishable from those of British waters have been received from New Zealand and the Cape. In a specimen at the British Museum without epiphyses there were 6 cervical vertebrae fused and only 1 free. In a younger individual only 5 were fused. This example is one of many which shows how careful it is necessary to be in using the number of vertebrae of the neck which are fused as a character. Of the 11 ribs, 6 have 2 heads. There are 14 lumbars and 22 caudals. In the older specimen there are altogether 41 lumbocaudals. The phalanges in digits 2 and 3 of the embryo may reach so high a number as 27 and 12 respectively. The formation, therefore, of a species G. propinquus, Malm, upon a foetus with a greater number of phalanges than the adult G. melas is not permissible. The foetus has a few hairs, 4 or 5. All of the 7 following names are to be looked upon as synonyms: Globicephalus svineval, Gray; G. affinis, ID; G. edwardsi, Smith; G. incrassatus, Gray; Delphinus intermedius, Harlan; D. deductor, Scoresby; D. globiceps, Cuvier. This whale has been largely fished in the Faroe Islands. Mr. H. C. Müller, a native of those islands, has recently gone into the matter and collected a large amount of information, which is here partly abstracted. It appears that the earliest date concerning the appearance of these whales was in the year 1584. This animal is spoken of as Grindeval, a herd being termed grind, which signifies lattice work. Its application to the whales is apparently the placing of a line of boats across the mouth of a bay where a herd of the cetaceans has run toward the shore. The results of the fisheries have fluctuated much in the period of years from the date already mentioned. The whales are hunted and captured in the following manner. When a herd is discovered, a piece of garment is hoisted from the mast of the boat. The inhabitants then rush to their boats and, drawing together, shape a half circle round the herd. Stones are thrown into the water, by means of which the herd may be driven in any direction. They are then driven inshore to a whale voe, which is a bay with a level sloping bottom of mud or sand, preferably loose, so that the water becomes muddy and the whales cannot see their way. When the herd has arrived at the mouth of this bay, the boats arrange themselves in three lines, so that if one is broken through, the animals may be driven back by the second, and so on. The whales are then killed with lances. The value of an average whale is £3 7s. 6d, of which the oil, 1 barrelful, is estimated at 45s. The meat is dried or pickled, and the stomach is dried and made into buoys. Globicephalus scammonii of Cope has a length of 15 feet some inches. Colour entirely black. Teeth 8. Pterygoids closely approximated and closely addressed. Intermaxillae not projecting over margins of maxillae. This species, which inhabits the North Pacific, is said by Scammon to be generally found wherever sperm whales resort. Probably this is due to their feeding on the same kind of food as their gigantic relatives, to wit, squid. The fish goes in schools from 10 up to hundreds, which sometimes move rapidly and occasionally lie closely huddled together at the surface. It seems to be necessary to state that this whale is called black fish, for so many whales are called by this exceedingly obvious name. It is not considered a prize by whalers, for its oil is not abundant. Globicephalus brachypterus, also of Cope, is in colour entirely black. Teeth 8. Premaxillae greatly expanded anteriorly, covering maxillae. This Atlantic species is of the form and size of the Ka-ing whale. It may show a difference in the number of lumbar vertebrae, which are stated at 11, but the commencement of the caudal series being marked by the first chevron, which bones are very apt to be lost, it is a little difficult to be certain upon this point. The total number of vertebrae is given at 57, one or two less than the numbers ascertained for G. melas. Other reputed species are G. sieboldii, which in Schlegel's drawing has a very different aspect from G. melas, being of a more slender build with a very falcate dorsal fin. G. macrorhynchus of Gray, and of unknown locality and unknown form. What is known about it is the skull. Globicephalus indicus of Blyth is allowed by Blanford as a distinct form. It has 6 to 7 teeth on each side above and 7 to 8 below. The premaxillae are broad and entirely cover maxilla. Its colour is a uniform leaden black. The length is 14 feet 2 inches. The animal goes in shoals, and frequents the Gangetic delta. The genus Tursio must be carefully distinguished from Tursiops. Its characters are: beak distinct, no dorsal fin; teeth small and numerous, 44; pterygoids separate. It is a pity that the name Tursio antedates Leucoramphus, since Tursio is so evidently suggestive of Tursiops, to which genus the present is not so nearly allied as it is to Prodelphinus. The name of Right whale porpoise has been applied to the dolphins of this genus on account, of course, of the absence of the dorsal fin. The northern T. borealis seems to be only distinguishable from the southern T. peroni by its slightly different coloration. This does not appear to be a sufficient reason for separating them. But the matter will not be decided here. The species peroni has a wide range, and is black above and white beneath, the colours joining abruptly. It is southern in range, Antarctic in fact, though ranging as far north as New Guinea. The genus Grampus (Plate XX) has no teeth in upper jaw, but 3 to 7 on each side of the mandible near to the symphysis. Vertebrae: C7, D12, L19, Ca 30 = 68. 6 or 7 pairs of ribs, two-headed. 5 pairs, sometimes 7, reach the sternum. Skull with pterygoids in contact. Premaxillae in front of nares, raised. No beak. Pectoral fin long, pointed, falcate. Dorsal fin high and falcate. Number of phalanges: 1, 2; 2, 8 to 10; 3, 6 to 8; 4, 3; 5, 1. In the vertebral column only the seventh vertebra of the cervical series appears to remain free. The only species is Grampus griseus, Cuvier; D. rizoanus, Desmarest; Grampus cuvieri, Gray; G. soverbianus, Fischer; G. sakamata, Gray; G. stearnsi, Dahl; G. chinensis, Gray, are believed really to refer to the same whale. This dolphin, often called Risso's dolphin, is mainly Mediterranean and North Atlantic in range. But, like so many other Cetaceans, its limits are not very fixed, and a skull, conceivably belonging to a different species, has been recorded from the Cape. It may return to those more southern latitudes during the winter. Risso's dolphin is from 10 to 13 feet in length, and is distinguished by its very remarkable coloration. The prevalent tint is grey, varying on the fins and tail to black, and to white on the belly. This white has a yellowish tinge anteriorly, but the curious feature of the coloration is a series of irregular light streaks and spots, suggestive of scraping upon wet paint. In a younger individual the sides were marked with 6 regular transverse stripes. This animal, only 6 feet in length, had 8 whitish bristles on each side of the upper lip. This is not by any means a common cetacean. Only a dozen records of its capture upon the English and French coasts are extant. It feeds upon cuttlefish and is gregarious. The genus Orca, Plate 21, has 10 to 13 teeth, large, with recurved crowns. Pterygoids not quite meeting. Vertebrae: C7, D11 to 12, L10, Ca 23 = 51 or 52. First 2 or 3 cervicals fused. The first 7 ribs are two-headed. 5 reach the sternum. Dorsal fin large and pointed. The Killer whales Tyrannus balaenarum, Formidabilis balaenarum hostis, sometimes called Grampus, are the largest among the Delphinidae, reaching a length of 20 to 30 feet. They are powerful, rapacious animals, and are the only whales that feed upon their own kind and upon large prey. It is perhaps not necessary to believe with an old writer that a Killer has been seen with a seal under each flipper, a third tucked away under the dorsal fin, and a fourth in the mouth. But it is stated by Eschricht that from the stomach of one of these fierce whales no less than 13 porpoises and 14 seals were extracted. Scammon relates how they may sometimes be seen peering above the surface with a seal in their bristling jaws, shaking and crushing their victims, apparently with great gusto, and swallowing them. A party of Killers will also assault the largest whales. Scammon related an attack of this nature upon a California grey whale which he witnessed. They made alternate assaults upon the old whale and her offspring, finally killing the latter, which sank to the bottom, where the water was 5 fathoms deep. During the struggle the mother became nearly exhausted, having received several deep wounds about the throat and lips. As soon as their prize had settled to the bottom, the 3 Orcas descended, bringing up large pieces of flesh in their mouths, which they devoured after coming to the surface. The ferocity, or at any rate the boldness, of this predaceous cetacean is also attested to by His Highness the Prince of Monaco. 2 years ago, the Prince writes, I chased a school of 3 of these just off the Monaco rock, and very soon one was struck by my whaler's harpoon. While it was ending with violent struggles, the 2 others came alongside the whale boat, and seemed willing to fight for their companion. They swarmed round and round, sometimes so close that the men touched their enormous backs with their hands. It has been said that the long and pointed dorsal fin is used for aggressive purpose to rip up the belly of a whale. The Honourable Paul Dudley thus describes the attacks of the Killers upon whalebone whales: "They go in company by dozens and set up a young whale, and will bait him like so many bulldogs. Some will lay hold of his tail to keep him from thrashing, while others lay hold of his head and bite and thrash him, till the poor creature, being thus heated, lolls out his tongue, and then some of the Killers catch hold of his lips and, if possible, of his tongue, and after they have killed him they chiefly feed upon the tongue and head, but when he begins to putrefy they leave him. This Killer is doubtless the Orca that Dr. Frangius describes in his Treatise of Animals. His words are these: when an Orca pursues a whale, the latter makes a terrible bellowing, like a bull when bitten by a dog. These Killers are of such strength that, when several boats together have been towing a dead whale, one of them has come and fastened his teeth in her and carried her away down to the bottom in an instant. In more northern regions the Orca pursues the white whale and the walrus. Not indeed the adult walrus, whose strong tusks may be supposed to be a sufficient protection. It is the young that the Killer hunts. The cub will mount upon its mother's back for refuge, clinging to it with instinctive solicitude. When in this apparently safe position, the rapacious Orca quickly dives, and coming up under the parent animal, with a spiteful thud, throws the young one from the dam's back into the water, when in a twinkling it is seized, and with one crush devoured by its enemy. These observations refer to the Killer whales in general. A large number of different species have been described, or at least named. But, observes Sir W. Flower, their specific differential characters, if any, have never been clearly defined. We shall not, therefore, attempt any discrimination of species. These have been partly founded upon the varying length of the dorsal fin, and upon the colour, which is black more or less, pervaded with white blotches (yellow in V. Benedon's figure). The typical Orca gladiator has much white about the body, and an excellent model of the Cetacean, agreeing with Mr. True's figure of this whale, has been set up in the Natural History Museum at South Kensington. It is a whale that has been frequently met with upon our shores, and a few years since a herd of 3 ascended the Thames for some distance. It occurs also in all parts of the world. It is quite possible that there are several species of this genus, but probably the bulk of the dozen or so of species allowed by Dr. Gray have no existence save in his and in other catalogues. It is probable, according to F. Cuvier, that this whale is the Ares marinus of the ancients, possibly the horrible sea satyr of Edmund Spenser, for the white marks on the head might be fancifully interpreted as closely adpressed horns. The genus Pseudorca is thus definable: teeth 8 to 10, much like those of Orca; rostral portion of premaxillae broader than in Orca. Vertebral formula: C7, D10, L9, Ca 24 = 50. 6 or all cervicals united. 6 ribs two-headed. Dorsal fin rather small, falcate. There is but a single recognized species, which is Pseudorca crassidens, Owen. This whale reaches a length of about 14 feet. It was originally described from a skull found in the Lincolnshire Fens, and was naturally supposed to be an extinct species. But afterwards it was discovered to live in the North Sea, and a species at first regarded as distinct, P.S. meridionalis, was received from Tasmanian seas. The whale is scarce, and there is not very much to be said about it. It is not precisely evident why systematists have thought fit to remove it from the genus Orca, to which it is clearly very closely allied. The genus Orcella is thus characterized: teeth 14 to 19, small, sharp. Pterygoids widely separate. Rostral position of premaxillae broad. Vertebral formula: D14, L14, C26 = 61. 7 ribs two-headed. 5 ridge sternum. No beak. Dorsal fin small, falcate. Of this genus there is really but one species, Orcella brevirostris, Owen. Head convex anteriorly. Pectoral fins triangular. Dorsal fin small, falcate. The present species is a partly freshwater form, and occurs in the Irrawaddy, 3 to 900 miles from the sea. It is also marine. I unite the two species, which True regards as separate, on the authority of Mr. Thomas, who has recently examined material. The genus Sagmattias has the premaxillae elevated into a crest in front of nostrils. Pterygoids short, scarcely or not at all touching. Teeth small, 32. Of this genus but a single species, S. amblodon, is known, and that only, as will be observed from the definition, from a single skull described by the late Professor Cope. But the singular crest formed by the elevation of the premaxillae is a character which seems to be in the present state of our knowledge of generic value. It is, however, met with in Phocena. The genus Pheresa need hardly detain us long. It is only known from 2 skulls with 10 to 12 teeth in each half of each jaw, both assigned now to the same species, F. intermedia. One was described as F. attenuata. Sir W. Flower describes it as a connecting link between Globiceps, Grampus, and Lagenorhynchus. It must not be confounded with the very doubtful Delphinus pheres of Bonaterre, which has been variously interpreted as an orca or as a Ziphiid. End of section 23. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 24 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 11. Anomalous dolphins. Family Platanistidae. We can define this family by the following characteristics: cervical vertebrae all free, and individually of considerable length; jaws long and narrow, with a considerable extent of symphysis and numerous teeth; lacrymal bones not distinct from jugal; pectoral limbs large; phalanges of digits few in number. This undoubtedly ancient family of dolphin like Cetacea would be more easily definable if we could eject Pontoporia, which is very distinctly nearer to the true dolphins than are either of the following remaining genera, Platanista and Inia. This, indeed, is done by Gray, who does actually relegate Pontoporia to the dolphins, making a separate family for the two other genera, a family, that is to say, for each of them. Sir William Flower was content with urging the adoption of subfamily rank for each of the forms Platanista and Inia, avoiding the placing of Pontoporia, which was not thoroughly known at the time when he wrote upon these forms as it is now. The genus Platanista may be thus distinguished from its allies. There is no dorsal fin. The pectorals are large and truncated at the extremity. Teeth not so numerous as in Inia, some 29 in each half of each jaw. Scapula with the acromion coinciding with the anterior margin of the bone, and a rudimentary coracoid process only. In the skull there are enormous maxillary crests. The most remarkable feature of the cervical region of the spinal column is the independence and the comparatively great thickness of the individual vertebrae. There is a fairly strong marked odontoid process on the axis, a very rare feature in whales. The thoracic vertebrae are locked together in a way which is also peculiar to Platanista among whales, but the mode of attachment of the ribs is on the whole like that of Inia. The first 7 of these are attached to the transverse process of their own vertebrae and to the centra of the vertebra in front. There are 8 lumbar vertebrae. The sternal ribs, as in Inia, are cartilaginous. The sternum is not so modified as that of Inia. It consists of 3 pieces placed end to end, of which the middle one, at any rate, shows traces of its double origin by a suture running down it longitudinally. To the sternum 4 ribs are attached. The main peculiarity of the scapula, quite unique among whales, has been pointed out in the definition of the genus. As in Inia, the humerus is unusually long. The most remarkable feature in the skull, not even excepting the extraordinary maxillary crests, is the condition of the palatines. These do not enter into the formation of the bony palate, but are concealed by the pterygoids. Platanista gagentica, the species named by Lebeck, the long snouted dolphin of the Ganges, is limited to that river and to its branches, and to the Indus and its branches. It appears never to leave the streams for the sea. Its food is chiefly fish and prawns, and it is believed largely to grub about in the river mud to obtain its food. The diminutive eyes render pursuit of an active prey at least difficult, But the whale makes up for these defective organs of vision, as is elsewhere the case in the animal world, by a sensitive beak. Grain has been found in the stomach of this dolphin, but Dr. Anderson believes that its presence is accidental and not deliberately caused by the dolphin. The most generally used vernacular term for this cetacean is susu. This and some of the other expressions used by natives in different parts of its range are onomatopoetic words intended to imitate the sound made during spouting. As everything that breathes seems to form the food of some tribe or individuals, it is unnecessary to state that the susu is devoured by many natives. The animal may reach a length of 9.5 feet, but it is not usually so large. As to the external characters, the most striking point, which would be at first noticed, is the existence of a distinct neck. Its long snout is curiously suggestive of that of the gavial of the same region of the world. The next genus, Inia, has only a rudimentary dorsal fin, but large ovate pectorals. The teeth have often a distinct additional tubercle. The maxillary crests are not largely developed. The palatines are separated in the middle line by the vomer. Scapula normal. This genus, like Platanista, includes but a single species. The genus itself is in some respects the most central type of the Platanistidae. It is much more undolphin-like than Pontoporia, but not so highly abnormal in the bulk of its characters as is Platanista. The skeleton of this whale has been described by Sir W. Flower from a specimen in the British Museum. The skull is very slightly asymmetrical. It is crested behind the nares, the vertex being formed by the frontals. There is no distinct lacrymal bone. The maxillae are narrow and excavated by the premaxillae in a way paralleled in Pentoporia, but not found among the dolphins. The palatines are separated from each other by the vomer, and the pterygoids are nearly in contact. The mandible presents a remarkable miniature resemblance to that of a cachalot. Its most remarkable feature is the great length of the symphysis. The vertebrae are very few, only 41 in all, which are thus distributed: C 7, D 13, L 3, Ca 18 = 41. The neck, as in Platanista, is particularly long, and for the matter of that distinguishable externally. This is due to the relatively great length and complete separation from each other of all of the cervicals, an uncommon state of affairs in toothed Cetacea, but found in Platanista, Beluga, and Monodon. There is a faint indication of the odontoid process to the axis, more developed in Platanista. The dorsal vertebrae have high and erect spines. There are both anterior and posterior zygapophyses on the first 9. Anterior zygapophyses only on the 10th and 11th. The transverse process begins to be divided into transverse process proper and metapophyses on the 5th dorsal. The former gradually move up towards the anterior zygapophyses, which they entirely supersede on the 12th vertebra. The latter processes move down and become, on the 9th, fused with a process of the centrum, to which the capitular head of the rib is attached. The arrangement of these tubercles and processes of the vertebrae is related to a singular disposition of the ribs, which is unique among Cetaceans, and is more like that of the Cachalot and Ziphioid whales. The anterior vertebrae have a process springing from the neural arch for the tubercular attachment of the rib. Between each two vertebrae, half on each, is a facet for the capitular attachment of the rib. In the fifth vertebra the facet is confined to the anterior edge of the body of that vertebra, and therefore on this vertebra and those following each rib is solely attached to its own vertebra. As far as the seventh each rib has a double attachment, but on the eighth or ninth the two facets of insertion have, as already mentioned, coalesced. From this point, therefore, the ribs are single-headed. In having only three lumbar vertebrae, Inia is remarkable among whales. It is a point of likeness to the Sirenia. These vertebrae are compressed and ridged below. There seem to be 11 chevron bones. The ribs are 13 pairs, the sternal ribs being cartilaginous as in the Physeteridae. It is possible that only 2 pairs of these reach the sternum, which will be, if confirmed, another small point of likeness to the Sirenia. The sternum itself is not unlike that of a manatee. It is a single bone, oval in outline, with a deep anterior notch. In the whalebone whales the sternum also consists of a single piece. The scapula, unlike that of Platanista, is not aberrant, but conforms to the ordinary dolphin pattern. Both acromion and coracoid are long. The humerus is unusually long, a clearly unspecialized character, and longer than the radius or ulna, the reverse being the case in other Cetacea. The hand has 5 carpals beside the pisiform. The formula of the phalanges is this: 1, 1, 2, 5, 3, 4, 4, 2, 5, 2. The teeth of Inia are from 104 to 132, the formula being 26 to 32 by 26 to 32. The teeth, as in Steno, are markedly rugose on the crowns. They also show a very important character in the approach to the complex teeth of terrestrial carnivores, in the presence of a supplementary lobe to the hinder teeth. The only species is Inia geoffrensis, with the synonyms Delphinus amazonicus, Spix and Martius, Inia boliviensis, d'Orbigny, D. Geoffrey, Desmarais. This dolphin frequents the Amazons, and reaches an extreme length of 8 feet. It has a striking coloration, as well as a considerable amount of variability, which, it may be incidentally remarked, throws doubt upon other identification of Cetaceans by colour alone. According to the most recent observer of this species, Mr. E. E. Austen, it is either wholly pink or flesh coloured, or else entirely black or black above and pink beneath. Individuals of the different colours are to be seen in company, and it may be that the difference of colour is sexual. The late Mr. Bates, however, denied that the two sets of individuals were intermingled, so the matter must be regarded for the present as unsettled. As to the colour, it is remarkable that there are other examples of pale coloured river dolphins, e.g. Sotalia sinensis, a circumstance which must make us pause before accepting the view that the white hue of the Arctic beluga is protective in its nature. The rostrum of this dolphin is beset with scattered stiff hairs, and the dorsal fin is rudimentary, being reduced to a mere ridge. The native name of the animal is Buto, and there are legends to the effect that it will attack a man in the water, while the species of Sotalia, found in the same river, will endeavour to protect him, the two animals thus playing respectively the roles of the jaguar and the puma, according to Mr. Hudson. In any case the natives fear the dolphin, and cannot be induced to harpoon it. Nor will they use the oil, for fear that it should bring them bad luck. It is curious that another river dolphin in quite another part of the world, the river pig of Canton (Sotalia sinensis), is, according to the Rev. H. Friend, looked upon as a creature of ill omen, and on that account its name is tabooed. There is also, according to the late Mr. H. W. Bates, a legend that this dolphin of the Amazons assumes the shape of a beautiful woman and perambulates the river banks. Meeting with an impressionable young man in that torrid region, and enticing him by the aspect of her long hair hanging loose at her heels, she inveigles him near the bank and disappears with him beneath the waves. It is stated that such legends, and they abound in the region, are not native at all, but introduced by the Portuguese. Professor Agassiz, also having, after some difficulty, secured a specimen of this dolphin, found that when it finally arrived into his possession it was sadly mutilated by reason of the superstitious reverence that attached to its eyes and other parts of its anatomy. Genus Pontoporia. Dorsal fin falcate. Teeth very numerous, over 200. Articulation of ribs as in dolphins. Sternum in two pieces. Scapula as in Inia. Palatines separated in the middle line by the vomer. I retain this genus, of which the proper name is really Stenodelphis, but Pontoporia is so much more familiar, in the family Platanistidae, on account of its long and beak-like jaws, the numerous small teeth, and the general similarity of its nearly symmetrical skull to that of Inia. It was thus placed provisionally by Sir William Flower after an examination of the skull only. Since Sir W. Flower wrote, the late Professor Burmeister has described the other bones and certain of the viscera. The facts thus discovered are not so strongly in favour of the Platanistid affinities of Pontoporia. But though it may be regarded as leaning towards the dolphins, there can be no great harm in leaving it for the present in the family Platanistidae. The 7 cervical vertebrae are all free, as in other Platanistids. There are 10 dorsal vertebrae only. Burmeister gives also 7 lumbars and 18 caudals, this bringing up the total number of vertebrae to 42. I find the same total number in a specimen in the British Museum, but allow only 5 lumbars, the rest being caudals. My enumeration must be accepted if we are to allow the presence of the first chevron bone to mark the commencement of the caudal series. This whale, therefore, is a dolphin-like in the greater number of the lumbar vertebrae, that is, of course, as compared with Inia. The sternum consists of 2 pieces which are ossified. Burmeister mentions a cartilaginous piece between. The hinder half of the sternum was divided longitudinally into 2 halves. The British Museum specimen appeared to be adult. There are 10 pairs of ribs, of which I found the first 3 pairs to be double-headed. The ribs in this genus are not like those of Inia, but like those of dolphins. That is to say, the single-headed ribs suddenly begin, they lose their capitular attachment, and have only the tubercular; there is no fusion between the 2 heads as in Inia. But other examples of Cetacea (cf. Kogia and Physeter) teach us that this is not a difference of first-rate importance. Burmeister states that there are 4 ribs, i.e., 4 pairs, with a double attachment to the vertebral column. The scapula of this dolphin is normal in the region of the acromion, as in Cetacea generally, but not as in Platanista. 4 pairs of ribs appear to join the sternum, of which the last pair, however, are attached by a ligament only. The sternal ribs in front of this seem to be ossified. Burmeister distinctly states that they are. The skull of Pontoporia is very symmetrical as compared with other dolphins. Its surface is very flat, not ridged behind the nares like that of Inia. The palatines, moreover, do not cover the vomer, a point of likeness to Inia. The symphysis of the mandible is long, and the teeth are estimated by Sir W. Flower to be as many as 221 in all. Pontoporia blainvilli, Gervais. As there is, so far as we know, but a single species of this dolphin-like Platanistid, it is unnecessary, and indeed impossible, to give it a satisfactory definition. The colour was stated by M. de Fremville, who brought home the original skull upon which the genus and the species were founded, to be white with a black dorsal band. D'Orbigny described another dolphin which he thought, but without any evidence, to be the same species. As this evidence is wanting, it will be unnecessary to repeat his description. Mr. Lydekker, on the other hand, has described it as a palish brown, harmonizing with the brown-coloured water of the estuary of the Amazons and the Rio de la Plata. Extinct Platanistids. More generic types have been described as belonging to this group of Cetacea than to any other, and it is furthermore remarkable as being the only existing group that goes back to the far past of the Eocene period. Indeed, apart from the Zeuglodonts, these whales are the only ones that have so ancient a history. But, as is often the case, their remains are for the most part fragmentary, and not much of great importance has been or apparently can be deduced from their study. The restricted range of the existing Platanistidae is in the interesting harmony with the great antiquity of the race. It is so often the case that a rapidly dwindling group of animals consists of existing forms which occupy very limited areas. It is as if the long continuance of the types in question had rendered them partially effete and unable to cope with the changed conditions and new forms allied to themselves. In order to survive, they had to creep into corners where the tide of cetacean life does not enter. It is often held that the original terrestrial ancestors of the whales gradually adopted the marine life by first taking to rivers and then gradually passing through estuaries to the sea. It is alleged that these very Platanistids, being largely fresh water in range themselves, furnished such a proof of the way in which the ancestors of the whales changed to an aquatic from a land life. For they present, as has been pointed out, certain archaic points of structure, and are fresh water in habitat. There is, however, no a priori reason why the original whale should not have boldly plunged into salt water at once, without gradually accustoming himself to the change. For we have the sea otter as an instance of a land animal frequenting the waters of the sea, and, furthermore, the remains of extinct Platanistids are from definitely marine strata. The question, indeed, is one upon which guesses alone are possible. Seeing that the Platanistids represented at any rate by the genus Iniopsis go back as far in time as the Zeuglodonts, we might expect to find some approximation in structure between these two tribes, nearer than that which obtains between the Zeuglodonts and others. There are, however, so few apparent points at which the two groups touch that it seems necessary to look upon the two as independently evolved from some more ancient form, and to regard the Zeuglodont type as having culminated in the later Squalodonts, and then to have become extinct. There are, however, two genera assigned by Cope to the Platanistids, which approach Zeuglodon in one point, and that is in the length of the cervical vertebrae. These are Zarachis and Priscodelphinus. This character, however, as it seems to us, is rather one that betokens antiquity than one which points in any particular direction. The general tendency of whales of every group to lose their teeth is exhibited in these old Platanistidae. The genus Rhabdosteus has teeth at the base of the maxillary only. In Agabellus the teeth seem to have entirely vanished, leaving only an alveolar groove, which may perhaps have contained rudimentary teeth like those now found in the upper jaw of Physeter and Ziphioids. Some other facts dealing with fossil members of this group will be found at page 209. End of section 24. Recording by Mike Botez.
Section 25 of The Book of Whales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicalia. The Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard. Chapter 12. Zeuglodonts and Their Allies. Family, Squalodontidae. This family, consisting entirely of extinct forms, may be thus defined. Teeth in both jaws specialized into incisors, canines, premolars, and molars. Skull, dolphin-like. These whales, whose remains are known from the Miocene and Pliocene of Europe, America, and Australia, form a connecting link between the zeuglodonts, with which group they have been united, and the modern odontocetes. Like the zeuglodonts, the teeth are specialized, and, moreover, the molars have a coarsely serrate cutting edge, like the zeuglodont tooth, but the serrations are confined to one side. The teeth, too, are more numerous, though some of them are two-rooted, as in zeuglodon. The archaic characters of the Squalodontidae are also shown by the fact that a number of the teeth of the upper jaw are borne by the premaxilla. The skull, however, apart from this feature, is not archaic, and the rudimentary nasals of modern cetaceans have been acquired. In Prosqualodon, however, this process has not been fully completed, and there are small nasals which just project over the nasal vacuities. The symphysis of the mandible of Squalodon is very long, thus recalling the Platanistids and Fiester. These whales, which did not exceed some 30 feet in length, have been divided into numerous genera, but as little is known of the skeleton, this proceeding is at present rather premature. Cope, however, allows another genus in addition to those mentioned, and that is Trirhizodon, characterized by the fact that some of the molars are three-rooted. Archaeoceti. This, the last of the three divisions of whales, embraces only a single family, and so far as can be said with certainty, only a single genus, Zeuglodon. It is usually regarded as an assemblage equivalent to either of the other groups, and this view will be followed here, but the differences in structure might fairly be considered as entitling it to a more isolated position among the Cetacea. Nevertheless, there is no question of the cetaceous nature of the Zeuglodon. It is quite possible, however, that the Zeuglodonts are the ancestral group from which the Odontoceti and the Mystacoceti have been derived. But this view, a very general one, cannot be elaborated in detail. We shall simply find an example of what is so disappointingly general when an attempt is made to trace pedigrees in animals. The Archaeoceti are toothed whales, but whereas in the Odontocetes the teeth are all alike, with merely difference in size, the teeth of the present group are like those of more typical mammals, in being distinctly separable into three series. There are 3 incisors on each side of the jaw, and those of the upper jaw are borne by the premaxillae, the bone which bears the incisors in mammals generally. Behind the junction of the premaxilla with the maxilla is a definite canine, and behind this again 5 teeth, which are no doubt both molars and premolars, though there is no positive evidence of a double dentition in the zeuglodonts. It will be noted, too, that the total number of teeth, 36, is that of many mammals. The skull is elongated like that of whales in general, and, as in other whales, the snout is long. The frontal bones come down over the orbit, as in all whales, but the nasals are long and ordinarily mammalian. The result of this latter arrangement is that the blowhole was in the middle of the snout instead of at its base, as in all whales except Fiester, where, it will be remembered, there is a canal embedded in the soft tissues of the head, leading to the extremity of the snout. It is the whalebone whales, among living cetacea, which have best preserved the form of the nasal bones of Zeuglodon. Other bones of the skull, besides the nasals, are not upon the cetacean plan. The premaxillae take a large share, as has been already implied, in the formation of the gape. The parietals, which in existing whales have no lot or part in forming the top of the skull, meet in these ancient whale-like creatures to form a sagittal crest upon the vertex. The cervical vertebrae, as in the ancient Platanistidae, and in a few only of other existing cetacea, are separate. They are, moreover, not compressed antero-posteriorly, as are those of recent whales, but are not different in length from the succeeding vertebra. The scapula is not typically cetaceous, since it has but a small coracoid process and a large acromion. The ribs are double-headed, like the anterior series of the toothed whales. The sternum, too, is constructed upon the plan that characterizes the Odontoceti, being composed of several pieces. If the Archaeoceti are the most primitive of whales, it must be among them that the clue to the relationship of the whales will be found. This is a topic, however, about which more has been written than ascertained. The only view that demands a notice here, for we cannot, of course, accept any ichthyosaurian descent for these animals, is the opinion held by one or two persons that the zeuglodonts are most nearly related to seals. The facts upon which these comparisons have been based are principally the characters of the teeth, the long neck, like that of a seal in proportions, the scapula without the typical whale-like form. All these points are just so far seal-like as they are generalized characters. All mammals except the Cetacea, and to a less extent the Sirenia, have moderately long cervical vertebra. Included in this series are, of course, the seals. It is likely that whales have been derived from animals with this more typical mammalian arrangement. There is certainly one family only, and probably but a single genus of this group of whales. The remains of this have been found in many parts of the world, indicating that its distribution was like that of most Cetacea of the present day, wide. This genus was one of the great whales, and reached a length of certainly 70 feet. The best-known species is Zeuglodon cetoides, but in spite of the abundance of its remains, no complete skeleton has ever been got together. End of section 25. And end of the Book of Whales by Frank Evers Beddard.